I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
When I met you in the club that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight. Feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life,
1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for
Don't stop till the
more.
morning light. We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't no more hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Twisting me, running me all up and down. You hold me, control me. You comfort me, settle me, and you are driving me mad.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't no more hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside.
Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From New York to South Korea, everything is just okay. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From Japan to New Orleans, where do you wanna stay? We stop at the greatest parties, we shop around the clock. We hop to the hardest parties, we rock and roll and rock. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From LA to Tokyo, where do you wanna stay?
Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
Of freedom and victim, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleeping outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない、理解不能のスピード100倍速い、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよね、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me if you down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう。もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだから、あんたの後悔楽しみだわ、すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー、一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening、 地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me if you were down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう。 身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but
you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour
I
bus.
saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Fly boy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water. It's like we're walking on the water. It's like we're walking on the water. We're walking on water. We're walking on water. Fires are head, calls me a liar. Sick, breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong.
must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into day 3 of week 5 as we come into 3 series for today. I am just Ushin. I am joined in the first series for a very disapproving Jordan Corby.
Why didn't you tell me it was flower shirt day? Why didn't you let me know? I have tons of flower shirts.
Sorry.
I never wear them.
Sorry, dude.
You didn't tell me.
You know what? When I'll check quickly when the next time we cast is. I actually don't think we cast for a while. I actually don't know when we cast next. The schedule's not done yet. But if the next time we cast, we do flowers together in honor of Captain Flowers.
In honor of the flowers. I love it.
The honor of the flowers. But welcome to the LPL. I love how immediately he just latched onto something and completely derailed me from the intro. But coming back and recentering ourselves, we did have our 3 series from yesterday, and of course JDG versus NIP. I mean, I don't think it's unfair to say that JDG are probably just the best team in the league, if not the world right now. They speedran this series.
Yeah, I think Mazel said this, like, that series had both the quickest game of the split and the second quickest game of the split.
God damn, back to back.
Yeah, JDG really going in with a vengeance. Then that second series, if you did not see FPX versus Weibo, absolute banger, especially game 3. So glad to be there. Sadly, we get like hype moments like this of the Shy 1v2ing. Weibo not able to pull out in game 1, not able to pull out through the series overall, but good to see for FPX. Sadly, their schedule ahead of them is incredibly tough, and they pretty much only play all the top dogs at the top of the standings. But who knows? With the meta switch, with beating a top team like Weibo, might be enough confidence to get them enough wins to actually put them in playoff contention.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that, you know, as long as you're winning, you've got a chance. And this was a very big step here for FBX, and honestly a really big loss here for Weibo. You do not want to be dropping those series way too early. And then BLG, honestly, IG probably coming off very confident after their victory over LNG. BLG kind of smacked them down and said, look, JDG may be the best team in the league, but we're definitely the second best team.
Yeah, JDG kind of came in and spanked their first series, and it was all business. BLG came in, similar level of domination, but they had a lot more fun with it. You know, anytime IG wanted to do anything, it didn't matter if it was like a 2v4. BLG would still opt into it. BLG would still come out on top. So, yeah, we have our cemented 2 top teams, and then we have the rest of the league, which I think makes it a bit more interesting because we don't know how playoffs will go whatsoever.
Absolutely, and it's starting to get a bit congested, honestly, between like the kind of like 3rd down to about 7th or so like that, because there's only about a series or 2 between each of these teams. And as you can see there, our confirmation of the results, and here, as you said, are our 2 top teams, 9-1 for JDG and BLG. Nice to see a little bit of consistency after MSI coming into the LPL, but after that, like, you're kind of seeing LNG now only on 6-4. OMG right up there, could get themselves up onto 8-2. WE still only dropping those 2 series after a 4-win streak, and now kind of bouncing back. It's starting to get very kind of muddy in the water to see who's actually going to be kind of, you know, top 3, top 4 after, like, you know, week 5, week 6.
Look, Sheen, according to fans, every team under the top 2 are frauds. Doesn't matter that it's a 17-team league, and it's the LPL or top teams and like middle tier teams have always dropped to each other, dropped to bottom tier teams. Again, apparently all frauds. You know, we just need to discount them.
Everyone's a fraud. You know, JDG frauds. They lost against Weibo. Frauds. You know, it's just how it is.
If the world is all frauds, I guess that would also make everyone legitimate, right? Because then, if everyone's a fraud, no one is a fraud. Therefore, frauds don't exist.
Yeah, in an insane world, there's those who are sane that are exiled and singled out. But we're having a bit of a fun morning slash evening for you. We're gonna have a little bit of a fun one today because we actually did a little bit of a switcheroo. We actually thought it was supposed to be EDG versus Ultra Prime. They've swapped that order and they've put TT up onto the top versus RA. And this one's actually a little bit more of a kind of a curious one for me because these are 2 teams that I think that myself anyway, that had a little bit of higher hopes to how they would be kind of going, especially a team like TT. Now they are literally back-to-back 13th and 14th and 3 and 6 and 2 and 7. So now this is kind of an interesting one to see kind of, you know, can you just like either grab up and move yourself forward or can you knock someone else down?
Yeah, and I agree. Both rosters on paper, I think solid foundations. RA with bringing in Xiaoshu, who's a hyped-up player. Feather, who's now going to come in over Balan today. Of course, Balan did play their last 2 series. He had some good moments early in the split, but they haven't been able to find the synergy to keep it together. To where for TT, like, have made some roster moves coming to the split, right? Like Huanfeng not being the starter and 1xN playing most of the series. But I really feel like the meta hasn't suited TT well at all, and like what allowed them to do well in spring hasn't stayed true in summer. But TT at least are coming off of a series win. They took down a team like WE in their last series. WE beat Top Esports, and it was all off the back of UCal. 2 MVP performances on the LeBlanc, and when it's UCal versus Strive, even though this is a 13th versus 13th place matchup, I think both of these guys have shown themselves as legitimate threats in the mid lane.
Absolutely, and you can see as well, and I love that you brought up the last series there for TT. I think it was UCal like jumped out of his seat and was immediately kind of going for hugs and saying like how excited it is. Like these teams want to win. They are desperately trying to win, but sometimes it just doesn't come together.
No, and especially for UCal where, you know, he's been another player who hasn't had as good of performances as he did in spring. But anytime TT wins, it's still off the back of UCal. Like UCal is the player who has to step up and has to be the one to really take over the game, to where I feel like when we look at RA, who are now coming onto the stage, they at least have had a bit more leeway with like Xiaoshu.
Wow, what a roster change.
I was gonna say, you know, if he did make a roster change, I would also always be down for Xiaoshu to move back to top lane, you know, or even move somewhere else, right? You've already been dominant in mid for some years. You had your year in top. Go somewhere else. But Xiaoshu's carried some games for RA. Of course, we know like Luo Yan, when he gets on some carry champions, can take over. Strive is a hyped up prospect. It's really been the bot lane for RA, and with having people like assume it's there, but I don't really feel like we've seen the cohesion around like playing for bot or like mid jungle connecting to set them up to where we've really been able to see like the amount of carry performances that the name value of this roster brings.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to kind of put it. Again, we always talk about on paper. We always kind of like, we have to give estimates based on historical data. That's just kind of how that works. We cannot predict, unfortunately, that, yeah, I mean, sometimes, but sometimes we can give a little bit of extra credence. But I mean, it is that thing as well. Like, I came in actually very hyped on RA. RA's finishing 12th in the spring split, but with the kind of add-in of kind of people like Mole, I was very excited for them. I actually thought like Mole could have been a great little kind of fix for this roster, but hasn't been really working out. Strife has been the better fit. They have been kind of more leaning towards him and making him the mainstay of this roster. And I would like to see them kind of focus in a little bit more and kind of just getting those small little smoothing out the edges, just kind of sanding them down, make them nice and smooth. There we go. Oh, the energy.
I love
the energy in.
We've been talking about it over the past few days of like player walkouts. Cause I feel like the hype of a lot of players kind of died down, and I get it, right? You get into the routine, especially with the shorter split of doing this like every 2 days, and it's whatever. I love that UCal, with the tenure he's had, with the career he's had, like the heights he's seen on like rosters like KT, still to this day, every game he walks out on stage, he looks so hyped, so wholesome, and so happy to just be able to compete, and it's just great. How can you not love and just want to support UCal? I don't know.
Because I like winners.
I like that. Coming out and saying you're for the bandwagon, I can respect that.
I'm not even a bandwagoner. I'm more of like we were talking about glutton for punishment. Like if you look at some of my the teams I support in like global
fan.
sports,
I know.
I was a TSM fan. I'm a New York Jets fan. I'm a Liverpool fan. Like Ireland rugby, not exactly great when we go to the Rugby World Cup. We're like #1 in the world right now, but we've never made it past a quarterfinal in the World Cup. So I don't know. We were talking about glutton for punishments. I feel like I slot myself nicely there because I also like find myself looking at like Weibo because I love Xiaohu, and I'm just like, man, why do I do this to myself? Why? Like, why do I go for this?
I was gonna say, actually, with you pointing it out, a lot of respect to you, and with us not supposed to be biased on our own broadcasts, we kind of throw that rule out the window here. So, Sheen, which team is it in the LPL? Because for a long time I figured it was RNG, but I think I kind of always just associated that with you because that was Dagda's team as well, and I'm like, haha, Irish, exactly.
Yeah,
but is it RNG or did you have another one?
So, like, I know, obviously, it's like they're doing very well now, but I have OG, like OMG. I was a Going fan for so long back in 2013 because he got me into League of Legends, like, kind of. I was kind of in the scene, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. This is it. And then, like, I saw Going, and I was like, oh my God, this guy is insane. I love this. So, like, if I was actually to pick a team and put it into LPL, it would be OMG. And I'm very, very excited for this roster right now. I'm with the I will dominate kind of teams right now, the believers.
So season 3, season 4 Worlds were kind of like the big ones for you, and then picking an LPL team, right? Because that's
100%.
OMG.
And I'm just glad that I didn't pick LGD because of their 2015 performance, where I went, ugh. Even though they were literally touted to win the entire thing, and they absolutely imploded. But God, there's so much. It's weird because it feels like League is such a like a young game in like in the grand scheme of like games and esports or sports in general. Yet there's like so much history that I'm sure so many people watching have no idea, like absolutely zero clue. Like LGD going bust, the Great Korean Exodus, like all this different stuff. Like it's just incredible.
I feel like it feels so old. And that's only because my favorite team in LPL history is 2019 V5, which was, Mole, Mole, Ben4, Y4, Windy, and support right now is slipping my mind. But that roster, I loved it. And it's crazy to think because that was only 4 years ago. But it feels so long ago now at this point. And you know what? The only tangent we can make to bring that into this match is Mole, and he's not playing, so that actually isn't a tangent. But now that it's back to us, I'm sure we're going to get to ban pick in a second. And I am so convinced the Yordles are absolutely busted. Tristana and Poppy.
One particular one.
I'm on the hype train for both. I'm on the hype train that both of them so good right now. Glad to see the Tristana already taken off the table, and kind of crazy to see from RA. We were saying UCal is the man who needs to carry for TT, and RA understand that.
Absolutely, and see a lot of mid lane bans going into UCal right now. LeBlanc, Azir, Tristana, the Nico as well on the other side here for TT. They're kind of a little bit more generic, and yeah, I was going to say that final ban to come in, the Vi is just too powerful of an engage tool to be left open, especially in a region that loves a team fight as much as it does. And RA now maybe figuring out what they want to go for. They're going to first pick the Wukong, getting Leyen something he could be comfortable on, and focusing a little bit more on that kind of, team fight pressure.
Yeah, now for TT, we still have things like the Cassante open, which I feel like we've actually been seeing more Cassante be prevalent since we've swapped the 13-12, despite the small nerf that he did take. Melio also making it through could always be an option. Those are definitely the two, I think, big picks that have gone through picks and bans. But looks like TT gonna debate us at the last second, still get their hands on the Annie. And it's been kind of interesting to see, right? Because we've had some teams, I think JDG have been a good example, even BLG, kind of sticking to the Annies, sticking to the Aries, and kind of very much following form of what has already been strong. And we've had other teams, again, the Tristanas, the LeBlancs, kind of moving over to these new systems. Looks like with the amount of bans that have come through, TT are going to have to go towards what was strong before. And I'm still saying I'd love to see a Cassante here.
I mean, the Cassante still busted, of course, that great copy pasta that gets kind of put in here into the chat and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, the Cassante for Xiaoshu, we've been hyping up a little bit. He's hit Team of the Week a couple of weeks. He's been able to, again, kind of go toe-to-toe with a lot of the great talent that's been in the LPL. Like, you think of some of the names that you think of, like Bin, The Shy, 369. Like, these guys are very, very solid in their own right. And Xiaoshu has been able to kind of step up and be heard and be counted.
Yeah, and I mean, Cassante's 9-3 this week. Again, since we moved over to this patch, just really has been on such a tear.
Man,
but
that cooldown is wrecking him. That cooldown reduction is wrecking him.
that nerf really got him.
That nerf, man. That extra cooldown on the E, god damn, that's destroying him. But your Poppy gets locked in for TT, so they get themselves a nice counter to, honestly, everything that mid jungle wants to do for RA.
Exactly. That's why I do feel like Poppy's so strong right now, because you look at so many of the champs in the meta, and so many dashes, so many things for Poppy to be able to shut down. So right now we're already having a bit of a disparity, right? Where with the Poppy, Aphelios, TT going to be able to set up to kite back a bit. I guess it can be countered if RA opt into having like a longer range AD carry, because we have seen more teams be willing to pull out the Jinx. Of course, Varus is another one that we haven't seen as much, but has been getting banned quite a bit. So I feel like there's still ways for RA to really pivot their comp to where they not only have the amount of engage they do, but still be able to get damage onto Aphelios without having to commit too far. And with these bans coming through, those long-range AD carries will still be available for RA.
Wait to see. Right now, they're just kind of focusing in on those AD carries, kind of making sure the Aphelios has a decent lane. Interesting that we're seeing the AD carries banned. Normally, we do see the supports banned over the AD carries, but right now, I like these bans coming out from RA. Again, you're taking things away that can kind of get away from the Cassante. We've seen it so many times where the Malphite, the Gwen, can just either ult or, ghost if you're the Gwen away. Make sure that the all-out doesn't really have that big of an effect. And now, TT, where do you want to try and take this last kind of few picks right now? I feel like you know what's going into it. You don't really need to hide anything. Technically, the Poppy could be a flex, but I feel like it's just so much more powerful and potent in the jungle, considering you hit level 3 and you could just start, being full build as the joke goes. And that Jax is an interesting one here, so they're looking for a little bit more kind of side lane pressure to kind of maybe outscale the Cassante in his own right.
Yeah, so gonna add a bit of that, set up for a potential 1-4 to be able to come through. I really think it'd just be nice if RA rounded out their comp. I was going to say with the Jinx, with something like Varus, to be able to also have that pivot to the range game. But they are doubling down. They are tripling down, picking the Draven. It really is going to be about the aggression that RA are able to bring to the table. The amount of engage that they've already stacked up is quite nice. And now 1xN is going to be feeling so much pressure down in that bot lane. Please, I would have loved to see Idasheen have a bit of character, but Emilio making it all the way to the last phase was something we potentially predicted for TT to just take in their first phase of red side. It's kind of strange, RA on blue, able to get so many of these powerful picks, but at least Yao going to try and counter out the Draven Emilio with the threat of those hooks able to come through.
Absolutely, and I think that was kind of maybe the reason why they were a little bit happier they let that one go. I would have preferred maybe to kind of wait for your last top lane pick, but I suppose with knowing the top half of the jungle and top laner in the opposite side, you're not that upset about taking the Jack's, kind of first rotation. But teams are locked and loaded. The Milio still exceptionally powerful. Yes, his items got hit, but he himself is still a monster, and especially linked in with someone like a Draven. You start getting this bot lane rolling for the side of RA, it's going to spell disaster for TT. However, all it takes is one good hook lyric.
Exactly. And, I feel like that's kind of the distinction of for the side of RA, we want to see it be a little bit faster, going to be around that bot side. Really good pick potential, especially coming out with that RA to enable the Draven. To where TT, they have tools to counter what RA put together, specifically with the Blitzcrank that you just highlighted, but also have some pretty solid peel going into mid and late game to allow for an Aphelios to take over.
We'll have to wait and see. The teams are locked and loaded. Both these teams desperate for a win today, sitting at 13th for RA and 14th for TT. They are coming up to well beyond the halfway point of the season. They're only starting to have a handful of series left to play, and you need to start racking up the wins if you want to start making it to playoffs.
And both of these teams, honestly, not too far down and out. Considering right now, EDG sitting at 10th, only at 4 wins. RA are at 3, TT are at 2. A convincing win here, I think, could put either of these teams with the level of talent they have on their rosters to be able to make a push.
Nothing for TT. That's a little upset. There was no chance for TT. Am I right in thinking that? It would just sound like it was just like RA, and then there was nothing for TT.
I always wonder if just like some audio discrepancy, or maybe we come in late with it. I don't know, because there's no way there was no Gyos for TT. I don't believe it.
I know, right? Like, I don't believe it.
Every split we have Gyos for like teams that have like one series win or 0 series win, and like newer orgs that, at least LGD right now sitting at 1-9, if they get charged, like, okay, they're a legacy org, but AL, a new organization, kind of sitting down there.
How is he getting gold?
Oh my! Has everyone missed? Did everyone miss the fishing? Patch that came in. However, many months ago that was.
Wait.
It was the smallest change. It was the smallest change, kind of randomly thrown into the patch notes. That now when Jax just sits in river, you have a chance to catch fish and gain 1 gold.
Are you serious?
I'm completely serious. Yeah, I can't remember when it was. It was a little while ago, but it's been here for a while now. And
that is incredible. Best change in the game. That is awesome.
And to make you feel better, I get asked this every time I cast with anyone. So,
no way.
Yeah,
I'll never ask you this again, but I'm glad that you're educating the masses.
Well, I've seen in Reddit threads, even fans are still surprised. It shows like how much of like a random small change that Riot hid when they added that into the game.
That's so funny. Like, I mean, like, again, like, it is our job to study the patches. I do study them, and I get the information out there, but, like, that is just obviously something that was right down the end, like, near the ARAM changes or something that, like, I just did not look at. Just doesn't mean anything, but it's so funny. That's amazing. But also, if we're talking about little changes, mid lane got a little bit of system changes coming into this particular patch, I believe, where it does no longer getting scammed, no longer losing that 1 gold. So mid lane getting back up into the money. They're getting the bank coming in here because I think Riot realized that losing that 1 gold over the period of a certain amount of time is actually a hell of a lot of damage to your economy, and that's a hell of a lot of damage to your health bar there. Oh yeah, you need to be very careful.
That was a pretty clean way to describe, both what you were trying to talk about and what was going on screen. But yeah, coming in,
thank you. I'm a professional.
We've been seeing a lot of Jax against Cassante these past few days, and it just doesn't seem like Jax has been able to find any impact in this matchup, right? You're supposed to be able to have the agency as the game goes on, but I'm going to pause now as Lil Yen. I don't think he should be able to do anything, not because Yao Yao's moving over, but more specifically because we look at the mid lane matchup in UCal. the one to keep up prio there. So TT doing a nice job of covering their bases. 2 lanes of prio sets them up to be able to go to that top side, be able to get that Scuttle Crab. But at least still Yan going to be able to pick up the bot side one with the fact that they do have that Draven lane.
Yeah, look, you've got your Draven lane. You can see there early on, it's just very difficult for the Blitzcrank to really do anything. Even if he does hook him in, unless it's under tower, it's actually very difficult for the Aphelios to kind of make a big change. And I love the fact that we're seeing that because the Draven's got to come back into meta, because we're having such like aggressive bot lanes, the passive laning of like, oh, Longsword or a Cull start kind of isn't really an option. You need that Doran's Blade for that extra little bit of health, the extra little bit of survivability. And both of these AD carries respecting the fact that, look, if I get caught out here, I could die instantly, so I need to make sure I'm giving myself as much of a chance of survival as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And right, it has been kind of a nice change where it feels like we've seen teams that have like hard opt into one or the other. Where they're seeing like more Draven, more aggression in general, right? The Tristanas. Or you're seeing teams like WE going right to like early Azir picks and kind of going the complete opposite direction, going for the scaling now.
Here we go.
Here.
That's a double grab at him, and that's going to mean Feather's trying to flash away, seeing if he can keep himself going, but a flashback in on top of him. He's still ticking up and going far. He hasn't gone down just yet. He needs another auto attack. Finally gets taken out. Beishuan with the kill. That's first blood, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this because Strife is here. They're waiting for Leyen as well. Beishuan coming in, going to get hit by the charm. Confirmed by Strife. Assum probably not too upset about that because he doesn't have a lot of stacks sacked up yet.
No, so 1 for 1 overall. Also, at least relieves a bit of pressure in mid lane for UCal to try and push us in and maybe deny a bit of gold, which maybe can inch it in favor of TT, but we're going to see here. I mean, 3-man play, they have the vision control set up. Feather initially gets away with the flash, but having to commit double flash to follow up, and even he almost got away. And then the amount that Beichuan has to extend from 1xN getting zoned away by Assume allows for the trade kill to come back for RA. And like you said, not too many stacks just yet, and also ends up giving Strive the blue buff. So I feel like overall, it's worthwhile for RA to pick up that kill at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And again, great roam from Strife. This is kind of why we've been seeing him as a bit more of a mainstay here in the RA lineup, is that he seems a little bit more, you know, kind of in sync with the rest of his team. And the fact that he was able to kind of make such a quick roam, we saw that UCal was still in that mid lane. Yeah, has a little bit of a CS lead, but it's just not having that same level of impact. That could have just been a 1-0 trade for TT, ends up being 1 for 1.
And I think that's a great way to describe these teams and these mid laners in general. For TT, what they found success with in spring, and even what they would like to do now, is it's Yao Yao and Beichuan playing around mid, spending a lot of time in that mid lane, enabling UCal. So for Strive, he is one of the people that has to be the glue, kind of bringing the map together. And one of the reasons why anytime we see Mole come in, it doesn't really work, because he isn't as active on the map. He isn't as mobile as compared to Strive, who is willing to lean towards either side lane. You even see him play up quite a bit towards Xiaoshu as well. So that's definitely something we're going to have to keep an eye on and see if TT can kind of keep up vision control in River to deny these plays from coming through, or at least give their side laners enough information to be able to play around it accordingly.
Let's see now. Assum has got himself the Serena Dirk, so early pressure kind of in his favor. Charm does get landed here. Probably going to see the Spirit Rush come out. That's just Strive making sure he's there. But immediately we're seeing aggression coming out here from RA, because they know how much damage they can put here onto 1xN. And with a level 6 only around the corner here for Assum, that could be a dangerous place to be here for the TT bot side.
Yeah, 1xN incredibly low. And the fact that, you know, we have like Exhaust coming up soon for Feather, both subs on the Draven for now. And hell, look at his experience bar. He's even really close to level 6. One misstep. Things can go. Finish your sentence, Ashin.
I was just saying one move, and it's gonna be a bad time.
You know, that was much more. I think it was bad news bears.
Bad news bears. That's true. That's how you used to say it.
Or I guess maybe it could just be called something different in different parts of the world. That wouldn't be that strange. Oh wait. Blitzcrank, Hex Flash.
Not to be happening. Not to happen just yet. And going to clear a ward. Going to find UCal here, so should just be able to decoy his way out. Oh, I have to say that. Oh, Yao Yao just misinterpreted where exactly the Wukong would be. I will say it was a difficult enough kind of angle to go for. Not quite sure exactly where he would be, but Lian flashing immediately, recognizing he was not in a good position.
Yeah, at first I was like, flashing for this. That is a lot of respect to be paid, but now we see why with that hook threat coming out from Yao Yao. Still, funnily enough, even with RA being the one to lose out on the small play, with the prio they have in bot side from the earlier trades being won by the RA bot lane, it means that RA are going to be the team to be able to pick up this dragon. And we can see now Hoya going to start this one up, but Beichuan's still nowhere even close.
I mean, this is kind of a bit risky here by Hoya, because with Feather kind of having the roam, I will say that it looks like they're completely giving it up for the moment. They're kind of just prioritizing this Draven and just kind of accepting, look, yeah, you'll get the Rift Herald, that's fine, but we're not really worried about that. Someone who should be worried should be TT's bot side, because the Blitzcrank's not really around for the moment. They're now going to try and find them here. We are going to see the Whirling Dead. Oh, it's all a bait. They don't know. They have no idea that these two members of RA are sitting here and they're waiting for the minion wave to crash.
Yeah, they're going to go in. We're going to see now if they can give it over to Assume.
Yeah, there's the exhaust immediately going down. The Cyclone there. They're trying to give it over to the Draven. They're tanking up, and there's the stacks. They will trade it back, though, 1 for 1, but I feel like you're still pretty happy with that trade on the side of RA.
I mean, you got a bunch of gold on your Draven. He's going to be able to back and come back incredibly strong. I think definitely RA feeling good about it. Still, though, at least TT not only answer back 1 kill for 1 kill, but they picked up the Herald at the same time. So, you know, there is room for them to try to find more off of what RA were able to get done, as we see exhaust into the knockup from Cyclone, and then buying enough space for the Draven to walk forward, finish off the kill. Sadly, though, for Lian, was tanking up that turret the whole time and no real juggling coming through. And here's some of the roams we were talking about the Shrive likes to go for, right? You're never safe on either side of the map as any team playing against Rare Adam.
Yep, it's very, very proactive. Very, as you say, kind of prone to moving around and making something work. Interesting enough, we're seeing Beichuan go straight away towards that Iceborne Gauntlet. And the reason why I say interesting is that it's not really the item we see kind of built up. Normally it's a Balmy Cinder, and honestly, it's kind of a combination of support items, either the Evan Shroud or the Locket. People kind of saying, look, the Poppy is there to be a facilitator, nothing else. But this is definitely a bit more of a full tank Poppy coming out here from Beichuan.
And I guess it makes sense when you consider that he really is going to be the only, like, true frontliner on the side of TT. Like, sure, Hoya will be a bit of a frontliner, but it's going to be mostly about finding flanks in those team fights. Yao Yao, being a support, isn't going to have enough money to even be considered a front anything. If he's in front, he is dead. So I think for Beichuan, going more of like heavy defensive stats, making sure he can soak up all the damage, and not allowing this Draven, and hell, even things like the Wukong in the R, because I feel like we've been seeing so many times over the past few days, like specifically Wukong's just like 100 to 0ing someone, is a good choice by Beichuan.
I mean, I think if anything, Kanavi at MSI kind of proved to people that a fed Wukong is definitely nothing to be ashamed of, or definitely something to be feared. You cannot underestimate that that champion, especially when he starts to pick up the the Divine Sunder and of course the Black Cleaver. But now in the mid lane, oh, that's a charm down Strive. You're losing the Spirit Rush. That's just how this one is, and yeah, he's gonna get knocked up though. He's taking a lot of damage. Tibbers was available for you, Cal. I'm surprised he didn't drop it there just for the extra damage.
Yeah, and now, he actually might end up getting caught out himself.
Yeah, there's going to be that damage you talked about. There's the Tibbers to try and come back in on top of this one. Blitzcrank hook goes wide. Lian does get the flash here, and honestly, it does feel like, again, we talk about TT being in playoffs last split and coming into this one, very disappointed in how they've kind of performed, but this has kind of been the norm for them so far this split. 9 series in, it does feel like they're a little bit, I don't know, uninspired, I think is the best way to put it, in these skirmishes, and they're just losing out and when they're the ones kind of like feeling like they should go for the play.
They have hit the creative wall, Ashin. There they were, painting masterpieces in, in spring, the naked woman on the couch, the fruit basket, all the generic things you can think of. Now there they are in their empty apartment. Everything's been repossessed. What do they got? A jar of pickles, gherkins, called other places in the world. And now all they have is a set of crowns, and they're trying to do their best masterpiece with what they've got. And it could work. Honestly, it could work. You get a nice, crown drawing of gherkins. Wouldn't be the worst gift to receive in the world.
No. I mean, I personally wouldn't love it. I would say I've
frame it?
received better gifts in my life. But you know, if anyone gives, I am just humbled to be part of someone's, you know, mind and them to kind of, you know, think about me in any capacity so that they can give me something. That's all it's about. It's not about what you get. It's the fact that someone thought about you. And that's how TT got to think about this game right now, because right now they're not feeling super good. They're a little bit down on their luck. You know, they're that family member that kind of has, you know, tries their best but always kind of gets it wrong. You're kind of like, oh, thank you, happy birthday, and they're just like, you know, really nervous about it. But let's see if they can get it right. You know, sometimes miracles do happen, and they're going to be looking for one in the next minute or so, or that's the next few seconds, I should say. The dragon is spawned.
All
Pressure
five
all
members.
in all lanes. Yeah, all 5 lanes. Another hook goes wide, and this is RA just kind of, again, just being a bit more proactive, being a bit more sure of themselves to move forward onto this. And yeah, TT are going to give it up.
It's actually crazy to see both top laners just walk down for Dragon. Obviously, neither one of them has TP, but yeah, I guess this just goes to show of TT not really having a game plan, right? Could have tried to set up the cross map. If you were confident that you couldn't take a fight, had all of RA grouped up, and if your only win condition was on Yao Yao hitting a hook, right? Because that doesn't feel like enough to cement a full rotation coming down, when you could have been getting vision on top side for the second Herald that's about to respawn, when you could have denied minions in top lane, push that one in. But hey, it does further RA's gold lead even more. Now we see 4 items, the 4 completed items on all the main members. Feather on his way to his first one as well, and hell,
I mean,
Xiaoshu even about to finish off this turret.
Yeah, you give up the dragon. 9 times out of 10, you're usually giving up the dragon just because you're trying to say, look, our waves aren't in a good state. We're going to lose too much on the map. And then they still lose bot lane turret. The rotations are still very okay here for the side of RA. I mean, TT just look lost right now on the map. And as you mentioned, with only the Blitzcrank as your real form of engage, Beitron, yes, can go in, but he's more of a disengaged champion with the Keeper's Verdict and, of course, the Steadfast Presence than anything else. So it's more on picks than anything here. And for TT, they're looking like they're kind of getting a bit impatient, a little bit more desperate as they're trying to make this work, but I don't know if they can. They're going to be a cut. Oh my god, they got a charm off the backside, and another load of stacks go to Assam. I mean, TT just they're lost on the map.
Though, really good, like, small kind of chain of events by RA there. I don't know if that kill will be significant enough for the observers to give us a replay of, but I feel like a lot of teams would have played that wrong, where either Strive would try to brute force his way in, or the other members of RA would just stick on the Herald. With the 3 members of RA who are on Herald, oh cool, we do get a replay. The fact that the 3 members of RA move up to not only find that kill, but even if they don't get the kill on UCal, it opens up access for Strive to start moving down and them have a united front. So there could have been a few decisions that could have made it so RA would have gotten nothing from this, but they played it well, leads to the kill, leads to the Herald. And yeah, sadly, even the jar of gherkins has been repossessed to Sheen. TT don't even have that anymore.
They bought it on credit, and unfortunately that that credit line has run dry.
You know, TT, send a message to Hysterics. He makes some great gherkins. Back in 2020 in Shanghai, you know, he'd always be like, hey, I made some, here, have some. And, you know, it was a great time.
Yeah, I mean, Hysterics currently has a side hustle of like making like big, like, I don't know how you would call it, but like kind of almost like, yeah, like what do you call it? Like fruits and nuts and kind of meats and cheeses and stuff like that. It looks very nice. Like legitimately looks really, really good. So if you are in Australia, I don't really know exactly where he lives, but if you are in Australia, you know, hit him up, and I'm sure he'll figure it out. I honestly, even if you were like completely opposite side.
Maybe it's better you don't know exactly where he lives.
I'm not gonna dox him, like, but I'm not gonna dox the dude. But like, if you are even on the other side of the country, I again do not actually know where he lives, but you know, I'm sure he'd figure it out. Hysteric's the kind of guy who would try and figure that out, even if it took 2 days to get to you. You know.
I feel like the worst part is he's the kind of guy that like you could be living in like, I don't know, opposite side of the world.
I asked him in Ireland to send me stuff from Australia. He'd be like, no, but like, let's figure it out. Like, let's see if it's possible. Like, he's just, he's that also, kind of a bro.
He's also business and financial minded enough where he would like try to make it so he at least earns like 1 cent of a profit from it, or like at least pays. You know what I mean? Like, So,
yeah, like he came out of it with $1 profit. It's still a profit, you know.
yeah. So we need TT to somehow get into that mindset. And they almost had that mindset, Sheed. They almost had it.
I mean, that kind of sums up. That kind of sums up everything here. They will use the Keeper's Verdict to secure this mid lane tower. I like this. They're overloading to make sure they can get it. But I mean, it just kind of sums up this game right now. Is that Hex Flash into the hook? It just doesn't quite land, and it's kind of been like that for TT this entire game.
You know, coming in, I expected this one to be much closer, but you know, RA came in with a strat. If you missed picks and bans, RA just banned out mid. Their first 3 bans all targeted at UCal, and honestly, it's worked. We've seen
40 CS lead.
His like ability to find an impact stunted, losing out in lane, like you just pointed out. And again, if you haven't seen TT all split long, it really has been ride or die by UCal just carrying them. We'll see now if maybe a bit of a cheeky play can bring them back into it, but
I mean,
not gonna
TT
back away.
Yeah, I mean, like, TT don't have the inside track, so now you're losing pressure on mid lane, and RA do not feel uncomfortable to move forward onto this. You've got decent guns. Hoya goes over the side. Leyen gets himself back over the wall. They are going to put in the Whirling Death for a little bit of damage. Hoya is in a flank position, but Yao kind of not in a great spot right now, and he will be assassinated. They will have the Spirit Rush available now. How do you fight this? Your engage was kind of the Blitzcrank hook, and that's it. Hoya in no man's land, and they're just going to have to give this one up. They're going to have to try and just make sure they don't lose anything else, because the Baron has spawned. I don't know if RA want to go that crazy for it, but I mean, it's just, RA are just smashing TT. Anything TT go for, RA have an answer.
They really do, and I don't think going for the Baron would be a smart play, especially when you're up against, you know, a Poppy that soon is going to have that ult back up. But TT are just letting RA do whatever they want. They have been trying to go for practice plays like we see here, and you have these very small...
Oh my god!
You know, it touched the cloth! It touched the cloth! It should have pulled...
His arse felt that whistle past him. Like
it did.
It was
that
like,
was some
oh Lord,
BS.
what was that?
I'm not. You know what, TT? You get my condolences because you're. This was not warranted. That should have been their kill. That should have been their dragon. And now, you know, now Sheen, 5K gold lead. Again, we're probably not going to see a Baron come through unless TT overforce and kills go down. So we probably just get a few minutes of the hangs.
Yeah,
or not.
No. Well, we're probably going to get it anyway. Nope, never mind. It was a bait and switch. They thought it was bot lane, but it was actually up towards top. And now it's bot lane. Xiaoshu with getting the solo bolo. RA in complete and utter control. Nothing you can do here, TT. It's been uninspired. It's been honestly just a little lackluster, to say the least. And now they're going to try and burst out Beishuan as well. They will not get the fire kick off, but they will get the Baron. They will get his flash, and it will force him all the way back home to his mama.
Now, Barons across the board. You're the Cassante solo killing the Jax in the side lane. Like, now we just need the big push to come through. Hell, yesterday throughout the series, me and Munch were questioning of, oh, can Weibo show as dominant of a win as JDG? Now, I guess the question comes into today. It's like, you know, can RA, I guess, have as dominant and fast of wins as JDG as BLG?
Oh, no, Hoya. Oh, he's a very lucky man. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, 22 minutes into this game, 8,000 gold lead. It's growing up to a 9,000 gold lead. It's just, you can see Beishuan's on the flank of Destiny. Yeah, but, I mean, it's just, I just don't see how it's going to happen.
You know, I'm down for the flank of Destiny. Is it does it also star Jack Black? Is it like a similar sort of?
It's actually Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt and Angelina Jolie, who we haven't seen in a very long time. I don't know why I thought of that actress. There's plenty of more relevant actresses.
Can we at least bring Dave Grohl back as, you know, the devil?
Oh, for sure. Isn't that like his only movie appearance?
he must have a few more, right? He must.
I mean,
but that is definitely the only one that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I'll check IMDb, and way, Assum gets himself another few stacks. Not quite sure how many he had. I don't think it's relevant right now because it's never going to be a big one at this point. But yeah, this game is all but done. And the thing is, like, we can start looking towards the next game here for TT. I mean, you got to start banning some of these things that, like, were left open. Like, look at the side of RA, Cassante, Wukong, Ari, Milio. Like, sure, the Draven's not that meta. You could maybe, you know, kind of argue that. But this was just such a huge amount of power picks to be giving over. And I'm not a big fan of draft diff because I don't feel like games can be won and lost in draft. But this just feels like the ease of execution for RA, which is going to hand it to them.
The problem is, I don't even really know what bans they could change. Like, at least this game, they were on red. They had to ban Nico and Vi. I guess they could have changed the Renekton, but they could have taken Cassante Milio.
They could have taken Cassante Milio, but they do kill off the Draven. But finally, the hook does land, but it ends up being traded back a little bit. We are going to see the Steadfast presence keep stride fairly honest in this game, and now Xiaoshu has to be very careful. It's still decent damage from this Aphelios, and TT now kind of coming back into this one, trying to make this one work, but I mean, it's still a Cassante, and that means he's still doing unholy amounts of damage. Hoya will turn around and take him out. I mean, you get a decent fight here for TT, but the base is in shambles.
Exactly. They bought themselves more time. They potentially, not even, like, they should be able to pick up this next Drake when you look at, like, Lil Yan's going to come up about the same time as the Drake. Xiaoshu still won't be up, won't have TP. So they at least get themselves more time, and we'll see exactly how it does go down, because this at least is the nice thing of a Blitzcrank. Poor Strive, tried to be the ultimate homie, but yeah, pixel perfect hook coming out from the Blitzcrank, and it allows him to take away one of the big damage dealers to start things off. And without that consistent source of DPS, and with the Wukong just being yeeted out of the fight, it gives TT more opportunities to start chasing more of these kills down. Great awareness coming out from 1xN to be able to flash it and get that one. But like you said, Cassante's just an absolute menace. Finding that 1v1 kill in the backline on the AD carry. Doesn't manage to get away, but still, this fight shouldn't be enough for the game to even come anywhere close to TT's favor. But you still accept buying yourselves more time to hope that that can happen once again.
Yeah, look, when you have nothing else, you've got hope. You have to give yourself that. You have to allow yourself that luxury, if you will. But doesn't mean there isn't going to be a Hexol for the moment. But again, like, mid lane's exposed. Bot lane is going to have super minions for the next 3 minutes. This is Baron spawning in 2. They're going to focus up towards this top side, maybe try and just kind of force a fight or even just force the tower down while they're here. So this is just RA having a moment where they did lose out a little bit, but I mean, look at the Summoner's no longer available for TT. Flash cleansed by 1xN, gone. You don't have a flash hook available here for Yao Yao unless he gets some flash. So I just don't really see a world where that happens again. That's I think that's 3 pink wards, maybe only 2. And they really don't want people to know what they're doing over the side of that wall, but I don't think it matters.
I can see a world where it happens again, just in the case of Draven walking forward and no one being in front of him. I can imagine that happening. This is still RA that we're talking about, who are only 3 and 6. I don't think it should be able to happen, but now with 2 inhibitors down, they have such like an easy focus, right? Play out through top lane. Baron going to come up in a minute, so you want to have your vision control set up towards that top quadrant of the jungle anyway. And, you know, if you aren't able to find top inhibitor turret by then, you can even just use the amount of pressure you have to try to start playing that Baron game. Because now here we are, 4 items picked up on the Draven. We're only on 2.5 for 1xN's Aphelios. And they're just going to keep absolutely demolishing the front line. Doesn't matter how Beichuan built. Just too much damage coming out from Assume at this point in time.
Just too much damage, and I mean, it's just difficult now as well with the rapid fire cannon. Should be able to kind of keep himself relatively safe. There is 30 seconds to this Baron, and you can see the TT, they want to try and get some vision down. They want to try and make sure there's an opportunity for them to try and maybe go for a miracle steal, but I mean, like, unless Beichuan can find himself over the back of the wall, maybe go through the Hex gates to get a smite off, that would be kind of cool, but outside of that, I just feel like we're waiting at the moment for this game to finish.
Yeah, we're kind of just trying to see how RA want to end it. They don't really have like great sieging power, so they are going to need a Baron, which is why they're looking for this now. They just got to make sure that Beichuan ult doesn't end up hitting Lil Yan out of the pit, and that Hoya can keep biding his time.
Oh, they were going to go in, but unfortunately for Beichuan, cannot get himself out. We will see Hoya getting knocked back as well to make sure he has nowhere to go and will be taken out on the backside of this one here. While this is all happening, Super Minions flooding into that bot side of the map here for TT. They need to run home and make sure they can defend their base, but with Baron now confirmed, it is going to be RA just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and securing game number 1 here in this best of 3.
Machine, the call might have come out too soon. 1xN. You tell me you don't have faith in 1xN?
I don't know if I have extreme faith in 1xN. He's gonna go forward. Oh my God! Holy moly! I should have believed. What the hell was that? That was absurd.
The big Inferno Moonlight Vigil, the timing could not have been better. I don't know if it'll be enough to save the game for TT, but it's gonna buy them even more time once again.
Oh
What is that
my God. 1x. You know what? That's it. I believe. This game ain't over. This isn't done.
Twitch chat, clip that right there. She not believing.
That is
and then
insane. That is insane.
That was perfect.
That was the best way to set that one up. Like, what the hell? What is this damage?
Gets the Infernum out right in the nick of time. Even the turret's starting to shoot off some of those blasts and following through with the huge Moonlight Vigil. Those health bars are just gone. At the same time, Xiaoxu was dealing with pretty much all the other members of TT, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter if 3 members of TT have gone down. Like, we have seen now, this Cassante, who is such a menace, like, his focus has to be 1xN. Xiaoxu has to just hone in on the Aphelios in these fights.
And look, it's still RA favored. The Nexus is exposed. However, if that happens again, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Surely not, right? Surely not.
Oh, they missed the ultimate there, and that means Yao Yao dies straight off the bat. Didn't see Leyen jumping in on the backside to try and take down 1xN. Leyen will keep himself alive, and there is exactly what you wanted to see. The Cassante jumping onto the Aphelios. It took a little bit. It was definitely a lot rockier than they probably wanted it to be. But RA will pick up the win, and look, after everything, I'm just glad we got that massive Infernum ultimate. That was incredible. That made that whole game worth it.
It really did. It really, you know, I'm happy with where the meta is like heading towards, where we are getting more aggression, more action, more expression. Sure, this game was incredibly one-sided, but I mean, kudos to the side of RA. They came in with, I think, a great strat, like ban out UCal, no LeBlanc, which was the pick that led him to getting his 2 MVPs over their win against WE. Azir has been like the UCal champion. Tristana, which I am saying is absolutely busted, was taken off the table, and it kind of left him with nothing. But that also left a lot of questions of like, okay, right? Like, there's the human element. You have to pick like what your players are comfortable with, what you think as a team is the best draft for you. But things like the Cassante now move up to, let me check that stat once again, now is 10-3 on this patch, right? And we've only been on this patch, this is our 3rd day on it, now sitting 10-3. Things like the Melio kind of being passed by. You could have taken that one away as well. Ari, which has been much better for Strive than the Annie. Like, he much prefers going on that, having the mobility, being able to lean. Like, I feel like there's definitely some picks they could have gone for differently, but I'm also in the same opinion of you. I don't necessarily think there's like a huge draft gap that lost TT the game. We just really didn't see much from them. They were so trigger shy in terms of like wanting to contest anything. And even when they did, it was like their whole plan hinged on, let's rotate down to Dragon. Let's not set up Vision topside and like trade. Everything hinges on Yao Yao hitting hook. Oh, Yao Yao missed the hook. Well, guys, I guess now we just lose Dragon, lose Herald, lose bot turret. We didn't get Vision topside, and everything just falls apart. So it was kind of everything. Draft could have been a bit better. Decision-making could have been better. And, yeah, just very afraid, it seemed like, of RA in this game.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. And as well, like, I love that you brought up the Ari, because like you saw in so many instances where Strive was just kind of cool. I spirit rush away, nothing you can do. You've wasted 30 seconds, and now we know where your jungler is. Not really ideal situations, but I want to know how much of that 24,000 damage was done in the literal last team fight. That's what I want to know. I want to know if that Infernum did like 10k, because that would not surprise me. But yeah, look. It's just one of those situations there for the side of TT. Like you said, very trigger shy. And I mean, it's hard to know where they go from here. Honestly, even if TT go onto the blue and we see RA on the red, I wouldn't even be surprised to see RA hard focusing those bans into mid lane once more, because it's very, very clear, as we've mentioned multiple times today, and probably multiple times more as we go through the year, this is all about UCal. If UCal gets a good champion that he can have an impact on, he will be able to carry this team a lot more cohesively. But if he's just on the Annie, which just didn't look that great for him, I'm being totally honest. He wasn't proactive. It's not like the Knight Annie that we saw at MSI, looking for crazy flanks, you know, behind enemy lines, constantly getting onto the AD carry. It just felt like it was, and also even if he did, it's answered by things like the Milio. So it's hard to know what UCal can do to kind of, you know, bring this team back up in game number 2 if he gets banned out again.
I do think if they move over to blue, it's kind of hard to keep all mid bans, because then you're at least leaving open like Vi, and then I'm sure TT are like more than happy to get that. And then you'd have to ban Nico, so then one of those mid laners would at least go through as well. But I guess potentially you could take it away if then TT would have to like first pick Vi or something. So I don't know. There's definitely going to be some questions on like how deep RA have gone down this rabbit hole of just, you know, taking down UCal, and if they have a red side way of being able to do that.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And look, for RA, definitely a little shaky towards the end there, but they get the job done in game number 1. We're going to take it to a short break. When we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. My mind.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to. 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just coming off of an RA Game 1 win as we try to see if they can actually... I think I used to live there, I'm pretty sure. I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure I actually used to live there with Dagda in 2021. Welcome to the LPL. I am still just Oshin. I am joined, of course, by the lovable Lyric, and we're going to be talking about our MVP for game number 1. It wasn't 1xn making me look like a fool, but it was the Cassante riot and scream after it. But yeah, I mean, looking at Xiaoshu on this champion, I'm going to be totally honest, I'm going to say it, anyone on this champion should be getting themselves a close to MVP performance regularly.
Yeah, and again, I feel like we've been seeing it more consistently since we moved over to this patch, and Munch kind of made a good point to me yesterday that at first, not everyone looked completely comfortable on the Cassante, and now with having more time, it really looks like any LPL top laner is proficient enough, and oh my god, I don't know why we needed that in the highlight reel. Xiaoshu wasn't even part of that play.
Why you do my boy Yao Yao like that? Like, why you gotta do him like that?
I guess whoever puts the highlights together agrees that was a bit of a robbery. And again, by all the laws of physics, that hook hit, you know, that is like the claw machines in any like arcade or like just, I guess, on the streets of Japan, because they are everywhere. That you feel like you get swindled more times than not. And yeah, Yao Yao just had that experience in this game, and I feel bad for him. But I don't feel bad for Xiaoshu, because after it looked like, okay, it didn't look like TT were going to come back, but it looked like TT were going to make this game a lot longer than it should have been. We saw Xiaoshu adapt, and instead of killing everyone except the Aphelios, realizing, hey, get on the Aphelios first, closed out the game rather easily. Ashin, I can't remember if teams are swapping sides.
They are. TT are on blue.
Yeah, so again, the question's going to be if RA can be flexible enough with their bans, or like if they have like a strategy in play of where letting things like the Vi or Renekton over are like things they're comfortable with, if they have like strats to answer, but I'm not so sure. So I definitely feel like TT should at least be able to get their hands on something more comfortable for you, Cal, going into game 2.
Yeah, again, I completely agree. And well, as you said, we talked about it a little bit coming off of the back of game number 1. You don't have as much freedom in the red side bans. It feels like you have to ban things like the Nico, the Vi. That kind of knocks down a couple of the priorities. So maybe the LeBlanc lets through, maybe the Azir, the Tristana. Those are 3 of the bans we saw from RA. Or maybe they go the other route. Like we have seen a couple of times, especially later on the season, when you are, I wouldn't say desperate, but definitely willing to try something new to get those wins, especially when you're 1-0 up. If you keep those 3 bans, you say, look, you know what? We're going to leave up everything OP to try and see how it goes. That could maybe be an option, but we're going to jump in here. The LeBlanc gets banned away, but this time TT are saying, look, the Draven was too much of an issue for us. That is what we're thinking is going to be the problem. And the Cassante, so they want RA to play a completely different comp.
Yeah, but it's also just like, I don't know how as TT you don't have like the confidence or you don't feel comfortable playing these. Hoya's most played champion this split is Cassante, 9 games. It is a 22% win rate, but like across the board, TT have been losing. So like I don't feel like win rates tell us very much on how comfortable they are on the champions. And Ashin, it looks like they're gonna do it. It looks like
this.
You were right. They're gonna keep the mid lane bans. The question is, do they go with the Nico ban, which I feel like is what you would still expect to go through? Or do they stick with the Azir? I'm more of a fan of banning out the Nico and just say, hey, TT, we know you're comfortable on the Azir, but it's like, what? Oh my God, TT. How do you have to ban Nico Cassante on blue?
Ban Azir.
And
ban Azir. Like,
Vi's also on the cards.
Actually, you know what? You are right. Maybe they could ban the Vi and then let the Azir go through, and you just go for the Ahri Wukong like on red 1-2. Like that feels like the combination. No, they're gonna go with the Renekton. So leaving up the Azir, leaving up the Vi, and kind of saying, look, we're happy for you guys to kind of first pick what you want. And honestly, RA kind of mind controlling TT right there and kind of saying like, look, you know what, all these OPs, you got to start banning them, and they've honestly kind of banned them so far in this particular one. And TT
and they
hovering this, they have to go for this.
It's actually, and right, this goes to, this really gives the answer to, right, I've been saying all split long, in my mind, the drop-off for TT has been the meta change. It hasn't just been, you don't just magically get worse overnight. It's not how it works. But we haven't, it's kind of hard to confirm if the meta really is what's kind of shafting your team. With this, with being on blue side, having to ban Cassante Nico and first pick in Azir, I think it kind of does show that the TT do not feel comfortable whatsoever. Now the Ahri going to be picked up for Strive once again. We talked about really has been his most comfortable champion, and I am surprised that they do not go towards that Vi pick for themselves and give Luyen guaranteed access onto the Azir. We haven't seen him like opt into the Vi all too much. It's also a champion that hasn't been open that frequently. So it just seems like really good game planning for RA, especially if TT don't even pick the Vi away themselves. So it means you have lost nothing by having to ban away none of the S tier champions on the patch, and you've once again gained what is like your strongest pairing.
Yeah, I mean, you're going with the Poppy again. I like it in kind of essence. I like the fact that it can have a very powerful kind of, stopping power against the Wukong and the Ahri. We didn't see it game 1. We just did not see Beishuan being, kind of putting up that steadfast presence to deny an escape or to deny someone from like the Wukong from going forward. TT going to go back towards that Aphelios. Look, 1xN, I believe that you can do the damage in this game. And they are going to try and go full late game with this one here. But RA, they've kind of had themselves, they've stuck to this script, I should say, where they're kind of saying, look, we don't need to focus on our bot lane as much, where we trust in Asim and Feather to be able to pick up the scraps. We can get ourselves a better top side, and they're going to start putting in bans now into the top lane again.
I do gotta say, at least coming out of the first phase, I am happier with what TT have been able to string together than in game 1, because at least there's like a very cohesive identity with their picks, right? Now it is about disengage. Now it is about zone control with the Azir and the Poppy and not allowing for entry into these team fights. And you shouldn't even have as glaring of early game dominance with things like the Draven being taken off the board. Now, Varus also gonna follow suit, so RA, I have enough faith in them, especially with how proactive Strive was in game 1 and how proactive he's shown he can be, not only this split, but just in his LPL tenure so far. But it at least shows that if RA misstep like they did in game 1, or aren't able to pull the trigger as hard without such a domineering bot lane, that TT will have magnificent 5v5s later on.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Even just right now, you can see just like the power and the presence we've seen, you know, Shanks of recent date having the Azir and popping off absolutely exponentially. The Millia will be banned away. I'm delighted to see that there, but the Xayah, the Rakan, the, you know, the Kaisa, which we're now seeing now, like, I mean, this could just straight up be like a, you know, a plethora of options available here. I would actually like to see a Rakan maybe picked up here for RA, just to give Feather, one, it's something he's incredibly comfortable with, and a little bit of extra engage with that Wukong. But no, Jinx.
Yeah, so they're going to opt into at least having some answers to be able to contend in 5v5s if the game does go later on. Right now, pretty stock and standard coming out from them. Now for TT, we're going to need to see where the bot lane wants to go for them. I wouldn't even mind if they were ones to opt into something like a Rakan. Even still Nautilus on the board. Right now, hovering the Heimer, I don't think it really fit their comp, so I don't expect it to come through. Get some engage. So not only do you have like zone control and like peel and all that stuff, if you get to a favorable position, you have tools to start fights, and more importantly, to turn, right? If you want to try to bait a dragon or bait a baron, you always need that ability to find the engage if the enemy team is still alive, but you still want to push the cogs of the game forward. So now for TT, Gnar would be a decently safe, you know, he's going to do fine in lane, at least gives you some options to be able to play out through sides, or even just contend with the team fights. So I think for TT, again, very cohesive draft, makes sense on paper, works very well together. To where now for RA, I think getting more engage, when there's no way you're going to be able to contend with TT, I think in longer drawn-out skirmishes later on in the game makes sense. And I do expect the original pick you wanted to go through, Ashin.
Or do we get the re-updated Rel?
Ooh.
So, getting more hard engage. I actually don't mind this at all. I think that anything that can kind of follow up with things like the Wukong are definitely things that will help you, dictate the team fights. So, Rel fits right into that bucket list of, like, you know, help engage, gets yourself set up, and keeps everyone clumped together.
I do have one concern that I think Rel can be incredibly strong against compositions where you have an easy time getting on top of. So like lower or even mid-range compositions, because then your ult's so strong and like a lot of your ranges aren't actually incredibly high. To where you are going up against an Azir and a Poppy, it feels like it should be pretty hard to actually make Rel work as effectively as she can. But at the same time, right? If it's the Wukong actually starting things off, he's buying space and kind of allowing for an access point for the Rel to enter, it still can work, even if not the most optimal. So we're going to see how Feather does here. Rel definitely, since the changes, comes in with like a lot more damage and even like a lot more ability to lock multiple people down, especially with now your stun being on your Q. So we're going to see. We know for the side of RA, they're going to want to be a bit more aggressive. I think it's going to be a lot on the shoulders of Strive. So for TT, they can relax, chill out a little bit. And as long as they're getting defensive vision down and having Beichuan cover their lanes, they should be fine going into mid-game.
Yeah, I will see what they're able to kind of work with right now. But again, like you mentioned earlier on, this is such a massive late game 5v5 team comp from here from TT. I much prefer this draft. I much prefer that they kind of went and prioritized this. We'll see if it does end up leading them to a win. They are 0-1 down. It was RA coming in and kind of smacking them down. There was some moments of life, a little flickers of flame from the side of TT, specifically 1XN. But whether or not that's going to stick is neither here nor there. We're in a new game. We're on a new set of champions. We're jumping in to see Xiaoshu kind of putting Hoya a little bit further back and a little bit further down to make sure he gets a decent time on the river.
Look, Xiaoshu knew that Hoya was trying to push him out of the ideal fishing location. It's where you get like all the like, you know, gold and what's the highest tier of fish in Stardew? I know it's like the purple color, but I actually don't know what it's called. But the point is, he's trying to go for
started recently. I should know this.
He's trying to go for all those high tier fish, right? And Hoya was in his spot, but now there's Xiaoshu is chilling. Sadly, the observer's not panning over him, so we don't know. We don't know if he's actually like hitting his reps well and actually getting that gold in. And that's really all I care about at this level.
Iridium level fish. So you can get normal silver gold or iridium, which is the purple star.
You know, I do have
Sims.
I have way too many hours on all of them. I have like 90 hours on Stardew, maybe like 50 on Coral Island, a good amount on Sunhaven. In my mind, it's like the perfect adjacent is 1XN.
I mean, good flash from 1XN. Does not get hit by the crash down.
No farm sims anymore, Ashin.
No more farming sims. Only action. We were trying to manifest action by talking about farming sims in the game, but I mean, this is the kind of thing I was talking about, like, you know, the power that a Rel has, especially early on, even into a Nautilus. You got C1XN, like, trading flash for flash on a support to an 80 carry, always worth.
Yeah, and, you know, I like that you point that out, right? Because even though a lot of the issues that I highlighted happen later on into the game, when, like, things like the Poppy and Azir are involved, in the laning phase, those won't be an issue at all. So definitely going to have a lot of freedom, especially now with 1xN not having a flash available, to look to, you know, bring Luyen down and try to punish us. So we do see that Luyen is actually passing down towards that bot side. You have wards covering your top lane, so it should be a lot about this 2v2 and the potential 3v3s that we're about to see in bot.
Xiaohu is putting in some serious work here on the top side right now, kind of keeping Hoya very, very honest, and until he hits that mega to get that little burst of speed, burst of health back into himself, he's going to be feeling very, very exposed. You can see it in the kind of the CS already. He's already falling down 6 or 7, and that is just, again, Xiaoshu kind of owning this lane, understanding that early on he is going to be the one who could be the aggressor.
Yeah, for Hoya, a lot about kind of tethering, playing off that boomerang range to be able to contend in the matchup. And then you have a better, you know, you have some better trading patterns once you are in that mega form, which he's close to. But the fact that he's already been chunked out a little bit, and of course, wave advantage in Xiaoshu's favor means he's going to want to go for anything just yet. But I think we're seeing a nice pace set by RA with how we've sold the goals of these compositions. RA finding advantage in top, finding an advantage in bot, and they will be able to keep Prio in mid, you know, at least until Azir gets, you know, a few more levels under his belt.
Yeah, we are seeing now the little bit of range discrepancy. It's why you do go the corrupting pot for the Ahri at these early levels. You kind of know that you're just not really in a position to kind of fight. And boy, yeah, feel like if he maybe went aggressive there, Xiaoshu could have been in a position to at least burn a flash, but holds his nerve for the moment. And now, wait to see where these junglers really want to focus. We are seeing the Poppy moving down towards this bot side. It is pushing in against TT. If he's looking for a good hook, maybe onto Feather, because again, Feather, very, very squishy without that flash available. Does not land the crash down. Actually, funny enough, I think Yao would have preferred if he hit it.
Yeah, I think he would have been a little bit happier had he been able to go through with that one. But kind of taking stock of where we're at in the early game, we kind of talked about RA were already the ones at least up in some of their lanes. I also really want to hone in on the vision control that they've got, because earlier it was just around top side. Now, also in complete vision control in bot lane. You had a call start on Assume with the Jinx, and he's already getting that one going. So you're going to have a nice injection of gold a little bit later on. So it's kind of nice to see RA. I guess it's hard to know if it's just going up against another weaker team like TT, or if it was the adjustments coming out from their last series, because they did push EDG to 3 games, weren't able to take that one. Before that series, they 2-0'd IG, but I think so far they're looking a lot more stable, and even just the eye test of how they're playing the map so far looks so good.
Ooh, I love this rotation coming in from Feather. Seeing if we can maybe get something on the Hoya, who does have his flash and his hops, so it'll be difficult to really get much else out of this one here. Yep, there's the flash coming in. Must not have had the hop back on top of it, but you just didn't need to walk backwards. There was no need for that Hoya, and Xiaoshu punishes accordingly.
Xiaoshu, ready for it. Mistake does come through, but you need the killer instinct from Xiaoshu there to be able to capitalize and get that kill going. And I mean, great to see. You don't see too many like top lane roams from support anymore. It was like that. Plays like that to me are very reminiscent of like Xiaohu top on RNG, Ming doing that consistently. And yeah, it's great to see RA kind of be able to add that into their arsenal with how this bot lane 2v2 is going, knowing, Assume being on a recall, walking back to lane and won't be under any threat. And we're getting a replay of how it happens, kind of going with that roam that we were just highlighting. Things look all right for Hoya at first. Sure, he's going to have to burn the flash because it is a coordinated 3-man gank, but he looked like he should have been able to get away just fine. But it's right here, walking back, trying to get that boomerang in and just tether that at least bit of return damage. Wouldn't have meant anything, but it would have at least made Hoya feel better. And now he just feels worse. Feels horrible.
It feels Hoya, but no.
No, you're not munchables.
I'm not. I can't make those ones work as well as he does. He is the king of those kind of setups.
He is like, I love how every region does have a bit of a bad pun master. I'll be honest, I might be overselling it because I don't know if LEC or LCK have a bad pun master, but
yeah,
you know,
Medic.
LCS had Freak. We have Munch, and you know what, Sheen? We're on 7 days a week. there's no time to keep up with all the leagues in the world. I mean, hell, even Freak, not in LCS anymore, so
Yeah,
no,
I was gonna say,
no
I was like,
no
I
time
don't
to
think
call
Free
that
Cast
one.
is in LCS anymore.
Back in the day, good times.
Tells you how long we've been here. We've been quite a few years now in the LPL. We are seniors.
That actually doesn't really say
in our
much,
league.
considering that I mean, Freak did just swap over this year, right?
True. He's only recently gone, now on the development team, the balance team. I see a lot of people blaming him for things. I don't think he is the direct person who deals with every single balance change.
Let's also give him props, right? Because he still does his patch note YouTube video.
Oh my
so,
god,
yeah,
those are
if you
so
didn't know,
good.
Freak still breaks down every patch note on his YouTube, where, again, now being part of the balance team, you even get more insight in terms of what they were thinking. So regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the changes, you're getting transparency from the man. So, it's something I definitely respect quite a bit.
-1. He didn't get it. I don't know what it is. Like, the funny thing is, if you ever look at all the regions, I was crazy, but you can always tell the observer's style. And in LPL, we've just decided that, you know what? Anytime someone misses a cannon, we're gonna zoom in and highlight it to like the nth degree, because that's what we need to do.
It also makes you wonder, like, how much like the Chinese casters themselves also like kind of hone in on that.
True.
Maybe even roast the players, but we did have something important happen in the game finally. Herald picked up by TT. No contest is going to come out from RA, and it makes sense, right? Because they have been the ones kind of making proactive moves with reset timers having to come out. Did open up a window for Beichuan to be able to pick that one up. Looking across lanes, right, you've been being pressured in top. You potentially could look for mid, but I still think getting gold on the Aphelios would be quite nice when you've already dropped one plate in the bot lane.
And that's the thing, people might be looking at it kind of going like, oh, but you had topside pressure, you shouldn't be giving over that Rift Herald. It was a conscious decision by RA. They wanted the Dragon pressure. They wanted to be able to kind of give Jinx that free lane in the bot side to kind of get back a plate or so after they kind of said, look, we're going for a roam topside, but now the Dragon can be started. And RA are moving in towards this one here. TT kind of half contesting it for the moment. No TP in either top laner. Not challenged right now. It's just say that. We're going to see them go straight in on top of Beichuan. Now Asum can start to get excited. They need to turn back onto the Dragon and finish that particular objective off. But again, we're seeing RA dictating the pace, knowing how they want to fight, and just beautifully executing how they want to take those fights.
And I think TT still just looks so unsure of themselves, because they should have theoretically had an advantage going into that fight, because Yao Yao hit level 6. Feather has just hit level 6 right now, but with them angling forward, UCal not really being, so a part of the play, we're going to see here, like, moving up, the Aphelios isn't here, Charm comes out, and he just gets completely, I wouldn't say bursted, but taken down before. Look at UCal. He got 2 autos in, 1XN finally gets involved in the play. Had they waited a little bit longer, get 1XN in, give time for UCal to get the position he wants, having that one Nautilus ult advantage, I think, would have made a difference in a skirmish this early on.
Absolutely agree. And again, we're seeing it. We saw in the last game as well when TT went for fight, or to try and fight over dragons, and like just weren't fully confirmed with that one. We are going to see the ultimate come out, but it's only going to knock away the Rel. Will surely get to do her favorite thing in the world. I don't think she will, and that feels bad, man.
There are things that feel worse. Game 1, for example.
I never said it was the worst thing in the world. I'm just saying it feels bad,
You're
it's
right.
it's all about
You're
perspective as well. You know when like you see a kid and they just drop their ice cream, and it's like, to them, that is the worst thing in the world. Like, that is, how could God have allowed such a terrible thing happen to them? But obviously, as you grow older, there are far worse things that can happen than your ice cream dropping.
Like, seeing a kid drop their ice cream actually kind of hurts my soul.
It is a little bit like, oh, my poor boy. Like, or it's just not a fun thing to see. It feels upsetting.
Like, whether you're the type of person who like hates children or not, children are like the little untainted versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
And the fact that ice cream was the most important thing in the world, it meant so much, it means a lot to me, as that hook would have meant a lot to Yao Yao. And, it's a bit weird to see. It's a bit weird to see Yao Yao being so off of his hook game today, because
Yes.
Yao Yao and his engages are like one of the things that pushed TT into being a playoff team. But today, I mean, who knows? Who knows what's kind of gone on in, you know, the TT training facilities, TT scrim rooms, because whether it's from draft and like the picks and bans that we saw and them banning out Nico Casante on blue side, or just even small moments like that, it's just TT really look off their game.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is Yao Yao's most played champion in his career. He has 45 games on it. He knows what this champion is, and it just feels, and again, it's not even close as well. It's like 45 and then Rakan at 25, you know what I mean? And then it's Thresh and Leona 24. So it's things like this that you're kind of going, you need these kind of setups. We are going to see the Emperor's Divide come in, but this is why the Ahri is pretty safe into something like the Azir, because now your Emperor's Divide is down, and we just kind of lost ourselves a Spirit Rush, which could be up a little bit quicker. As mid lane or bot lane, Assum getting himself another plate. They may go for a dive here. 1xN is very low.
Oh, they're going to be able to find it.
There's the cleanse, the flash, but now he's got nowhere else to be. He's going to get cycloned out, you would imagine, and bonked onto the head. Leyen, though, will sacrifice his life. And honestly, if they trade this back 2 for 1, there's a huge win for TT. Decent damage coming out from the Assum Jinx, but not to be anything more than just his death delayed. And TT finally get themselves on the board with a good proactive roam from UCal.
I mean, they were trying to get the fast play down, right? Like rocket combo after the Rel engage comes through, and had that landed, I think they probably would have been able to get away in a better position, maybe at least one more escape. But still, play ends up in favor of TT. I will say the Gnar did have to use TP, so some things were given to make this play work. But it's right here, Flash coming up right in time after the cleanse comes through to be able to escape. And then look at the minimap, because we know here 1xN's going to go down. But the 3-man roam coming in, the Gnar TP actually does feel a bit like overkill now, seeing it live in the replay. So they do come out better for wear with kills, but the Jack's got a ton of free time up in that top lane with the turret. So you can see only 2 plates left. Yeah. Divine Sunder completed. Hell, across the board. Once again, RA being in the lead with gold, 2k up, which means, you know, 2 Divine Sunders, Everfrost in mid lane, Kraken Slayer picked up on the Jinx, to where we see 1xN still hasn't finished his burst item yet.
And again, you know, it's TT. They're either they're hot or they're cold. They're yes or they're no. It's kind of all in or a little bit of Katy Perry. We can all appreciate a little bit of Katy Perry, but it's
are they in and out as well, Lachine?
I mean, potentially. You know, it depends on how you want to look at it. But it's things like that where it's like, you know, in the Dragon Pit, they don't fully commit. And they don't really give themselves any kind of an option to fight. In bot lane, they overcommit. So yes, they do get a positive play of a 2 for 1. But like you mentioned, mid lane got pushed in, top lane got pushed in. All of these things kind of, you know, lean up against you. And now we're going to see potentially Xiaoshu just kind of taking this turret. Does pop down his ultimate to try and jump on the Hoya, who will go into Mega. Dragon was traded back on the back side of this one here, but Xiaoshu doesn't feel afraid. Now that he knows that the jungler was there, yeah, Hoya recognizes, maybe I don't want to go for this fight, and that means mid lane is exposed as well. TT fully committed to that Dragon, but because of that, that means that RA said, cool, go for it. We don't care. We're going to get so much pressure on the rest of the lanes.
I mean, look, right, I was going to say Strive down in bot lane pushing this one out. I love it. Herald in mid, use that pressure to lean up towards top, which extends the amount of time that Xiaoshu has to play with and, you know, get another wave in, while also counter jungling. RA seriously have just looked so much like the better team in the series.
Yep, and Hoy is dead. We will see Leanne getting a fair bit of damage back on top of him. The Ignite is good. Beishuan cannot turn this one around again. Now we see bot lane Strife does get a decent amount of CC to stop UCal from getting anything off of him. Aston is just pushing in mid lane. They're trying so hard, but it's just not sticking.
No. And right, all of the plays they've been finding are answers to, like, I don't even want to say over-aggression, but from RA wanting to win out on the whole map. Because when you're playing how RA is right now, where you're trying to push in top, push in mid, push in bot, all TT have to do is leave one side weak to overload somewhere else to try to punish you. But even that not working to its fullest, maybe it will now.
It might. We're going to see a TP coming in. He drops down the traps probably a little bit too early, and Assum is dead. That's, yeah, you know what? Don't go for Raptors. You probably should have reset. You probably should have finished off your Gale Force, but not to be anything else out of that. Just a little bit of gold back, and that's honestly what TT need. They need little mistakes like that to try and bring themselves back into this game, because they're 5,000 gold down out of nowhere.
And I guess now the question goes to RA of, can they stay disciplined enough doesn't need to be full on discipline. Like, you can give picks like this away, and it really isn't a detriment to your control over the map. Or are they going to let a little bit loose? Because you don't have as much freedom as you did in last game. Like, there isn't a Zir, there isn't an Aphelios, you have a Poppy to peel. If TT start closing the gold lead, they will start winning out in team fights. As we finally see Yao Yao with the max range hook connecting. Thank you, League of Legends as a game, because Yao Yao deserved to not be finessed once again. And yeah, we just need to see moments like this not happen too often for the side of RA, because they're still up 5,000 gold.
Yeah, it's not going to mean the biggest difference in the world, but like, I mean, 20 CS in top side, 20 CS in jungle, 10 CS in mid lane, 20 CS in bot lane. Like, these are the advantages that are coming in here for RA, and this is why they're able to kind of be so confident roaming around the map, knowing that they've got basically no pressure from mid lane here from TT because of those 2 towers they're able to take when TT decided to try and trade the dragon.
I do gotta say that I think RA might need to rely on Baron to effectively be able to push this game forward without a big overstep from TT, because, right, with both teams being on only 1 dragon apiece and it being 18 minutes, really no team should be worried about, like, Soul being a deciding factor. And if it does get to a point where Soul's a deciding factor, I think that's where TT will be favorites to win those team fights. So for RA, it's going to be about trying to push into the enemy jungle with side lane pressure from Jax and overloading mid lane with the rest of your members, get deep vision. If TT don't fall prey to that vision and allow picks to come through, RA are going to have to bait Baron, and RA are going to have to try and force TT out of their base that way to start breaking down inhibitors.
We will see Asim get himself his Gale Force once he resets there. He cleared the wave, got to go up and pick that one up for himself, but now we're still very early on in this game. It's not even 20 minutes, but the map is so exposed here for TT. It's very rare that we see all outers and a tier 2 taken so early on. And we'll see if RA can kind of really push this narrative, push this, you know, kind of idea that they are going to be able to 2-0 this. Because, I mean, a 2-0 here in the grand scheme of like, you know, looking at the playoffs and stuff like that, we are going to see Yukal using his ultimate, but now he doesn't have that available to him. Feather gets knocked back. One has to flash, and it's this panic. You can see it in them on TT. They're not quite sure what they're doing, where they're going, but RA, cool, calm, and collected, lost nothing and gained everything.
Yeah, just still feeling fine. We'll have dedicated TP down to the spot side to stop the push coming out from Hoya. And with Divine Sunder and already, you know, a Call Fields and Kindle Gem in inventory, Shashu's definitely going to feel even more confident about being able to win out through these 1v1s. So, going to keep up with what they've been doing because RA have had the superior vision control all, you know, series long so far. Dragon going to come up in 14 seconds. I would expect TT to just give this one away, which is what it looks like they're going to do with Yukal just pushing even deeper in this top side. But that's what shows even more that I don't know if RA can really just sit on their laurels for the next 10 minutes waiting for, you know, the next 2 Drakes to come up and allow Yukal this free farming.
That's the thing. The longer this game goes, the more we do tend to kind of give TT a better chance. You know, it does feel like little by little, bit by bit, they will start to come back into this. We saw.
You believe in 1xN now, don't you?
I believe in 1xN, especially on the Aphelios and little things like that. It's just so funny, and it's just, you know, it's funny in a sense of that, like, you know, you always have to keep an eye out for it. There's always those people that kind of go, no, game's over, move on, go next, whatever, blah 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 blah. But
Ashin, were those people?
These champions, I was one of those people, but not anymore. I have seen the light. My faith has been restored into 1xN because those things can happen. This is a human error game, and you know, right now, we've got to see where this team wants to go. I will say Stripe's going straight for damage right now. Got the Cosmic Overdrive to build himself up a little bit more here. And we'll see what TT want to do, because they're hovering around this top side, maybe looking to go for a little bit of a fight with the vision control they've garnered around this Baron pit.
Yeah, TT, I like that TT haven't over-pushed or over-aggressed for anything in like the last 5 minutes. They might be doing so now with this vision control because you don't see anyone on the side of RA right now. You're going to see Jinx showing on mid-wave, but you don't see Xiaoshu. You don't see anyone else. Maybe Xiaoshu actually did just walk over wards. So they have a little bit of information. But without complete knowledge, yeah, don't stand around that Baron pit, TT. Back off.
Yeah, not yet. Anyway, you would love that Death Cap to be finished up. You would love the Gale Force to be finished up. These are the 2 big ticket items, and it looks like they should be getting them very, very soon. Now on the resets, RA will garner more control back around this Baron pit, but Rabadon's Death Cop is massive. They now know the Feather and Leanne are sitting here in this brush, so they should not walk into here and get caught.
I think especially now, Gale Force even being finished as well. Gonna give a lot of mobility to play with is Hoya.
Oh, he's getting
used.
1v1.
He's
The
dead.
flash, the auto, bonk on the head. Xiao Shu has his number. Now that they see the Azir bot side, they know the Nara is dead. It's going to force out the TP because there's no way they can get an engage. This is so difficult now for the side of TT to defend.
This is a 4v4 for now. Jack's still not
4v4
here.
now. They're going to get the double knock up here. They're going to try and burn him down, but Strive over the wall finds the Nautilus. A trade back here, but there's only so much this Emperor can divide. 1xN, I can only believe in you so much, my friend, and that is RA blowing open this game. You said it, Lyric. You wanted to see them go for the Baron to finish it off, and it's exactly what they're going to do.
Still, I feel like a big problem just being Hoya in that bot lane. The 1v1 coming through. It opens up this play to come out from RA. Once again, we'll give kudos to Xiao Shu for having the killer instinct, kind of like his very first kill, right? Where Hoya tried to throw the boomerang, and Xiao Shu capitalizes by just jumping in and finding the kill. It felt very similar to that. And even the play itself looked very half-hearted, right? He's kind of going in, trying to get a bit of damage out, but it doesn't look like he knows if he wants to full commit or not. Has the ult available, still hasn't committed it just yet. Looks like he wants to use it to disengage, but it's like, you were the one running forward, committing to that fight.
Yeah,
Gives over the kill. Sure, Jack's now has to run across the map, but RA don't have to commit immediately. And we're going to see here, Beichuan trying to hit him away, somehow manages to not do so, and Strive.
Yeah, I was going to say
go
what
on.
actually happens there is the Nautilus ultimate knocks him up, and then as the hammer is coming down, and speaking of a hammer coming down, imagine if Xiao Shu had a real weapon, because he is solo bowling everyone around this map. Beichuan looking for a fight, immediately has to flash away. Top lane's under threat, bot lane's under threat, mid lane's under threat. That map is not safe right now for TT, and RA looking like a clean 2-0 for them on the day.
Yeah, RA are coming in so dominant, even despite the hiccups they've had. I mean, just the way they've played the map, the way they've kept up their vision. There have been so many good things we've seen from RA in this series. And Xiao Shu's just going to keep going. Man, I am so happy that Xiao Shu came into the league and we get like another like alpha dominant top laner in the league.
Oh, yeah. I mean, RA now starting to feel so confident. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Picture in picture. Bonk, bonk, bonk. It is just how it works right now. No one can step to him. A flash away as Hoya will go down again. TP coming in here from the Janks. The Jack's going to continue on the bonking. They're going to try and kill off Asum. They will, but a triple kill for him. And that is it. RA stamping down a real marker to say, hey, playoffs is still in our sights.
Exactly. RA now are going to make their way up to 4 series wins. They'll be tied with EDG, Ultra Prime, FPX, this whole big, like, curmudgeon of teams that are still looking for that spot. And now, Ashin, do you believe in Yao Yao?
I do not believe in Yao Yao. It's not what I said.
It's not
This
gonna
one,
work again.
this one I'm a little bit more confident in. But RA with the 2-0. Fantastic to see from them. And this is why I was excited for this roster coming into the split. I will say, I will call myself out and say that I was excited with the addition of Mole, maybe over Strive. But Strive has come leaps and bounds compared to where he was in spring. And this whole top side map, between the mid, the top, and the jungle, just works so exceptionally well here for RA, and it's really coming out good now here in the later half of the split.
Yeah, and I also think it's just a huge benefit that they're able to get their hands on the Ahri. Not to kind of like put Strive in on a box, but he just looks so comfortable on this champion. If you kind of discount Annie, which is his second most played at 6 games, but is only one win, 5 losses, the rest of the champions he's played like once or twice. Ahri, he now has 8 or 9 games of solid, like 60% win rate on, and just really able to deliver. So, working better with the team, roaming on the map, being more comfortable with meta champions in the pool, I think is why we will continue to see Strive. And I mean, hell, even Strive, even before this split, right? Strive was a player that a lot of us were hyped for, like was having solid performances in the LPL. Yep. Maybe not, top 3, top 4, but you also are in a league with, Rookie, Knight, Yagao, all these monsters. Exactly. But the fact that you can at least the fact that you can at least like contend with a lot of them, like even like when he came in his rookie split, was impressive. And now seeing RA today, the biggest thing for me just was their map play and their cohesion, because that's something I don't feel like RA has had. Because RA has had good players. Like RA are like, you think about like the JDGs and BLGs of the world, but with like the younger rookie talent. They've kind of snatched up all the young, promising, the Strive, Xiaoshu, Assume, Feather, like all these guys super hyped. Then you kind of have Lo Yan, who been around longer, but Lo Yan, you even think back to, I think it was 2021 summer for RA, where he was looking like a top 3 jungler in the league. Like, they have
Honestly,
the talent.
Like, the first 7 series for 2021 summer for Leanne was like, oh my god, this guy's insane. Like genuinely one of the best junglers. Unfortunately, didn't stand at that time, but now coming back, really does feel like this kind of, roster is coming out. And it's great to see as well, because there's always a question about, is a player worth it for the long run? You think of like legacy players like Hacker and iBoy and stuff like that. And you kind of think to yourself, it's like, maybe is there going to be someone who can maybe do the same thing, if not more? And RA have committed 100% to say, look, we are bringing in young talent, new guys that we feel can make a difference. And they are like 4 and 6 now, and their game score is only -1. That is huge, because if you look at some of the people around them with the kind of similar win scores, -2 for Edward Gaming, -5 for Ultra Prime, -3 for FBX, they will, if they end up all on the same kind of score line, leapfrog all of these guys.
I like that you bring up the -1 point, because 4 and 6, and then looking at a team being 12th in the standings sounds pretty dire, but they are almost exactly at a 50% win rate, right? They are almost exactly 50-50 with the league right now. Hell, even like much better, like better than teams above them. Better game record than Ultra Prime, better game record than EDG. I tied up with NIP, despite the fact that they have, one more series loss. So I definitely think the hope is still there for RA. Xiaoshu, in my mind, is still always going to be the player that I'm most hyped to see on this RA roster. Just with, man, he just looks like he doesn't care at all. He doesn't care about anything going on around him, and he is still slapping everyone. Oh, Hoy is standing in his fishing spot at level 1? Xiaoshu ain't having that.
That is
running
my
him down.
fishing spot. You got it in game 1. I'm getting it in game 2. That's not happening that way. But I mean, like, looking towards for RA as well, I'm excited to see where this roster can go. They got AL later on this week. They've got top esports, which honestly could be a win with all the amount of, kind of teams that are being taken down right now. We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to send it over to Christina for the winner's interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Assume, the ball leader for Rare Atom. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. Actually, I want to start with the game 1 because you guys did a perfect job, especially in early game. How did you guys manage to snowball the game very quickly, especially in early game? You got so many kills and your jungle controlled the game pace very well. 欢迎 Assume 选手来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 RA 在今天的比赛当中2-0获得了比赛的胜利。那么我们想从第一局开始聊一下。其实，在第一局前期的时候，队伍就很完美的滚起了节奏嘛。想问一下，第一局你们能够在前期的一个大概的设计是怎么样的呢？
第一局前期的设计就是，因为我们下路那种组合比较强势，就纯2v2的话，我们打对面是很好打的，然后就做好眼防一下对面波比gank，然后让猴子到6级，这把游戏就很好。
So first of all, we got very aggressive body for us, and as long as we can farm to level 6, and we can actually get so many leads. And as long as we take a lot of 2v2 fights, we can get kills. And besides, we also need to manage the vision very well. And yes, you did a really great job on this part. And coming to game 2, you got Jinx and Roll, this body. Coming to this meta, Roll has adjusted a little bit. So what do you think of this sport, this sport champion, especially in the LPL stage as a engaging sport? Maybe will the role be popular here? 那么接下来想问一下，在第2局的时候，我们这边下路选出了金克斯和瑞尔的组合嘛？想问一下，你会觉得瑞尔这个英雄在经过他的中型调整之后，会在赛场当中，特别是在我们 LPL 的赛场当中，有一个怎样的表现呢？
感觉瑞尔重做之后，感觉容错率比之前高了很多，就打这些 info 还是挺好用的。
I do think it will, since he has adjusted. I think this is a good champion because if as long as he do not make mistakes, it also can be acceptable. Maybe you can make errors in game, but this will not cause a very big problem to the result of the game. And I do think it will be a very strong champion here. And I want to touch on the patch 13.12 overall bit, and I feel I have seen a lot of virus body occur here, including like the Driven, it's kind of aggressive champions, also Philius, Twistana. So overall, what do you think of this meta, especially in terms of the bowling? 那么想问一下，接着我们继续说到版本的问题嘛？除了日耳之外，最近的赛场当中，我们看到了非常多的下路组合，大家好像都在尝试一些新东西，包括像激进的德莱文，然后传统的大河的菲留斯，甚至小炮这样的英雄都有选出嘛。那么阿苏姆作为一个下路选手，你觉得在这个版本会是什么样的下路生态环境呢？
就是什么都能玩，然后看就 AD 选手更擅长什么吧。可能有的 AD 就比较擅长这些大河英雄，然后我的话可能就是德莱文这些玩的也玩的很多，就看选择吧，看队伍的 BP 需要什么就玩什么。
Actually, I do think there are virus champions available you can play. It just depends on each player. You know, like some players are very good at Philius, this kind of AD carry, hyper AD carry champions, and I play Driven very well. And it's just according to your very signature champs and according to your team's needs in draft. And a final question for you. You got another wins. Congratulations again. So what do you think of team's form overall? It seems like that you guys adapt to this new meta very well. Are you confident of upcoming matchups in regular season？ 那么其实今天的比赛当中，我们可以看到 RA 展现了很好的竞技状态，并且感觉队伍好像适应新版本的速度还是很快的。所以你觉得最近队伍围绕这些方面有做什么准备吗？对接下来常规赛的比赛有信心吗？
就运营方面，感觉今天做的跟之前确实有点不一样，运营的比较好。后面也希望能就像今天这样子，感觉还是有一点信心的。
Actually, for today's performance, I do think we did a better job in micro aspect, and we have improved a lot. And in upcoming matchups, if we can play as macros what we did in today's matchup, I do think we are very confident of upcoming matchups. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢阿苏，我们来到我们的下午采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and a great insight as always getting in from the players. And I like that little last question as well because, you know, kind of saying, look, yeah, we definitely play better micro. We have the moves. We got ourselves just kind of like adding to the point that we were saying is like they now know and believe that they can make these moves happen if they do it correctly. And the fact that they had done it correctly today shows that the ceiling is definitely there. They have the potential to make these things happen and execute on them properly.
Yeah, they really do. And, you know, right before we were getting into that, you're kind of talking about their upcoming schedule. AL, WE, NIP, a lot of teams that they're able to take down. And a lot of it's going to be because of the man who got the MVP. I think a very fairly given MVP, Xiaoshu. We were talking about it. This guy doesn't care, does whatever he pleases, really encompasses the spirit of Jax as 31% of your team's damage when you are on like the Jax. You are not on the like control mage-esque mid laner. You aren't on like the hyper. Exactly.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
He stepped up. It was great.
I mean, honestly, this is, again, Xiaoshu, a rookie player. This guy hasn't been in the league, you know, at all. You know, really was, you know, kind of a sub, I think, for RNG for a little bit. You know, kind of been around a while, but not really kind of developing into a full-fledged roster as of yet. But feels like this guy coming in now, 19 years of age, is going to be a very special prospect. Someone I'm definitely keeping my eyes on going forward into the years.
Look, all you people out there who are watching us right now, you're hipsters. You're hipsters because you're watching us. We're hipsters too, so it's not an insult. We are all hipsters together.
We're all hipsters. We all enjoy the LPL. Of course we're hipsters. You watch regular season, you an OG hipster.
Exactly. But if you want to be the ultimate hipster, you need to be the person who's ready in 2 years to be like, oh, I knew Xiaoshu would be a top 3 top laner in the LPL.
Tweet it now. Tweet it
exactly.
now.
Exactly. Because in like 1, 2, 3 years, like in the coming years, this guy's going to be up there with, you know, the 369s of the world really making a step. Because like you said, he's kind of been a sub, been in LDL, didn't get his full-time starting until this year, until LGD, and then moving up the ladder, coming on to RA. And, you know, it's going to be cool to see where his career goes next, whether it's with this RA team or not. But hopefully this RA team can get something done in spring so we get to see more of Xiaoshu in playoffs.
Absolutely. Very, very excited to see it. Look, for TT, I think the only way I can put it is because it is getting rough. You are now down on 2-8. You have 6
You're banning
series left to
Cassante
play.
Nico on blue side.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you that the level is just not really there. And again, we always look towards the kind of the schedule and stuff like that. They've got RNG, they've got EDG, OMG, LNG, JDG. It's not going to be easy, but that is where we're going to leave that particular series. We're going to send it to a break. When we return, we won't be here, but the next series will be starting very soon, and we'll see you soon.
A Mining, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio del sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento, Dorus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está Magna gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what PLG say. But they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just ult to him though. The Hex Splash is too slow. But Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton. And that's going to be game.
Đó là vị trí của Binjay và Binjay đã phải nằm xuống mất luôn cả tốc biến. Người tới ở phía sau là Cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai và khả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấp máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogen cộng với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được Rory. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt ở phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill. Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết là double kill và đây sẽ là đó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt well.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Huki might lose it. Buki goes in the back with the twisted advance, and Licorice swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Licorice coming out. Stixay manages to blast one down. No Turtle here for no more damage. Stixay one into lock eyes with Gory. Oh, no. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixay with the quadro. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill!
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, round ultimate.
Meu Deus!
O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill!
Que iniciante maravilhosa do House! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo, logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate, triple kill pro Brains que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps. Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it just stands there hitting them. Look at him go! Caps! Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
Didn't even know what happiness till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything.
Boy Scout, we're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day, we're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody, it's full of love, it's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I've got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light.
have to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my,
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by Kitty as we're taking over the cast. Thank you, Lyric and Achine, for taking over game number 1 of the day, where I will say, Xiaoshu Appreciation Club reporting in right here. Like, absolute monster today on that, Jax. But we're jumping into RNG versus AL, and I feel like this could be a surprisingly good series.
Yeah, most definitely, especially when both teams have been on the rise and up in the recent weeks, and AL obviously picking up that win up against FPX, bouncing off a very good note, and RNG looking to continue their 2-series streak, where I really want to hone in onto RNG for this summer. They look like a completely different team, bringing in Tongyun as that starting mid laner. Now, I feel like Wei is just at his peak form once again, and I really feel like he is one of our better junglers that we have in the LPL so far.
Yeah, I feel like RNG have been extremely impressive. I think a lot of people, myself included, were sort of counting them out a little bit at the start of this split with the roster that they had, but they have started to really show up. And I think the most impressive thing is the coordination. But on the side of AL as well, like, exciting to see what they're going to be able to do. Remember, these guys recently beat FPX. Well, FPX beat Weibo yesterday. So yeah, that's got to be some kind of positive statement about AL.
It's a very different AL that we're getting in summer, and I really want to credit just Xiaohao and how he's able to really step up as that carry jungler, which I feel like will play into their series up against RNG, because we keep talking about how both of these junglers have been the standout players of these rosters, but the series that comes back into my mind was the game up against, I believe, TT and Xiaohao on the Lee Sin. It's the most banned champion against AL, I believe sitting at around 70-something%, but I mean, he's an absolute monster when given the opportunity. But today up against Wei, a very different flavor where he has to kind of bounce off Tongyun, where I want to also credit Tongyun for having a fantastic week 4 where he is the best, well, he was awarded the best performing mid laner of that week.
Yeah, which is insane when you consider the depth of talent in the mid lane pool in the LPL. Tongyun really stepping up. One of the most prolific Annie players in the entire world, in fact. I was looking at the numbers. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he has the most Annie games of anyone in a pro league this split, which is, you know, definitely shows a preference, doesn't it? In fact, Yagao has actually caught him up yesterday. They're now tied on 10 games apiece, and they're both on 70% win rate. So, hey, Tongyun 5.9 KDA, whereas Yagao's only 5.1. Who's the real winner there? But yeah, so long story short, anticipate some Annie.
Yeah, battle of the best Annie we have in the LPL. I mean, Knight's also in that kind of discussion, but I do want to also give everyone a bit of a slight fact. So Tongyun has a very cute nickname in China. He's called Yuanshen. It just means Yuan God, pretty much, especially after his performance up against EDG, where he was pretty much the difference maker for that series to go to a 2-0, where he was able to backdoor on the LeBlanc. But obviously, going against LA tonight, we do have Harder over Pinzi, and I feel like when you compare these two players that they have offer on this roster, is I feel like Harder does fit AL's overall playstyle a lot better. You see that he leans towards those utility mid laners like the Galio, like the Cassante, where it does play for a lot of setup that allows Xiaohao to go for those skirmishes. And I feel like iBoy and Zora being the bottom lane of summer has also brought a lot of flavor compared to Betty and Sora from spring, and they do have a lot of stability when it comes to that early game.
Yeah, I've been kind of impressed by Zora, especially. He's had some really good games. You know, like, look, at the end of the day, this is not a top team. This is not a team that we're expecting big things up by the end of the split, but it's a team where I'm hoping to see, like, fundamentals improved and like a foundation set for next year, right? Figure out which pieces you want to keep in the roster for next year.
3? I guess Breathe just signaled 3 to AL, saying that he wants to continue his 3-win streak, perhaps going into today. But I also
maybe he
want
wants to go to 3 games. I don't
know. Well, I mean, if RNG goes to 3 games up against AL, I would be really surprised, because RNG is looking like a team where I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they become a pretty big contender for the summer playoffs, because of how well they've kind of adapted as a roster. I mean, you compare them back to spring, where you see Angel and Tangyun both sharing the position in mid lane. But specifically for Tangyun, he looks so much more confident when it comes to his playstyle nowadays, and that's definitely really helped to round off the RNG composition with LP coming in. A fun fact for you guys is that LP has a 30% damage share on an average game for RNG, so that's how much LP plays into this entire identity of RNG. But obviously really big shoes to fill for Gala and Ming leaving this roster as well, but I think he's meeting the expectations.
Yeah, so far so good. I feel like the biggest thing as well, like when we talked about Gala leaving the roster and LP coming in, like the big difference between Gala and LP in my mind was like playmaking ability. I think both in a standard team fight will do damage. I don't think LP is incapable in that regard, but I wasn't sure whether LP would be able to step up and bring that individual flair that Gala brings to the table. But I've been pleasantly surprised this play. I feel like LP has had quite a few big moments where he's been willing to, you know, do Aphelios things or you know, flash forward, make a big team fight play to win his team the game. So far so good, I would say, on LP joining this roster. And you know, at the start of the split, I was thinking Gala had won that trade 100%. But actually, with LNG's very recent form, maybe not.
I mean, we have a couple of upsets, especially when it comes to the super rosters that we have in the current league. But I like how you talk about the Aphelios for RNG, because it is his most played champion, sitting on the 9 games at 87% win rate. So this is going to be a highly contested pick when we consider ban pick. And of course, like you said, that Annie's sitting on 10 games for Tangyun, sitting on that 70% win rate, where we have to consider what AL's approach for this game 1 is going to be, because we know that we know that Xiaohao has a huge champion pool when it comes to his carry potential, like the Kha'Zix, the Viega, and also the Lee Sin. But once you take these away and you're up against Wei on RNG, then that does mess with AL's approach to the early game. And I'm getting a little bit afraid, because once you just talk about the presence for the solo laners, I feel like Breathe and Tangyun definitely have that edge.
Yeah, definitely. I wish I could get in on the RNG comms right there. I don't know what
You're
they
so
were talking
happy.
about. They were having a whale of a time. It's good to see them coming in with such high spirits.
Let's play Static Shiv mid lane. Yeah, let's play Kai'Sa. They wouldn't expect it. First pick Kai'Sa, flex it to mid. Yeah. That's the approach.
Let's play Static Shift mid lane, and then also AD carry, and then also jungle, and then also top lane. Maybe even support.
Bring back Ashe support, and then she goes Static Shiv as well.
You actually can do that these days, honestly. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Ashe support with Halo Blades is still disgusting. Like, I feel like it fell out of the meta, but honestly, if you're just looking to win solo queue games and make people miserable, Ashe support, go Imperial Mandate. You can go Static Shift second if you want. Like, why not?
Well, that reminds me of when Echoes of Helios just got introduced as that support item, and people were cooking and saying that Ashe is coming back into the meta with Font of Life. Like you said, she does bring healing for some reason as an AD carry, as that support position. But we're gonna go into ban phase for this game 1, AL up against RNG.
Yeah, just for clarification for anyone that's taking advice on what to abuse the solo queue, you can't use Helia on Ashe anymore. They fixed it. Like, that's not in the game anymore. So don't build Helia on Ashe. Anyway, into the draft. We talked about Tangyun and Zani. Well, it's been taken away from him, and instead he goes for the Jace alongside a Maokai, and we are flying through.
Yeah, RNG more than happy to give this Wukong over to Xiaohao, but this is what we've been talking about. The jungle head-to-head for this game is going to be key, and whoever gets that mid lane priority when it comes to these two champions is going to be key, because we see that RNG, they well prepared for this Annie to be taken away by Hada in this game 1, where it's going to be naturally responded by the Jace. And Tangyun on champions like the carry is still a bit of a question mark for me, especially coming to the summer split, because he hasn't played a single Jace game just quite yet, as we all know him as a utility player.
Yeah, we'll see how he's going to do on a more carry-oriented pick. Now, Jace can still somewhat be, I don't know if a utility pick is really the right phrase, but you can kind of play back and just play for poke, can be an option, but realistically, you do want him to be going in unless you're building a whole poke composition. As a Xayah could be the option for LP here, for very long range. The Kai'Sa locked in. You assume for iBoy down in the bottom side, although shenanigans have been occurring in drafts recently. I will assume that's going to the bottom lane. And the Xayah, generally the answer to that. I mean, if you think way back to like 2019, this was the trade-off always.
I will not lie, that was probably the best meta we've had in bottom lane because it was just non-stop fighting. But of course, comparable to 2023, we have AP Kaisers dominating the competitive scene where you go the Static Shiv and into the Nash's or Guinsu, where you do play off those 3 item spikes, compared to something like the Kraken, which was I don't think Kraken was out during 2019, was it? Maybe it was a different item pod. Maybe it was IE or something. But obviously for this game 1, it is going to be all about the push. However, RNG, having the Xayah getting locked in, that does mean the Rakan is going to get taken away. Or at least any pairing that will do well for setup, especially when Luma, I mean, he has a bit of a flexible champion pool when it comes to the way he approaches these games in summer. And I feel like he does look a lot better on champions like Lulu, where it's a lot less punishable. But we'll have to wait and see what he takes up, because the top lane matchup is what I want to talk about, as we have champions like the Gragas and the Ornn kind of lowered in priority because of the rise in popularity, I would say, of Jackson or Renekton. And Breathe is someone that I would love to hone in on, because I feel like Breathe offers so much flavor to the RNG composition overall, because he can be your Fiora or he can be your Gragas, you know what I mean?
It's like one of those Valentine's Day cards. If you don't like him at his Fiora, then you don't deserve him at his Gragas. Breathe, yeah, though.
Exactly.
Like you say, bringing all kinds of styles to the table. I mean, he's played a game of Toppy. Like, I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here. Yeah. Breathe has 1 game off Poppy in the top lane, 100% win rate. By the way, didn't die that game. Has an infinite KDA on Poppy this split. But Lumao, taking away the Leona here. I really like this pick because I feel like this was the obvious available lock-in for Zora to set up for iBoy's passive. So really good takeaway here from R&D.
I love this Leona lock-in, like you said, just full sending it, trying to deny Ivor from that Static Shiv first item spike in the bottom lane. But never mind, I don't want to talk about top lane anymore because it is going to be the Cassante lock-in. However, we need to remind the audience that if AL decide to lock in this Alistar, the Jace realistically can be flexed towards that top side, and Tangyun locks in something like the Sylas. And you have so many great ults to steal. You have Cassante all out, you have the Alistar ult, you also have Wukong and Annie as a combo as well.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, I'm a huge proponent for Sylas, but especially into Alice. The Sylas with Alice, the ult is absurdly strong. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Sylas too far out of the meta. And Tangyuan will be happy with that Jace lock-in. And we have to bring in the context as well that Tangyuan generally has been that utility player, right? So it's already exciting seeing Tangyuan taking the Jace. Like, we get to see him. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is his Jace debut in professional play. So hyped to see what he can do on that one. The Renekton going to come out in the top lane for Breathe.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Tangyun is going to do on something like an AD carry, because I tend to think that RNG find the most success when Wei is set up to be the carry player, like something on the Kha'Zix or even Wukong, where it does relatively well when you give it kills ahead. I believe back in spring, my biggest criticism for RNG is that the meta just didn't really suit them that well. It was the jungler playing for setup, like the Vais, the Sejuanis, and of course the Maokais. But when Wei was on something like the Graves, they were finding a lot of success, and that trend has kind of continued into summer. However, RNG introducing something a little bit more flexible is definitely going to help them in the long run.
Yeah, I definitely agree, though, that this is a very different style from RNG, where not only we talked about Tangyuan playing Jace for the first time this split, but Wei and Breathe, both first time Renekton and first time Maokai this split. Like, this is a very different look from the team than what we've seen all summer. So excited to see how they bring this one to the Rift and how they pilot this one. I'm also looking towards iBoy, because, you know, we're talking about Kai'Sa as this kind of old school carry, like 2019, 2020, really big years for the pick. Well, iBoy is an old school carry. iBoy is one of the guys that was absolutely popping off back in 2019. Like, he is an exceptionally good Kai'Sa, and I'm excited to see what he could do, especially with the current version of Kai'Sa is incredibly strong. So I feel like he's got carry potential on his side.
Yeah, iBoy coming into this AL roster with a lot of veterancy. And of course, he found the most success during 2017 to 2018 on EDG alongside the names like Clearlove, Scout, and Meiko. So giving him something that has a bit more playmaking ability on this Kai'Sa is going to be spicy, to say the least.
The gyos come in and the emotes come out between our top laners, Breathe and ZDZ. Kind of sparring, like throwing attacks but cancelling them.
You know something, Munch, is that Chinese emotes, or at least for the Silas emotes, they have built-in text.
Yeah,
For
I know, yeah.
especially like the thumbs down and everything. We don't get that outside of the Chinese emotes. We don't get that in the Western version, do we?
What do they say?
What
does the
the
Nico one
Nico is
say?
like, oh, not bad, you know, playing not bad. And then the
what-
Silas one is like the really BM one. The Silas one is like, oh, you're playing really bad, thumbs down.
Oh.
You're really weak. So people
they-
get really triggered when you see that.
I mean, the thumbs down from Silas is definitely like a gladiator reference, right? It's you know, Caesar doing the thumbs out in the arena or whatever. But hey, I agree though. Like, I feel like we should. I need more active BM in my games of League of Legends. I don't feel like it's toxic enough yet. So I feel like we need more tools available. The bait ping just wasn't enough. I feel like we need even more.
Munch really wants something to spicing up his ranked games, but that's, I mean, something that we don't really get in competitive League of Legends, but hopefully as the game continues, we will get some of that. Harder is now level 2, and he is looking for some trade onto Tangyun, but I feel like overall, Tangyun does come out on top because he does have that extra bit of lifesteal in the D-Blade, but I do want to hone in on the bottom lane 2v2 because we have pretty much 2019 meta. We have Alistair versus Leona. But I'm expecting iBoy to go the static Shiv build, although he did start the call. I mean, he can still flex between the two, taking lethal tempo. But Lumal and this Alistair champion, they're relatively weak until level 3, so we won't expect too much action. But I feel like it really depends on who gets first move to help out their junglers, which will be the main characters of this game one.
Yeah, we've just been fed some stats on Kai'Sa bot lane so far this split. 2-7.
That's lovely.
20% win rate. It's not ideal, is it? I thought it was doing better than it has been. I'm a huge fan of the Kai'Sa, but so far, the stats aren't really agreeing with it.
The Kai'Sa game that really comes to mind for the summer split is Ruler's game. I believe it was up against Top Esports or something. Maybe I could be wrong. The games are blending together, but man had an insane team fight at Rift Herald. But talking about Rift Herald, Wei is looking for a sneaky priority on this Rift Scuttle. Rift Scuttle? Surely they're related, right? They look the same.
I think it's called a Rift Scuttler, isn't it? Like, they're not actually called Scuttle Crab. They're called Rift Scuttlers. I don't know where Scuttle Crab came from or why everyone calls them Scuttle Crab. I call them Scuttle Crab, but if you click on it, or if you look on the wiki or whatever, it's called a Rift Scuttler.
I mean, the more you know, right? But we do have two people hovering towards his middle lane, but it does seem like Wei is going to look for that double scuttle over Xiaohao. Oh, Harder flashing in.
Flash forwards, but won't find his opportunity here. The fight for the Rift Scuttler comes on in. Brave continuing to just bully onto ZDZ, already building a CS advantage. You can see he's going to deny that cannon as well as actually maybe looking for the absolute all-in. ZDZ barely surviving this lane at the minute.
ZDZ does have an extra bit of cookie, but one more misstep could mean that first blood going into Breed's hand, and we see Renekton as that common response into a blind Cassante as you are that lane bully in the early game, even canceling ZDZ's back. But this wave is really bad for the side of AL towards his top side. It is slow pushing towards Breed's side, so even TPing back, you need Xiaohao to kind of cover him to get that wave really pushed in and reset. But we see a replay of just the flash for flash trade as Wei does get away scratch free, but has to give over the scuttle, unfortunately.
So all things considered, our jungle's currently even on CS. You can see Wei pathing back up towards this top side, and Breathe has done a really good job of not only building a CS lead, but look at how the wave is positioned, right? It's pushing in towards him. As he goes for another trade, we'll clear away some of these minions because ZDZ could go back to base. Got himself that Thornmail piece as well, so the Bramble Vest. I couldn't think of the name then for a second. So we'll make the lane a little bit harder for Breathe, but you're still going to favor the Renekton.
Most definitely. I've been thoroughly enjoying this Renekton champion. Harder does get the stun onto Tangyuan, but Xiaohao is way too far away to commit to anything in the mid lane. But yeah, back to my point, I feel like Renekton is the LPL champion where you do get to force those early skirmishes around those major objectives. Just flash onto the carry and you pretty much one-shot someone. But obviously this champion, it does fall off a cliff once you get into the later stage. So you need this type of advantage, which Breathe is generating towards his top side. And of course, Tangyun utilizing his mid lane priority is going to bully out Xiaohao at his own wolf camp.
Look at this. The proxy from Breathe means he can move over to the play as well. Wait will take away the wolf camp, and this is just straight up bullying from RNG, utilizing the presence they have in both mid and top lane to now go for invades onto Xiaohao. And you know, coming into the series, you were saying we gotta look at Xiaohao as our big player. Oh, they're gonna be stunned up and slammed down to the skies from Tangyuan as Xiao. Yeah, you'll get a couple of hits on Wei, but it just doesn't matter.
And Wei does find revenge onto Hada. Listed down, noted down that Hada did not have that flash from the previous exchange, and committing all summoner spells from the top laner as well. Really good proactive play from RNG and exactly what you expect from that Renekton. But that falls into the point where Xiaohao is so behind in camps now, where we all say that Wukong and Maokai, you really need that level 6 to make things happen on the map. But we get a replay of what happened. Xiaohao was on a ward. I mean, there's so many deep vision for RNG set up towards his top side. So I feel like Harder and Xiaohao walking over here was a little bit of an overextension and rightfully punished by RNG.
I feel like they must have thought that RNG had backed away after the invade and gone back to their own side of the map, and they clearly didn't realize that we're just going to be waiting in the wings. And again, look at this. Breathe just holding the wave. The cannon denied. And Breathe, now it'll slow push away from him, but look at the CS lead that he already has. 12-14 CS up with more to take.
Bit of a horror story towards his top side, as you aren't going to be able to take any plates on Cassante, where that is where you shine the most. I'm expecting both junglers, if they won't path towards that top side, is a little bit hard to one-shot either Renekton or Cassante. So ZDZ, your wave, that's your problem. At least it's slow pushing towards him now, as Dragon is going to be up and available. We need to look at the summoner spells. We don't have the flashes available for this. Oh, Hada!
Oh no, the second he doesn't have flash, they just all go in. His flash is now coming off cooldown, but wait, knocked under the tower. Oh, will just be taken out in response. So good answer here from AL. Harder punished again. That one flash punished twice now.
They clutched the flash timing on both Wei and Harder perfectly. Like you said, 2 seconds or 3 seconds for that anti-flash to come back up, but they luckily got a response play from AL to get their hands onto Wei, who didn't have the flash either. But a really nice proactive roam from Lu Mao, committing the flash from the Leona as well, and getting that extra bit of kill into Tangyun's spot. Oh, Wei stole it, but you know, as a response, at least Wei got knocked into the tower, and that does bring them back a little bit of gold for Hada, which both of the dead people got the kill as a 1-for-1.
Yeah, the fact that Harder got it with Tibbers finishing the kill off there, but their heroics from Zora to make the play happen. Drake should be taken by RNG, and it does feel like they've been in control of this early game as Breathe continuing to just fight against ZDZ, who's going to go for the all-out, but Dominus is there for Breathe as well. ZDZ, I don't think you win this one, but Xiaohao coming into the play. Breathe, no flash available. Xiaohao flashes towards him, but can't actually close the gap here. Breathe is just waiting for cooldowns. He can go back in. Q3, though, the sustain is there. ZDZ flashes out to safety at the last second, and they bring down the Croc.
It looked a little bit scary, Munch. I will not lie. I feel like Breathe did have the damage to one-shot ZDZ, and he respectfully flashed out of that as well. So 2-4, no flashes or summoners, an ultimate out of Breathe, but it is going to be the top lane of RNG playing a little bit disrespectful, as the rest of the team was securing that first dragon.
Crucially, now we've got to look to RNG and see if they can punish that lack of flash, right? Xiaohao flashed and ZDZ flashed, and we saw when Harder didn't have flash on cooldown, he died twice within that 5-minute window. Let's see what RNG are cooking up for this top side, as Herald was dropped by AL. They don't commit to the play, and RNG now move in.
We need to also look at the ultimates available for both sides of this team, because Xiaohao had to commit both his flash and Cyclone for that kill onto Breathe. That does give RNG an angle to secure this Rift Herald as well, but that does mean both of the early objectives going over towards RNG is LP, a 1v1 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, both of them just Blasting abilities out. Neither ultimate's used, though. It does mean that the action is dissuaded in the end. I think iBoy was looking for an angle for the ult there, but too many minions. And there we go.
Surely
The minions are
go
gone.
in.
Featherstorm instantly to answer. There we go. Ult for ult.
That's kind of just the classic matchup of the Kai'Sa always wanting to go in, and Zai pretty much says, nope, I have the Featherstorm, and she is going to get away scratch-free, but we have to kind of talk about how RNG, they have complete control of this early game, and with the ultimates coming online for both Wei and Lu Mao, they just seem like they have a lot of vision control at the right time, and AL struggling to find these angles. But I would love to see some synergy between Harder and Xiaohao to make plays and punish this Zai, who just burnt her ultimate in the bottom lane. We'll have to wait and see, because Tanya, he does pick up the Dusk Blade at 11 minutes, so it's going to be really hard trying to find any wave priority, as we don't see that one, Zora.
Man, like, how do the observers for LPL even find these moments? Like, how they happen to be, they must have like a 5-second advantage on us. They spot in the live feed that Zora misses a ward, so then they zoom in on the main feed and like, hey, look guys, Zora's missing a ward. It's so brutal.
All right, Munch, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a broadcast secret. The observers, I think, are 3 seconds ahead of the casters and the live feed, so they get to spot out all these like tiny details, including Zora missing the ward on the Tribalish, but nothing
This is what
major.
they use that power for. Just to
Pretty
cyberbully
much.
Zora.
And to zoom in on the amount of cannon lives that have been missed, not collecting the gold either.
Oh dear. LPL observers never change. Never change. Here we go. They're grouping up on the bottom side of the map. Drake not up for another minute and a half. It does feel like both teams wanting to contest, as the Wolves will be finished off. Blue buff the target for Wei as Breathe goes in once again, just continuing to dominate that top lane matchup. Does mean that with that push, he can move out to the rest of the map, maybe influence something else.
You already see the vision that Breathe has been able to secure in this top side. Although you see Xiaohao showing on this river towards the bottom side, but that does give so much info for RNG to work off. But I feel like in this current game state, they're so comfortable. Their solo laners are ahead in terms of gold. They have the demonic also getting picked up by Wei as well. So if AL wanted to engage, they just don't have the pure DPS. iBoy does pick up the Kraken. It isn't going to be the static Shiv much, so that does kind of make my day a little bit better.
Yeah, kind of surprised not to see the AP builders ult for ult in the top side. ZDZ trying to find his chance, and Breathe respects it, flashes away. Herald now slammed into this mid lane, and Tang Yuan doesn't quite find his gate. So the shock blast is short on the minion wave, but not going to be the end of the world for him. ZDZ now finally gets a bit of pressure in the top side after using those ultimates.
Yeah, and with the gold going into Tang Yuan's pockets, that's definitely not something you want to be dealing with as AL. You don't really have the same amount of range DPS to deal with this Jace, as they will just play around Tang Yuan's Duskblade poke for this upcoming dragon game. But Breed surprisingly committing the TP towards his top side, so it is going to force a 4v4 towards the bottom. But I think Breed might look for a solo kill while this all goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Breathe, knowing that ZDZ can't reset right now or he'll lose so much. His TP on cooldown currently. So Drake, the target for RNG, as Breathe makes sure that ZDZ can't proxy, can't leave this lane for the time being. They are trying to muscle in as well, as LP's still in the bottom lane.
LP's just chilling, but Hada does have that flash available, so RNG, they can't overstep, but you also have to take in consideration that you can't get poked out by Tang Yuan either, so they have to pull the trigger fast if they want to look for this dragon.
AL are doing the Drake, but right now LP is just denying waves in the bottom side. Zora goes in, they're looking for Lumao, but he jumps forward to find a stun of his own. Now the commitment as LP arrives on the play. Tang Yuan with the Duskblade already, and the Featherstorm finishes the monkey. iBoy and Zora trying to escape, but here comes Breathe on the other side of the play. Zora's the target. A single auto would do the trick, but we're gonna call the meek.
I mean, you get the engage off, but it's onto Lu Mao, and he's a Leona. Press the W, extra bit of resistance, and they take 2 ultimates from AL, fighting in that choke as well. But Wei getting such a huge ultimate on this Maokai, I believe rooting 4 members of AL, just complete control, and they secure the second dragon. But we'll get a replay. I think Hado was trying to look for the double stun on the Tangyuan, but it unfortunately missed, and it wasn't able to reach onto the Jace, which is exactly what you want to be looking for. But that's so much damage just committed to a single Leona, while there was around 3 members also getting, I guess Wei was finding a lot of time for that as well. While LP, I mean, he was just collecting the remaining kills, while Breathe utilizing that lane party that he was able to gain also picks up a kill for him as well. And RNG more than comfortable with the current game state.
I mean, Breed's loving that. Just slides in, picks up 400 gold, and slides out again. Heads back up towards the top lane. Beautiful stuff. And in fact, actually, no, moving towards the bottom side of the map now. As you can see, Tangyuan is going to be the one to meet up with ZDZ in the top side here as our AD carries go to the mid lane, as you would expect.
You know, Munch, something that is a little bit surprising is that Hada has decided to lean towards the Luden's build on Annie, but I think for this game in particular, the Proto Belt, the Rocket Belt, for Annie would have been a little bit nicer because you do have that extra bit of gap close and you're not as reliant on that flash cooldown when you're trying to get your hands onto someone like Tangyuan and LP. But I mean, that magic pen will be nice, but I feel like Eyeball also going the Kraken, there's a bit too much damage. Maybe that could have been a little bit of a change, but we'll have to wait and see how Hada utilizes this.
Are you saying the build that he's gone for, he's making the game harder for himself? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Here we go then. RNG setting up to try and contest the Herald as AL already onto it for now, but RNG have pretty much won every fight they've had so far. Shock Blast is coming out, 3k on the Herald as the roots come in. Breathe engages the play. He is tanky, but is he tanky enough? He's in a 1v3, 1v4 on the backside. Gordrinker isn't enough. The Shock Blast comes in, Zora's low, but AL, they get themselves a Herald, they get a top laner, and they get out.
Way too split by RNG. I mean, to be fair, Breathe did buy a lot of time, but it just didn't seem like they had the follow-up from RNG as AL. They secured themselves that Rift Herald, but they don't really have the tools to look for and re-engage in this mid lane without that ultimate from the Maokai and Leona. So can they secure this with the wave clear from Hada? I'm not too sure.
Tibbers comes down just to clear the wave, and it means Eyeboy has so much time on the top side to finish it out by himself as well. And the gold, much more even than it was before this turn of play, and still the Herald in pocket for the side of AL as well. So you can anticipate at least one more of those tier 1s going down. RNG still with the lead, but AL finally showing us something here, answering back.
Yeah, the mid tower in mid lane does go down as you see that RNG, they wanted to contest this, but I don't know why Wei and the rest of the gang was really hesitant on this play. Although you lost the Rift Herald, you could have been there as the backup, but Hada, he didn't have that stun available either, so I think RNG, they were a little bit hesitant on that call. But with RNG picking up the mid tower, that does open up the map so much more and allows for vision to be set for this upcoming dragon towards the bot side, and that does deny a lot of angles for Zora and Hada to work off with.
I must say, Zora's looking good on this Alistar so far. Like, multiple fights now, he's found an angle to blow someone out of position to find a pick. Like, he knocked way underneath the tower in the mid lane play earlier on. Now as Breathe goes in, he knocks him up, then knocks him further away from his team. Now a double knock up on the engage as well, but he's low on HP himself. Featherstorm comes on through. That's a lot of feathers to pull in for LP, but Lumao's just going to go down, and the feathers do nothing.
It tickled Hada, to say the least, but that is going to be Lumao dying. A really nice engage from Zora, and also the TP committed from Hada, so they are going to be able to regain some vision control towards this bottom side. I'm pretty surprised that they aren't looking for anything. I believe Zora has to reset for those wards, so RNG not losing too much, but that is going to be the Featherstorm out of the Xayah, and it allows Hada to look with that flash available in this upcoming team fight.
Yeah, we've got, what, 40 seconds, 30 seconds until Drake is going to come up onto the map without Featherstorm. That could be difficult for RNG to contest, honestly. Looking towards Eyeboy as well.
Ow!
There's Tangyuan. He's starting to hit hard. He is starting to get that lethality online. You can see Muramana finished off now. 2-0 and 3 on the Jace. We were questioning, how good is his Jace going to be? So far, so good.
Even getting that extra bit of Q onto Eyeboy does mean that AL have to give up this control for the third dragon. I don't think they can force anything for the Baron. Breathe also has that TP available, so if AL want to contest for this dragon in a 5v5 style, Breathe will have a really good flank angle, and they don't really have the engage tools from Zora. They have to wait for this cooldown, so RNG gonna utilize this time frame to set up for the next dragon.
Kind of a weird herald there, as it's just going to be cleared. Loom out. That's the flash away to safety as the roots come across the team. Breathe is coming in. Can they find the fight? Solar Flare flashed away from. But that's, I mean, Zora's ultimate, Zora's flash. That's basically all of the hard engage AL have. I guess they got Wukong.
They have Annie too, but
That's true.
we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, I take it back. That's not all the hard engage they have. In fact, that's a small portion of the hard engage they have.
It kind of does seem like these two teams are just playing it full on ARAM in the mid lane, but RNG eventually going to secure that control over the dragon. I don't think AL have the damage to burst this Baron, and RNG very aware that they could potentially flip it here. Wei is the only one on the dragon though, so he won't make it in time, I don't think. Oh, he's already done. He can.
He's on the Drake still as he now starts to move over harder, is looking for the engage, but he's been spotted by the sweeper. 3k on the Baron. Zora the target, no ultimate available as LP charged in. iBoy is going to be going down as well. That's 2 kills in trade for the Baron. What else can they get away with? They need to get these resets off, but Tanguy nervous to go in. Stops one reset. Xiaohao now in the enemy jungle as Hard has been found as well. 3 kills in trade for the Baron as well as that Drake. Xiaohao needs to get the reset off, but the Solar Flare denies it. It'll be 4 going down. Only ZDZ gets away with the Baron buff. AL, yes, they get the Baron, but I don't think it's worth it.
Look, I respect the attempt. At 20 minutes, you're already down 3 dragons. You might as well all in on the Baron play and hope for a flip, as Wei was still caught up in the whole mix of the dragon, trying to secure that soul point for the side of RNG. But RNG has picked apart AL so nicely here. I feel like the game plan for AL is just try to escape with as many people as you could, but Hada a little bit hesitant on what he wanted to do with this play, where you saw him just, I don't know, he had the flash available to look for a one-shot onto the mid lane of RNG as well, but it just wasn't really any call from AL, and now they only go away with 1 Baron buff in ZDZ's pockets.
Oh my days, the shock blasts are really hitting hard. iBoy having a hard time trying to influence this game. The Navori quick blades finished off, headed towards the 3rd item. I assume a PD as well there. See if he can finish that in time, if he's going to be able to influence these fights, because it's been a fairly quiet game from him. And LP has really been dominating the farm side of things. We keep on seeing him kind of staying in lanes a little bit longer than iBoy. iBoy moving over towards these skirmishes a little bit earlier. And LP's just consistently crashing waves, and you can see the results in the scoreboard.
Annoying thing about RNG's composition is that they have so many carry potential in Breathe, in Tanguy, and also LP, so it's going to be really hard for AL to really focus in on one person. But Harder, he did save that flash, so they still have an opportunity to look for an angle if Tanguy does misstep. But I feel like AL, they have to play off RNG's misplays nowadays. But RNG gonna utilize this time frame and kind of force a side lane where I don't think AL has anyone that can respond unless they go catch Tanguy out.
Harder taking yet another blast here as RNG moved down to the bottom side, and the roots. Harder has that flash, but I still won't be able to escape. Surely the shock blast is there, the solar flare as well. And I mean, look, saplings need the sun. I guess Leona Maokai is a hell of a combo. Is now tier 2 in the bottom side taken, a tier 2 in the mid lane taken as well. I'm not going to try and push for inhibs right now, but my god, RNG are looking strong as hell right now. 2 minutes until that Drake as well as they reset.
There is still a ray of hope. ZDZ can utilize the last 2 seconds of this Baron buff and secure a wave in the top side, but I feel like as Harder in that situation, you might as well hold on to the flash. It was a little bit too hopeful to think you could escape from that tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, as RNG, I mean, they're just opening up the map so much, and we kind of have to bring it back to the point where AL only looks successful when Xiaohao is the main carry of this team. But when you don't have any lane party to work off, that it just becomes so much harder.
And I want to go back to something we talked about as well, because you know, talking about jungle carries, I feel like that has been the MO for RNG for most of this split as well. We talked about the Maokai coming in at the start of this game. Like, Maokai, first game of the split. Breathe with the Renekton, first game of the split. The Jace for Tangyuan, first game of the split. A very different look on the top side for RNG. And so far, looking fantastic with it.
Yeah, I really respect RNG's attempt in experimenting with different identities, as we know that RNG, they find a lot of success when Wei is on something like the Kha'Zix, but perhaps AL, they can find a potential pick before this final dragon spawns, which is going to be Mountain Soul, and it's going to be just so rough trying to walk in because we have so many engaged tools available for RNG. Maybe look for a flank angle from the bottom side could be your way, as Hada is already hovering that.
I feel like we need a harder redemption play here. Epic Tibbers onto multiple carries. I feel it's the only way for AL to win a fight. They're 8,000 gold down as Drake is spawning in 25 seconds. And again, look at the mid lane. LP pushes a wave and moves, and there's no one there to answer for the side of AL. This is where these massive CS leads are coming from across the board. Tangyuan just playing at range for the time being. Z just gets wailed on by LP. And now the roots come across the team as well. Zora getting caught out, having to use that ultimate. Finds the knock up, but LP with the Featherstorm keeps himself safe. And AL not going down with a bang, but instead with a whimper here. As they're slowly but surely chased down. Now into the backline they go. Can they find LP? At least that's one as harder. Chased down by the Croc in the meantime. iBoy getting one, but it's a triple kill for Tangyuan. And now the slow onto Xiaohao. We've seen him try to escape through the jungle before. It ain't happening. A quadra kill for Tangyuan. And RNG will win the game.
You know what, Munch? Tangyuan has officially proven to us that he can play anything, including the J7, 0, and 6, as AL were just slowly picked apart at that final dragon play. Now losing the mid lane inhibitor as well. I'm assuming they're going to reset and work towards that top side and force this Baron play where AL, they don't have the tempo to contest that.
They certainly don't. Mid inhib taken down. Mountain Soul now finished off as well. And sure, they don't end the game right now, but let's be honest, that next push is going to be devastating. Tangyuan, though, fantastic fight from him. Keep your eyes on this Jace.
I mean, everyone is just kind of looking at Tangyuan, but I also want to give credit to LP about how he was able to soak up the amount of pressure from specifically Hada, but we kind of go back to the point where RNG's composition, there's more than just one carry to deal with, while AL, they have these single target DPS all committing onto the AD carry.
We don't have time for that, as maybe a pick, maybe an opportunity for AL. They find one to start it off here, but Tangyuan is untouched so far, and he's shredding these health bars. So is LP. I don't know how they never found LP, but AL just take it apart. Oh, wow. It looked like maybe they found the opportunity, but instead they just serve RNG up a fight on a silver platter.
iBoy did manage to clear it on the mid wave. Oh no, the flash from Breathe! I think iBoy's out!
Oh no, the emotes as well. He emotes at Breathe, and Breathe just flashes, just decimates him. And look at that. Not a single spark of emotion on his face. It's just another day in the office for Breathe.
Relatively slow bleed for AL as the top towers do fall as well, but RNG eventually going to pick up this Baron buff and work towards that bottom side. No flashes available for any member in the upcoming fight, so I'm really worried for them, but like you said, I don't know how LP managed to live this fight. It was a perfect choke for Hada and Xiaohao to work off, but I just don't think they have the damage anymore to one-shot these type of people. But Wei, this game in particular on the Maokai, he's been finding so many successful engages on this Maokai and just buying so much time for Tangyuan to do that DPS on the Jace.
So now, 13,000 gold lead with the Mountain Soul. It's a pretty good spot for RNG to be in. And a valiant attempt from AL. And look, I respect that AL are still going for these fights, you know, still looking for opportunities. Never say die and all of that. However, I think they're going to have to be looking towards game 2 at this point, as we have hit the 3-item mark for iBoy. Maybe he can be that crit carry, but I'm not sure if they can survive long enough for him to get that many auto attacks off. Like, I feel like he's got so much threat on him, he never actually just gets to free fire as an AD carry.
All right, Munch. You know what what would have worked this game? Static Shiv Kai'Sa. With the amount of wave push that RNG was able to get out of this Jace, absolute value, but we did see the ultimates traded between the supports, as we do have Xiaohao tanking the ultimate from away with the clone, but it's just going to be a triple inhibitor that RNG is looking for.
Kai'Sa, we're getting some good damage down onto Wei, but will be that bot lane inhibitor taken, and the damage responded in kind from Tangyuan. And now, like you say, they can move up to that top side if they really want to. And I was about to say, they've got TP available for Tangyuan. It's going to be blasted to that top lane to set that up. The rest of the team can move over, get vision over the wall, and set up for a siege in the top lane. Like you say, triple inhib, well and truly on the way.
Not just triple inhib, also triple stopwatches for this RNG squad, and LP has the Featherstorm available in his pockets, both flash and cleanse, so you have to consider that Harder, the only person you can look for and engage onto is probably Lu Mao, and to secure that CC down, but Breathe, he's an absolute menace on the back line.
They found boy, the knockups are going to be there. Breathe trying to chase down onto him, but he'll at least chase him out of the fight as LP survives with the Featherstorm. And it's just another team fight win for RNG. Same old for them, as the Baron minions enough to chase them out. Double kill comes through for LP. And the boys in black and gold making it look good as they manage to get their win here. Will they win the game? Who knows? They're struggling to actually finish it off. But now, Nexus Tower's finally being taken down. ZDZ alone as iBoy still messing about on the map. But it will be game one going the way of RNG.
You can see smiles across the board for RNG, especially from Tangyuan. Excellent performance and debut on the Jace in the LPL. And I mean, RNG, they're just going in an upwards trend, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to serve us for this summer split.
Yeah, I feel like RNG are bringing a lot to the table this year. I apologize. I think I just coughed on broadcast. I thought
It's
I pressed the
okay.
mute button.
We're all human.
And then I pressed the button, it went green. It went red, sorry. I was like, I've just coughed. Never mind. Yeah, RNG looking fantastic. As you would expect, I feel like they were coming in as a pretty heavy favorite in this series. I feel like RNG are quickly becoming one of these teams where when they're against the middle of the table teams, that's an exciting series. When they're against the lower tier teams, like, I feel like it's fairly one-sided. I feel like this is a team that they look like a top team when they're playing against these lower tier opponents. So that's always a fantastic sign when we're looking towards playoffs. And I feel like at this point, I'm pretty confident RNG are making it to playoffs. Yeah,
Definitely don't underestimate this team composition that has been kind of molding together for this entire year so far. And of course, the addition, or at least the starting position given over to Tangyuan, the correct move with the results proven so far. But like you said, they're coming off a 2-series win streak from week 4. They won against EDG, they won against Ultra Prime, both in 2-0 fashions, and I wouldn't be surprised with the momentum going into this game 2 in the series up against AL, it might be a quick one, because I feel like coming into this game 1, all lanes kind of just naturally lost, especially mid lane. You see that Harder getting abused with no flash, although AL were the ones to be the initiative. So RNG just taking really good note of that and not giving any chances over to the enemy team.
No, certainly not. And, AL, definitely trying to make plays happen. I think the biggest thing was just RNG really punishing the lack of flashes on the side of AL, Harder flashing very early on in the game. Died twice within that 5 minutes. They did such a good job of hard punishing that play. Harder had a really tough game, it has to be said, but RNG doing a really good job of making sure that he had a tough game, if that makes sense. Really focusing in on him and making it tough. And like you said during the game, I mean, Tangyuan, if you weren't sure if he would be able to play Jace before, I feel like we've had our answer.
Yep, and just looking at the damage charts, Breathe also had his moment on this Renekton. Especially in the laning phase, you see how dominant this champion is when it does get that priority up against Cassandra. Or at least locked in as the response. I feel like this is always how the lane should be played out when isolated. But going back to our head-to-head that we really wanted to focus on, it was about the mid and jungle of this series. And of course, Tangyuan getting this Jace as the response into Annie, where it was blinded by AL, he was able to find so much priority in the mid lane for a way to work off, to the point where Xiaohao was forced out of zone jungle on this Wukong.
Yeah, Xiaohao having a tough time. And I mean, it was the, like you say, presence in the mid and top lane to work with Wei and make these invades happen, make these plays happen. Really, really great coordination and a clear game plan from RNG. And that's one of the things that quite often you don't see in the middle of the table is like they'll have a decent draft, but not necessarily be on the same page in how the plays have to be turned out, how like Wei responding to the state of the map with Breed and Tangyuan working together to invade those wolves to find an advantage. And that ended up turning into kills because I mean they kind of just waited in the bush and AL were not ready for the bush bait play. That is going to be game 1 done and dusted though. And we'll see what AL have up their sleeves. I'm really hoping they bring us a little bit more for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's looking for something now. With the flash available to him, they can see they're trying to corral everyone around here. They will be able to get something going, and I think WE recognize something is in the air. Nice ultimate, good flash.
Not going to come and steal plate gold. Just going to keep on mentioning that. Lien is Fofo. He's found Baolan, and we know he's going down. Fofo grabs a kill. This Lien re-engages it. Mako has to flash away, Strive with a chain as well. Fofo the target for now. Uzi is kind of alone on the top side, but they don't really focus him, and Strive's in trouble instead. Uzi's just charging at them, and Strive forced away. Assume now under the tower on his own. Root goes wide, but the minion wave is moving on in, and Uzi's behind him. Featherstorm comes out, and the pull's gonna be good. Uzi is surfing on RA. It is brutal.
Gonna pause though, because Forge in a bit of trouble. There's the flash. Oh my god! A level 2 solo kill. Scout does it again.
3K gold lead for FPX. They've had full map control for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, hang on. Wise Cam. What? Just solo kill Jojo in front of the team and he's out.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what the LG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
Sound like a can cracking open.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. We're just chatting away.
I'm not sure if we clipped in, but I'm so sorry. We were talking about caffeine for this second game, but of course, welcome back, everyone. I am now Munchables to our second game of this series, AL up against RNG, and hopefully I did not clip with my microphone in our conversation.
Yeah, well, you know, like blowing your nose happens. It's just one of those things in life. We're going to the second game here, RNG and AL, and pretty phenomenal game from RNG. Let's take a look at our MVP coming out of game number 1, because I feel like there was a few different candidates available, but for me, it's got to be the mid lane, right? Yeah, Tang Yuan stepping up 8-0-12. First game in professional play on the Jace, and looking pretty damn good on it.
I mean, there's a reason why he's called Yuan Shin and also the best performing mid laner of LPL in week 4. And this game proves us so, because this Jace, we were a little bit doubtful going into game 1, his first game in the LPL league, and it did wonderful. I mean, he was able to find so much damage onto the enemy team and pretty much untouched in all of these team fights where he was just free DPSing, and that's exactly what you really expect out of the mid lane of RNG. And I feel like on the receiving end, I mean, AL, you can see they're really desperate attempts with this Annie and Wukong, but unfortunately the early game just didn't really go into their favor, and RNG took advantage of just utilizing that priority and shutting down Xiaohao from any angles for this AL team, and hopefully you get to see a bit of a change up going into game 2.
Yeah, this play especially, it felt like it was going well for AL to start off with, but it just kind of ran out of damage breathe, got into that back line, and then LP arrives at the end of the play and just kind of shreds everybody. So phenomenal stuff from RNG, a slow and steady win for them, and you'd anticipate them being a favorite for the second game as well. I'm curious how AL are going to approach this next one though, because it didn't feel like they were necessarily all on the same page. Didn't feel like, I feel like Xiaohao did not have much support in his jungle, right, where we saw RNG all going for invades as a group. Didn't feel like Xiaohao had that same level of team presence on his side. So we'll see if they draft more to try and protect Xiaohao a little bit and set him up to be the carry again.
Yeah, and something that I will always be praying for is that any team in the LPL going against AL does let that Lee Sin through, and we get to see how good he does, because that is his iconic champion. But talking about game 1's draft, I mean, we had the Alistar lock-in for Zora, and it kind of felt a little bit goofy, especially if you consider the fact that you are up against a champion like the Xayah and Maokai, where your life is going to be terrible if you don't play around the vision correctly, and you're kind of just engaging from full vision, and the enemy team knows this and anticipates your engage, especially when Alistar is such a predictable champion alongside Hada. But going back to the roots of why AL was struggling in that game 1 was because Hada committed that flash 1-for-1 onto Wei, but Hada got punished while Wei didn't.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, Hada had a really tough game for himself on the Annie. I feel like the Annie almost like a takeaway pick from Tang Yuan, but Tang Yuan was very happy in that matchup. Like, maybe you can't just blind pick Annie here for game number 2. I'm not sure which team is on the blue side for our next draft, but I'll be curious to see what the first pick is going to be, especially if AL choose to swap sides. It was RNG on the red side to start us off though, so I'd anticipate probably the same sides for game number 2.
I think a little birdie told me that RNG is going to be on blue side for the second game, so that kind of means to me either they just take away one of the OP junglers or it takes away that Annie for Tang Yuan himself, where they've been finding a lot of success on this champion, so that wouldn't be a surprise to me. But I would like to see a bit of a change up in the mid lane matchup where Hada in this game 2 does get the lane party, maybe something like the Nico, perhaps. Doubt it's going to be let open, but Nico, Ari, even Azir could work in game 2, and Azir has been slowly climbing in terms of presence in the current games, is because that he does have that lane control in the mid lane, or at least what Xiaohao would like to have to work off with.
We'll see what Xiaohao's going to have to work with coming out of this one, but Wei really the man of the hour at the moment. It feels like he's having an unbelievable split for himself. And again, this RNG team, I think, surprising a lot of people with how cohesive they look. In their wins, they really do look like a top team. They really do look like a team that could start to contest the upper echelons a little bit. And I'm looking at RNG's schedule as well for the future weeks, and it looks like they could have a little bit of a win streak for themselves, you know, already beating EDG and Ultra Prime, looking towards a winner versus AL here, unless AL can change something. But then they've got TT, NIP, WE. I would favor them. And then week 7, they have BLG and Weibo before facing LGD. So a couple of big hurdles still ahead of them, but they should realistically be finishing the LPL on a very positive scoreline. So an exciting time to be an RNG fan, especially after such a huge rebuild this year.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like it does give this RNG roster a lot of room to breathe and kind of perfect their craft, as we already see a lot of positive signs from this roster so far. But going into Game 2's draft, the Azir has already been taken off, so RNG anticipating something where they are looking for that lane party in the mid lane 2v2, but Annie has also been taken away. So my question is Ahri and Wukong or /Vi going to become the next up-and-coming champion for the side of AL to kind of take away?
It's weird, isn't it, seeing Nico banned on the blue side? It feels like it doesn't compute properly. Look at this, 3 mid lane bans from AL, not letting anything through for Tangyuan with the Azir and the Nico ban as well. 5 mid laners off the table. It's not often you see that. And then obviously Xiaohao always being denied. Way goes for the Vi, and the answer likely to be the Svellios.
iBoy surprisingly does not have a lot of Aphelios games so far into the summer split. His most played is that Xayah, and I feel like the reason is because AL, they look the most comfortable and they find the most success when they're playing champions with a lot of high mobility, playmaking potential, where Zor is on something like the Rakan, but it is going to be the Millia for this game too. But I'm just saying, AL, when they're given champions with mobility, it's a lot harder to kind of execute onto their mistakes where they are mispositioned and they have a lot of playmaking potential. But surprisingly, they're going to prioritize this Millia over something like the Rakan, where I'm getting a little bit worried because I feel like you don't have a lot of engaged tools unless you see Xiaohao locking in that Wukong, which is going to be the 3rd pick.
Very likely to be that Wukong available for Xiaohao. Is Millia taken off the board? RNG, where do they want to go? The Aphelios was hovered for a long time by AL, but it seems like LP is going to snag that one away. And like you said, Rakan available if Luma would like to take that one, lock in your bottom lane, but instead going for a mid lane matchup with the Syndra locked in against Harder.
Love the confidence flowing out of Tangyuan in this game, or at least this series, because he is just eagling the mid lane matchup, getting that lane party once again. I prefer the Syndra as you do match this Ahri, but I feel like when it comes to these 5v5 skirmishes at the major objective, she is such a high presence. But no, it's not going to be the Wukong prioritized for Xiaohao. It is going to be the Jinx lock-in for AL, but you have to remember champions like the Blitzcrank and the Nautilus still are up and available for the side of RNG, and they can easily punish these 2 champions in the bottom lane, which do want to scale and look for the late game. So they're going to most likely take that away in this banning phase. But we have to also talk about the jungle pool being up and available, because I feel like Xiaohao, he has also found the most success on champions like the Lee Sin and the Wukong. He can potentially look for Sejuani and Jackson that top side, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll see. Sejuani, you mentioned, just get banned away. So, I mean, Maokai is available, but whether or not you want to go for that with Ahri in the mid lane is a different question. Nocturne, Kha'Zix too. It's going to be the Nocturne locked in for Xiaohao. So we said we wanted to carry jungle. That certainly ticks that box.
I mean, yes, Nocturne makes the most sense here as it does have a lot of great synergy alongside Ahri, but I feel like if you're gonna go with this approach for the draft of AL, something like the Rakan would have made so much sense. You're up against a hyper carry in the bottom lane. It's either going to be the Aphelios or the Kai, so we're not too sure about that one, but for the game 2, it is going to be the Aphelios, where you get your hands so easily onto the enemy team, but the Millia and the Jinx in the bottom lanes. So I'm gonna have to wait and see how they do in the early game, because they just have to survive and pray they get to that 3-item spike.
We'll see if they can. Yuumi is wide open right here. They've got the engage with the Vi, and Breathes Renekton was certainly an engaged tool in the previous game. Yuumi would just buff up LP, make it so that he can dominate those team fights. And well, you've got an Ahri and a Nocturne that all want to dive on top of LP. He's going to be at Aphelios with a cat on his shoulder. That's a tough thing to dive.
Yeah, and like you said, the Maokai was up and available, but AL, they want to stay away from triple AP in that top side, but I didn't expect RNG to take the match scaling with scaling approach in the bottom lane, where it is going to be the dreaded Yumi vs Milio matchup, but I feel like once again it's all going to be about the presence of both junglers, where this Vi is going to be having so much playmaking potential in that lane. Forcing flashes out of either the Jinx or the Milio is going to be the key, while AL, they heavily depend on those level 6s to get anything done, because if you look, all of their hard CC is pretty much from Hada. And that's going to be a skill shot that you can potentially miss.
It certainly is. Could be a tough one. Harder. Got to be on point with those charms. It kind of needs a bit of a redemption game, honestly, after game number 1 of the series. But a lot of eggs in his basket. See what he can do with it if they can convert. Anyone's Legend, definitely a team that, you know, have in previous years been such a fun team to watch. And Xiaohao, you know, when he gets on that Lee Sin, still living up to that old Rogue Warrior's reputation, but unfortunately the Lee Sin pretty much just banned against them every single game more recently. And when you see them playing the more standard meta compositions, it often feels a little lackluster. So we'll see what they can do here against RNG, who, let's be honest, in game number 1 just looked fantastic.
Yeah, RNG riding off the mojo from their previous weeks and going into this game with full confidence with how game 1 went, but it's all going to be about how Hada is going to be able to redeem himself in that mid lane on the Ahri for this game to something less punishing, where you do have that Spirit Rush available to kind of get away in those sticky situations. But I do also want to kind of highlight that Tang Yuan on the Syndra. I mean, you can punish this champion in the early stages, make Xiaohao walk towards that mid lane and force the flashes out, while we have a bit of a dance-off in this top side.
I just love that both games of this series, the top lane is like, look, nothing's happening at level 1.
They're vibing.
This is not an interactive lane. Let's just have a bit of a dance up top. I love it. I absolutely love it. Like, I like it when players do this kind of stuff. It's the project one, yeah. Yeah. He's a like Robocroc kind of vibe. I actually know if he's a robot. It looks kind of robotic.
I'm not the biggest fan of Project. It was cool for the first like 5 champions Riot released with Project, and then it became a bit stale. I think there's probably around 20 champions with Project skins now, and they're getting a little bit uninspiring.
They kind of overdid it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Speaking of
it's
overdoing
like Star
it,
Guardian.
LP and Lumao kind of overdoing it in the tricks. I don't know how they're starting level 1 with half HP on both of them, but yeah, not ideal. Not ideal for them. I think Star Guardian.
Not.
At least with Star Guardian, they there's like a bit of a story there. At least they like bring out a new bit of story every time. Yeah. Like that. I think that's kind of cool. I'm not really into it, but like I think it's a cool concept. It's a cool idea of a skin line where they like extend the story when new characters get a skin. Whereas, I don't know, Project's kind of just the same thing again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, one of my favorite skins in the game is Project Mordekaiser, and that's because when Mordekaiser drags you into his ultimate, you get teleported to another dimension. Like, Riot pretty much rebuilt the entire game to have towers and everything around to make you feel like you're in a futuristic world. But we also have to talk about how RNG's bottom lane, very low, but Wei is around here. There is a ward protecting them, but AL is really overpushed here.
Yeah, Wei's tried to sneak over, but really good vision coverage of that river. You can see a ward there on your screen. There was a ward in the river brush at bot lane as well, so nothing that Wei can do to influence the bottom lane. I don't know what happened at level 1 for LP and Lumao to have lost half their health bar before the lane even began, but my goodness. iBoy and Zora stepping up. We've got the Jinx Milio. It's certainly a powerful lane.
That's the game.
Xiaohao moves in. Good stun, though, onto Harder. Should mean Tang Yuan walks away. Is Wei threatening the potential re-engage, but doesn't actually want the fight.
No summoners exchange in the mid lane while we have junglers kind of trading scuttle crabs, but I think Hada, if they want the mid lane 2v2 to work, it has to be through a flash charm from this Ahri, as Tony does manage to escape, but are they going to look for something onto LP? I don't think they have the setup to burn any flashes out of the Aphelios. But let's theorize what happened level 1. I'm assuming LP and Luma, because they didn't need to leash, they just pretty much walked up, tried to force that level 2 early on, but AL, they were hiding in the bush, so they got 2 orders off.
Must have been. Must have been. As, hey, the back end lane, they're only 3 CS down. It'll all be fine. They started with a kill. They'll be chilling. No kills went down, no summoners were burnt. So ultimately, doesn't lead to too much as EDG flashes early on into play, but they don't have the damage. They can't actually force the dive, and he will survive the attempt.
The difference is literally the 2 cloth armors that ZDZ managed to build into his pockets. I feel like without those 2, RNG at least gets that first blood into Wei's pockets, but luckily for the side of AL, that isn't going to happen, as we do have Wei securing that top scuttle while we have the exchange of that, but Wei, he can look for a flash onto Haruhi.
Wei does need to be a little cautious, does not want to be pinched. If the charm lands followed by the fear, you can be in big trouble. It's Tangyuan gonna trade quite aggressively. Thing is, Harder's completely out of mana. This is a tough one for Harder to pull off. The flash not gonna be used as the stun comes through. Just baited and outsmarted. He thought he was safe because Xiaohao was in the river, but he was very wrong.
AL had an entire line of vision towards his top side. Even Xiaohao was hovering. Harder had no right to be that far up. It was just through a stun out of Tangyuan the EQ, and Wei didn't even need to burn the flash, and that's first blood into the Syndra's pockets. Did they not spot the Vi in the bush?
Ah, so he keeps channeling it until the vision vanishes. They think he's gone. Oh, this is so smart from RNG.
But Xiaohao
they
puts
just
the wall
never check
down,
the brush.
so Wei was obviously not over the wall, and Harder, I mean, he was trying to get his wave
He must have thought he got
in.
to the wolves. He must have thought that he'd already gone to the wolves, and man, I mean, the way that Wei postured at that wall, charging his Q until the vision vanished, that's so 5-ed from him. Like, really nicely played by Wei to set up the kill.
Yeah, and something that's just a little bit funny, looking at the items, there's just 1 item available for the bottom lane, and there's 6 filled up for Tangyuan. Tangyuan's full build right now at 6 minutes. But, you know, we talked about the mid lane 2v2 being the most important coming into this series, and once again, Wei being the proactive one, while Xiaohao desperately needs that level 6 spike to work towards the side lane. They are going to start up the dragon, but Tangyuan is level 6, both mid laners have that ultimate available.
I mean, there's no way RNG are contesting this, right? Like, the bottom lane was in base as it started. Wei's actually going to go for it. Charges into the pit. Trying to just ego this one. Goes for the potential 50-50, but didn't have vision. Is in a little bit too late. And now LP arrives, and he is not looking to save minions here. He's not looking to hold the wave. He's looking to clear and pressure.
Wei is just getting to do whatever he wants in this game. Even going to the Dragon Pit late, I feel like AL potentially could have looked for a slight punish, at least get the flash out from Xiaohao and Zora being there. But he is going to get away scratch-free as LP now on the red and white, looking for plates towards his bottom side. And I think Wei, he's around 1 camp of 6, so he can also start hovering and put pressure on iBoy.
So, attempt on the plates. They got the 1 plate already earlier on. iBoy, these prowling projectiles are really starting to chunk already. LP doing a good job of just getting that damage out as well. You know, the level 1 went a little bit pear-shaped, but things seem to have righted themselves for LP and Lumao, feeling confident once again in that bottom lane. And I am looking towards iBoy and Zora this game. Like, you've got the Milio on your composition, you've got a Jinx. Like, that's a hell of a combo for the team fights, having so much range between the two. Can they make the game happen for them?
But Wei dodged the vision. iBoy doesn't know.
Once again, Wei's found a route into the jungle. Drops a ward to check if anyone's coming, but he's not been spotted yet. There we go. Xiaohao was just spotted and is level 6. That's got to be enough for RNG to call off the play.
AL did manage to spot the ward that Wei placed down, so they know that something's fishy, as iBoy and Zora did manage to back off. But something that I wanted to credit to Wei in this summer split that he's been doing as a consistent trend is he plays so well around vision, where you just find him in very unexpected creases. But AL, they are so low to contest this. You gotta get out, Zora!
No, the Graviton! Oh, it's not a Calibrum auto. It wasn't Calibrum, so Zora won't go down. Actually, I think it was Calibrum. I think it just didn't quite kill him. Close one there for Zora. That's both of his summoners now on cooldown. And that will be an opportunity now for LP and Luma to crash another wave and probably get a second play.
I mean, complete control for RNG. Getting those deep wards in as well. Is Wei gonna make it over? He did get spotted on vision because the minion wave just went past him. So they do know that there's a Vi living in this bottom lane. Xiaohao does have the ultimate available. Can they put a ward down? Quick, quick, quick.
Wei is trying to escape here. Should be able to get away with this one, I would think. With the bottom lane pushing in, he can just kind of walk past the tower. His bot lane is here to support him. And the tower will be finished off. As Luma just getting a little bit of bonus gold from his support item onto the tower. The resets will come on through. And they'll get out of dodges. Breathe is like, oh, the junglers are in the bottom side of the map, are they? Well, I'll just stop proxy farming.
Yep, classic Breathe, but you can already tell with AL's approach into this game too, with the Ornn getting locked in for ZDZ, saved for that counter spot, and also the Jinx and Millia. They are looking for the late game scaling, and luckily for them, the game has been relatively slow by RNG so far. Not a lot of forces coming out of Wei, but a lot of denial of XP for iBoy, so they can't really let that happen too often, as it is going to eventually build up into an immense bleed, but only one dragon so far, and it is into AL's pocket, so pretty good.
And you get to see a little bit of what the Jinx Milio combo can do there, as use the cozy campfire, use the extended range of the fish bones, but won't be able to get too much more of it. As LP just gonna have to settle for Krugs for the time being, is afraid of what's being brought to the table by AL with Xiaohao in the bottom side of the map. And that's going to be 2 solo plays for iBoy. That is not bad at all. Flame Chompers land as well, but Infernum to answer. Here we go, the dive underneath the tower. The Roots can't come on through, and Xiaohao gets away with it. Zora low on HP. The flash forwards from Teng Yuan just to guarantee one. Xiaohao forced to flash as well. It's a 1-for-1 so far, as Teng Yuan won't find more.
Rightfully punished by AL, as LP just took way too much damage from iBoy, but like you said, the kill going into Teng Yuan's pocket, now 2-0 on the Syndra as Wei picks up this mid lane wave. I mean, they're still more than happy with the current game state. I feel like ulting the Milio was a little bit of an overkill. Perhaps Teng Yuan could have just flash Q'd, gotten the kill onto the support and saved her ultimate for Nocturne, but we'll have another look at this replay as the ultimate from iBoy completely blind. I'm assuming trying to stop LP's back, or at least reset to secure even more plates, but he didn't expect LP to just kind of giga chat and walk back into lane, while LP had no flash, and Xiaohao very coincidentally also hovering in this bottom side does mean they get a kill into their pockets, and Teng Yuan getting a 1-for-1.
Bit of a weird one, honestly. When like you say, the rocket from iBoy I think was just aimed at the brush to try and stop a recall. Then LP, like, the reason you were on Crux in the first place is Xiaohao is in the area, right? Like, why are you walking back towards the tower then? Bit of a weird one from LP, an uncharacteristic mistake. But now moving towards that mid lane, and the tower in the bottom side was finished off. I'm going to assume that the Herald was placed during that replay. So Teng Yuan, I would imagine, got a whole bunch of that gold.
Yeah, the Rift Herald was placed towards that bottom, and we are going to see the RNG squad now work towards this mid lane and secure some of that vision control. There are no major objectives up for either side, so I think with the way that Teng Yuan was able to pick up that extra kill in the bottom lane, Wei has to hover around the Syndra and try to really utilize this Luden spike from Teng Yuan, and that's the way to go, because Luma and LP, he has flash coming up very soon, so he shouldn't really be under any threat from AL.
Oh, LP's in trouble. Harder goes forward looking for the charm onto the Aphelios, but the sustain is there. Red and white weapons as well as they try and dive onto him, but he's taken down. They find 2. They find their answer. Teng Yuan now has to save the play and Breathe charging forwards. This is 3v4, and they're still going forwards, but they won't be able to close the gap.
A 2-for-0 trade for AL, and they just walk away scratch-free. I mean, iBoy's on the wrong side of the map, but can he get away from this?
Breathe really wants to try and find him. He's going to go into the back of Wolf Pit
He's
to
out.
recall. He should get away with this one. Nobody's even looking for him at this point. It's Teng Yuan Can't quite find anything. And it felt like, you know, Tang Yuan has been the hero of this series for RNG. It feels like Tang Yuan has been the main character of this series. But unfortunately, too little too late from him. Couldn't carry the fight. And once again, LP caught out.
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about how RNG's bottom lane should be relatively safe if they stay mid lane. But they were spotted clearing out wards towards this riverside. And like you said, Tang Yuan didn't make it fast enough towards this fight. We all thought LP could have lived, but that extra bit of damage from the Milio Q finished him off, and it did end up in a 2-0 trade. While RNG, they committed pretty much everything for this fight. Also the TP out of Breathe, so if they do want to look for the next fight, Breathe does have to make his way there, while ZDZ has the pleasure of just using that TP himself.
Yeah, so AL with a kill lead, and we have seen some good stuff from them. I don't exactly know how, but RNG still have themselves a 2,000 gold lead. I guess the tower in the bottom side, Breathe building himself a big lead in the top lane, getting a couple of plates, proxying, taking Krug camps over and over again. And the fact that Tang Yuan has been soaking up so much gold in these scraps does mean, despite the best efforts of AL, RNG are still ahead. But I feel like AL have the tools this time, you know? They're like Harder having a much better game than he did in game number 1. The combination with Xiao Hao is so potent, trying to find LP, trying to dive onto him. And then iBoy with Emilio alongside him really can be that team fight carry. Dare I say it, but I'm starting to believe in AL.
Believe all you want, because I feel like this is what AL is most comfortable with, as Xiaohao and Harder having the Nocturne and Ahri so much flank potential onto RNG's carries, where I feel like the mid jungle of AL, they really stand out when they are given these high mobility champions where they can cheat tempo and get their hands onto the immobile AD carry. But that also means iBoy all man for themselves, and he's on a Jinx, but luckily he also has Zora on the Milio. So RNG, they need to look for these flank angles from Breathe. He does have the flash available.
We're gonna play this one safe. Oh, it's a deep TP. And in fact, it's a double TP. RNG in big trouble here. ZDZ, Call of the Forge God to knock them up. LP the target, but they're not actually diving onto him for the time being. And Breathe is playing bodyguard. It's Tang Yuan to go down first, but it's answered as iBoy is caught. And now ZDZ has to get out of dodge. Flashes to safety as Harder looks for more. 1 for 1 so far. A carry for a carry.
They don't have the wave clear to stop this, or then ZDZ, he's getting re-engaged on.
Yeah, diving further for this one. But they won't be able to find anything more. Tower taken down. It's a 1 for 1, but RNG still winning out. Drake up in 35 seconds. The resets have got to come through.
Not gonna lie, that was really nice from AL. Xiaohao closes the lights, and AL instantly commit the double TP onto that ward that you see in the mid lane. And RNG, they were completely clueless. However, now resetting for this top side, you already see Tang Yuan using that TP. I'm assuming that RNG, they want to look towards this Rift Herald, not the Dragon, as you don't have your main carry in the fight. It would be really surprising if RNG Wei at least decided to take this. It is going to be Tang Yuan walking his way to mid lane.
Oh, Zora's been caught. That's a flash right before a Drake fight. Not ideal for AL. Now, Milio flash, not the most valuable of everyone in the game, but even still, you don't want to be caught right before Drake. And that, by the looks of the positioning on the map, this is just going to be Drake given over to RNG. That'll be their second, and a Mountain as well.
Wow, that was a really clean spell shield.
Yeah, good stuff from Xiaohao. He's looking for the Herald right here as Wei doing the Drake. They should be able to get this. Doesn't look like RNG are going to try and double dip in the objectives.
AL is more than happy with the current game state. I mean, they were able to deny that first Dragon away very early on in the game, so they're not stressed about the early soul point, while AL, they are going to pick up the wave in the top side now. But look at this play again. It's Xiaohao closing the lights on this Nocturne and forcing the double TPs out of the solo laners from AL, and then they were able to get their hands onto Tang Yuan instantly. Tang Yuan had the flash available, but it just wasn't enough. And that's how AL really wants to play these team fights. Just playing for flank is the way to go.
I'm surprised ZDZ didn't try and use his ult onto LP there, to be honest, and look for a little bit more. It felt like Tang Yuan was pretty much a guaranteed kill at the time. I love the way that Wei is playing this fight today. Like, he is constantly looking for ways in, constantly playing around vision, constantly trying to find opportunities to start a fight, start a pick. I do feel like he's very much become this like confident leader figure within RNG, which is really pleasant to see. I feel like Lumao as well, having a I almost said weirdly good split, which sounds really insulting. But to be honest, Lumao has had a pretty rough couple of years. I feel like on this RNG squad, he's looking a lot better than he has in quite a while.
Yeah, most definitely, and he is seemingly fitting this RNG roster with his veterancy alongside Wei, where you have rookies like LP and Tanya stepping up as the carries, but I feel like you've been saying, Wei is extremely proactive in this game, but you have to be, because you have to remind the audience that they're up against an Ornn, Jinx, and Milio, but you can't have the game go to late.
Zap comes through, Flash, Gale Force, both used just to keep himself safe, as tower will go down here, or will it? Actually, minion's going to be cleared. No, tower does fall. Breathe. Denied entry into the play. There's RNG now. They're like, you know what? You're on the top side of the map. We're just going to run it down mid. We're going to try and find an opportunity onto your tower instead. Shao House slowed down. We'll get underneath that tower. Can the rest of the team arrive to reinforce? Looks like it. They should be able to just clear this wave. LP using that Calibrum to try and siege. Getting Gravitums down. Getting a lot of damage down, actually.
LP is utilizing his range so nicely on this, I feel like, but no Call of the Forge, no ultimates from AL, so it's going to be really hard trying to fight off the siege. They have to reset for the tempo, but Baron's coming up very soon. Oh, no way. We just cursed him. Oh, well.
That was really greedy. He, so moves to the back of the pit to try and get the red and then Q out, but iBoy just puts Flame Chompers on him, and I believe his flash was like still a couple of seconds on cooldown there, so unfortunately can't get anything harder though. Might get caught on this top side. He's greeding for a caster minion. At 14 gold, rush. Was it worth it?
It's not worth it.
He's greeding for an entire extra wave. As he was moving down that way, the stun comes on through. His hard dashes over the wall.
Breeze on the other side,
waiting for him. No flash available for him though. The charm, the Everfrost gonna come on through. Xiaohao moving over is harder. Has to flash away. So no summoner's burn for RNG. Summoner burn on the side of AL.
I mean, the great escape for this Ahri. All 4 dashes burnt for that extra bit of wave. I'm assuming it wasn't item spike, but we get a replay of the charm hitting onto Wei, and like you said, the chompers being the main difference in this, where he wasn't able to get out, even charging up the Q, and just a little bit of a over greed from the jungle of RNG, and they can't make these tiny mistakes because AL, they've made their way back to an even game state, and with the dragon spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds, AL can potentially look to start up the Baron and force a flip, or force a turn onto RNG with the lights closing out.
Do you know what's happened there is Wei is definitely thinking that's a good death, you know, because at the end of the day, now only Xiaohao gets red buff instead of Xiaohao and iBoy, who, by the way, AL iBoy, every time I look at it, I'm like, Ali Boy? Who's Ali Boy? Yeah, it just doesn't, it never quite reads right in my head, but yeah. Denying the second red buff, definitely a calculated play from Wei, definitely not just being really greedy. TP to the bottom side though, from Harder wants to join the rest of his team. Is Drake coming up in 35 seconds?
I mean, you already see that AL, they do have the vision planted down. There is a really nice ward at the back, so ZDZ can utilize this if they want to get their hands onto the carriers of RNG, but AL, they're more than happy with this game state right now. No one is really under any threat as pink wards are getting placed down.
Keep your eyes on iBoy. He's actually used Ghost here. He obviously thought the fight was about to kick off as stun comes out.
Oh, look at Bree.
Wei has to flash. Luckily had it from the previous play. As here we go, onto LP. Everybody charges on through. The red and white weapons just ain't enough for the kitty cats alone. And RNG completely caught unawares.
Yeah, now AL says, take your third dragon of the game because we're just gonna do a 22-minute Baron because they get those hands onto LP and AL. A much more convincing game in this game too.
Breathe and Tangyuan are moving towards the Baron pit. Are they going to try and do a 2v5 for the Baron here? Looks like they've seen better of it. They're going to back away.
He wants
will get
the double.
Baron. Okay. Good attempt on the rocket. It's a little early. Wei will be able to secure himself that Drake. So RNG, sole point, but AL, what a pick into a Baron, a 3k gold lead. It's all looking good for the Panda Warriors.
The problem is that, yes, LP has been kind of getting caught out in this game too. You see these two instances where he's a little bit overstepped in the mid lane and AL just drops the ultimates onto this Aphelios. But you also have to remind yourselves that it's not just the Aphelios dying, it's also the Yuumi, and it forces a 3v5 situation. Tangi on the sideline has to burn the flash, might not even need to. He just straight up dies.
What do you do? What the hell do you do when Nocturne is just spinning around, just annihilating you? He moves so fast, you're feared, you're got no vision. Yeah, you just can't do anything. Spell shields the stun as well. Really nicely played by Xiaohao. And Tangyuan caught out. And I feel like Xiaohao is having a masterclass on the Nocturne right here. Like, just showing us how the hell you're meant to play this champion. Carrying the game. We said we wanted a carry from Xiaohao. I mean, this is a carry performance and a half.
Yeah, Xiaohao definitely delivering with this Nocturne performance in this game too, but we'll get a replay of how this all went down. It was just closing the lights, but RNG not playing alongside their AD carry in this mid lane. AL pulling the trigger instantly, and RNG on the receiving end had no idea what was happening in this mid lane. And it's kind of just a dead AD carry, even with the Gale Force and Flash available on the Aphelios. But there's a fight going on in mid lane. Breathe has the flank.
Oh, it's a hell of a flank from Breathe as well. ZDZ, Call of the Forge God, denied by this Breathe flank. His front line versus the world on both sides. His iBoy dived on by way, but he can't finish the kill off, and he goes down instead. ZDZ with the knockups and harder jumps in as well, but LP still alive this time. Tangyuan alongside him as iBoy gets a double on the other side. Rocket comes in. It's a 2-for-1, and AL win it out.
AL playing the front to back perfectly, focusing down way instantly. As RNG, they do come out on the losing end. Maybe a kill into Tangyuan. He flashes in.
He had his ultimate, but he doesn't manage to find the target. I think he was slightly out of range as Harder turns gold and Tangyuan's in trouble. And Xiaohao finishes him with a max range Q.
And RNG, they're looking desperate in these team fights. And AL, they're going to look for this mid lane tower now. LP is so incredibly low. Xiaohao, his ultimate's coming up in around 15 seconds.
Man,
You got to be careful, buddy.
The
He's got
zaps are
slighted.
so oppressive. The slow is insane, and the follow-up from AL is beautiful. iBoy, we said that this combo of the Milio and the Jinx has to pop off, and sure, they've not been getting the kills, but look at the kill participation from them both, right? These zaps and then the follow-up autos are doing so much.
Yeah, and you look at this team fight by AL. Wei goes in and gets his hands onto iBoy where he thought it was going to be a pick, but AL playing the front to back perfectly, instantly focused down the front line of RNG while Breathe was also struggling to close the gap. And I feel like this mobility out of Harder as well, just such a nuisance to deal with, while Tangyuan and LP desperately trying to get into the whole mix of everything. But I feel like after Tangyuan kind of messes up mechanically here, trying to go for the kill onto iBoy, or perhaps even a double kill, LP should have just left this tier 2 tower. He shouldn't have stayed, as it was just another kill going to Xiaohao's pockets.
Yeah, tries to defend, thinks with the Inferno maybe he can do it, but against the Baron minions, they're the zap slow. Look at that. There's just nothing you can do.
I mean,
Chased
the
on
range
through.
as well. And the smite to finish off the deal from Xiaohao. Another 2 kills into this Nocturne's hold. 9-0, by the way. They're more than happy to straight up fight you at this final soul dragon for the side of RNG, but I don't think they will ever have the situation to ever walk in. So
Yeah.
RNG's composition now kind of falling apart with the Renekton and Vi slowly falling off.
And it looked so good in that previous fight, right, for RNG with Breathe on the big deep flank. The thing is, like, if you're just looking at Wei, it looks like a bit of a dodgy engage onto iBoy, right? But the thing is, LP, Lumao, and Tangyuan are all about to follow up on that play, except Harder then jumps over the wall from Raptors, gets a charm onto LP, completely denies any potential follow-up onto the engage onto iBoy, and then ZDZ charges and actually sacrifices himself to find that knock-up and deny it further. So the solo laners of AL really popping off in these fights, and a fantastic second game from them. Because honestly, after watching the first game, I had basically no hope for it.
Oh, sorry, you don't want to be there.
No! Oh, he thought he was safe. I'm pretty
That's
sure that was
familiar
blind
gone.
from Tangyuan as well. ZDZ out next target. He is tanky though. the CC chain is going to do a lot. ZDZ down to half of his HP. Ornhorn going to come on through. It's a big knock-up. The rocket over the wall as well. And in comes Xiao. But LP turns golden. Has the red gun. Harder now on his own and CC'd up. It's going to be LP grabbing kills here as Xiao's over the wall. The stopwatch keeps him alive. Zap comes through to try and defend the jungle, but they're all gone. And just as we start to credit AL, it all falls apart. But iBoy on the scene, can he do it? No! Taken down an RNG. They get themselves a soul.
How did AL fumble this team fight? I mean, Zora gets picked up by a blind engage from Tangyuan and LP on the Sephilos. I mean, don't look at the KDA because this guy pretty much did the absolute most DPS you can expect out of Aphelios, and they do secure this final Mountain Soul for the side of RNG.
It's so devastating for AL. By no means is the game over for RNG here. This is them coming back. They certainly don't have the advantage yet. But that Mountain Soul, you know, the problems people always talk about with Renekton is how well you scale later on, whether or not you're a proper frontline in the late game team fights. Well, Mountain Soul will certainly help in that regard, make him a little bit tankier so he can try and be that beefy frontline. But you can see the build he's going for. Like, he wants to do damage.
Yeah, he wants to one-shot iBoy in an instant, but with that Baron or Dragon going into RNG's pockets, they're more than happy to contest vision onto this Baron now. But, I mean, the game was so well set up for AL, you just had to play around the fact that RNG desperately looking to contest for this final Dragon, but Zora overextending, trying to get a flank ward for Xiaohao, at least set up this Nocturne to find those angles onto the Aphelios. Call up the Forge, goes down, at least he puts it out before he dies, but the stopwatch out of this Aphelios made the difference. I mean, he was levitating in the air, but even LP putting out all that damage on the Xiaohao, now going over towards Hada. iBoy was pretty much not in this fight at all on the Jinx and does fall as that final piece to AL, but they're gonna start the Baron.
They might just be able to do it as well. 2k remaining onto it. Wade gets in the pit, but it's too late. And now ZDZ trying to get onto that back line as LP just doing DPS. That's one down. It's RNG on retreat now. Breathe on the flank, but can't really go for it. Yeah, you're right. The TP, it's pretty deep. And LP, oh, he's in all kinds of trouble here. Needs to find iBoy, but won't find anything. AL might just have done it here. It's hard against the recess and looks for more as well. Tangyuan flashes over the wall, keeps himself alive as Breathe taken down. And the chase down begins for iBoy. The true damage is there. The ace comes through. And the Panda Warriors will bring us to 3.
I mean, this game was always supposedly an AL win. Let's just pretend that final Dragon fight was just a blip under the radar because they're gonna manage to take this game, at least the series, to that game 3. And Xiaohao, wonderful performance on this Nocturne, and once again being the carry of AL.
Waves respawning. LP's up in 5 seconds. I don't think it's soon enough. I think this is gonna go down. And AL finish this one off. We're going to 3 games, and RNG left wondering what on earth happened because Xiaohao popped the hell off.
Pretty much the lights turned off, Wei went in, and you saw the disconnect out of the RNG squad where no follow-up whatsoever for this buy to work of. And although as a spectator you might think that this champion, or at least Wei, is playing it a little bit goofy, but you have to understand the circumstances. But there's no vision to work of for LP, for Tangyuan to walk up in those team fights, while AL, I mean, Hada definitely redeemed himself on that R in this game too.
He certainly did. Hada had a fantastic game. So did Xiaohao. I mean, the whole squad looking a lot better from game 1 to game 2. I think ZDZ in these team fights managing, like, even the fight that was lost, ZDZ like doing his best to try and set up the team to follow up. And iBoy, like, this is one of those weird AD carry performances where he wasn't necessarily getting all the kills and he wasn't having the highlight moments like the pentakills and all of this, but still doing a sizable portion of the damage. I'm curious to see the damage numbers because it wouldn't surprise me too much if iBoy still actually tops the damage for his team despite the fact he wasn't getting the kills.
There's a reason why Milio plus Hypercarry is S tier in the meta right now, but you know something that I just got reminded of? We haven't seen a static Shiv yet tonight. That's really bugging me, but obviously I'm excited to see the damage share. I'm sure Hada also put in a fair amount of damage in those team fights as well on this Ahri. But once again, all about the mid jungle 2v2, and we saw giving them highly mobile champions allowed them to play the team fights that they wanted. And of course, we need to also mention ZDZ on this on. He was also landing those really good ultimates onto the carries of RNG as well.
Yeah, he certainly was. Fantastic stuff from ZDZ. Good to see him kind of stepping up on the, especially when the early game, like, you know, Breathe was just having a whale of a time during the laning phase, like almost getting a solo kill, proxying, taking the Krugs, like he was everywhere, just dominating the top side of the map because Xiaohao was focusing on that bottom lane. The one, like, I don't like to be too negative. The one player that I feel we have to criticize a little bit was LP during the first, like, half of this game. Made some pretty questionable decisions. There you go. There's that eye-boy damage we were talking about. Tangyuan really had to step up as the carry here, whereas LP wasn't really able to withstand a lot of the pressure that AL were bringing to him.
Yeah, and AL took advantage of LP's mispositioning, specifically in the mid lane. I mean, there are 3 instances that I can think of from the top of my head of this Aphelios just kind of getting engaged on, or at least AL playing towards their vision control. But you also have to consider the fact that we didn't see too much out of Breathe and Wei in these team fights because there was rarely any follow-up from the carries of AL, to the point where Lu Mao on this cat out-damaged or nearly out-damaged 2 players on the side of RNG, and that really made the difference in those team fights because they weren't able to shut down iBoy on this Jinx because there was that Milio given over to them while you guys took the bye.
Yeah, and once again, ZDZ and Harder shout out for that fight in the mid lane where Wei tries to dive onto iBoy and just completely denies entry from Tangu and LP and Lu Mao in that team fight. Really, really well played by Harder and ZDZ as well. Let's try and carry. Honestly, I feel like if the scoreboard wasn't so Xiaohao favored, this could be a Harder MVP angle, because I feel like Harder in those team fights really did pop off. But I feel like when you've got a Nocturne that goes 10-on-1, he's probably getting the MVP, isn't he?
Yeah, and I'm just thinking back to where all started kind of crumbling for RNG, because they did manage to get a lot of kills into Tanya. I believe he had that bounty gold sitting on his head, 2-0-0 on the Syndra, but we have to remind the audience that you had to, the win con for RNG was pretty much play around your Syndra and play around how she's able to find picks with her stun. But unfortunately, we didn't see that going into those mid-game skirmishes, and they didn't have enough disengage for this AL composition. When you consider there's the Ornal, there's obviously a lot of gap closing as well. And let's just pretend that 4th dragon never happened. And it's a pretty good game out of AL.
Fair play to RNG for finding that moment, finding that opportunity. I'm pretty sure that Q stun was blind from Tanguan as well onto Zora. That was kind of nuts. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then we'll find out how this series ends. We'll be back in a couple.
A Minin, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio del sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento, Dorus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está Magna gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what the LG say. But they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off. Oh, double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow. But Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton. And that's going to be game.
Đó là vị trí của Binjay, và Binjay đã phải nằm xuống mất luôn cả tông biến. Người tới ở phía sau là cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai, và xả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấm máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogan cầu với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được Rory. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt ở phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill. Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết là double kill, và đây sẽ là nó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt well.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and who he might lose it. Buki goes into the back with the twisted advance, and Liquor swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good.
Turtle!
Licorice coming out.
Turtle!
Stixay manages to blast one down. No Turtle here for no more damage. Stixay wanting to lock eyes with Gory.
Oh, no!
Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixay with the quadro overbody. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill.
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, o round ultimate.
Meu Deus!
O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill! Que iniciante maravilhosa do House! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo, logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate, triple kill pro Brains, que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for caps. Back, caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it just stands there hitting them. Look at him go. What the hell, caps? Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own right.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third game in our second series here. AL surprising everyone and showing up with a Nocturne composition and showing that they know how to pilot it as well. Xiaohao having a fantastic game for himself, but the whole squad clearly being on board with the way that they were playing out these team fights, the double TP plays, the great Ornhorns. Like, fantastic little performance here from AL.
Yep, AL, the squad was hydrated, everyone was synergized, especially when it came to these hard 5v5 engages. Xiaohao and Harder were definitely on the case and being an absolute nuisance for the carries of RNG to deal with. And I'm gonna be real, I'm not surprised that AL was kind of managing to make this series a bit of an upset, because we need to take into the factor that they were able to take individual wins against both JDG, EDG, and BLG. Although not winning the series, they were still able to take wins up against those names. Like JDG, when was the last time they lost? Oh, up against Weibo Gaming in week 1. They've been looking like absolute gods in the recent weeks. And of course, in their 2 series, when it was all about Xiaohao getting into the whole mix of everything on a carry, and this Nocturne was no exception.
Certainly wasn't. I mean, we talked about it almost jokingly at the start of the day, how AL beat FPX, and then FPX went on to beat Weibo. Well, maybe AL, a team that cannot be underestimated any longer. Kind of a similar fortune to LGD so far this split, where a lot of their series going to 3 games, a lot of games taken off of big names, but can't make these series stick, and ultimately down towards the bottom of the standings as of right now. And that theme will continue unless they can convert some of these series. They're 1-1 once again. Can they finish game 3? Can they finish out a best of 3? That's the question.
And they are 1 game away to continuing this streak to 2 series, but obviously it is going to be very draft dependent, as I am wondering what AL's approach for this game 3 is going to be, because we see that AL, they definitely honed in on the mid lane champion pool for Tangyun to deal with. And I'm gonna be real, when Tangyun was first on RNG, my biggest critique to him was his champion pool, and we see things like the Azir, the Annie has been taken away, so it's going to be a very big question mark for this final game. But also huge credits to the Milio giving over to AL as well, but it is going to be AL and RNG sticking to the same sides as game 2.
Certainly is. This time RNG banning away that Milio. And we have 1 less mid lane ban available, because there were 5 mid laners banned away. I think it was the Azir instead of Milio, if I remember correctly. RNG, what do you want to first pick here? What's the most valuable pick to you? Because honestly, different teams have vastly different opinions on this at this point.
I would prefer if the Wukong gets taken away, but no way decides to lock in the Vi for 2 games in a row as that first pick that RNG is going to secure themselves. I just feel like Wukong gives a lot more flexibility. Once you go in, at least you can clone out if it's a mistake. But we saw in a lot of those instances in the game 2, this Vi was a little bit overextended, but that does mean the trade of the Ahri is going to go over to Hada once again. But we have to also consider the fact that Aphelios can also be picked up for AL here.
Aphelios could be the option. Or they could go with something to pair alongside this Ahri. Could go with a solo laner if they really want to. Some options open to them still. I do think that AD carry, like you say, Aphelios really could just be the option. I feel like Aphelios is still just the strongest AD carry on the patch, despite all of the shenanigans and what else has been available. I like Aphelios just consistently topping the table in terms of just being pretty solid in most compositions. I don't feel like there are many compositions that Aphelios really can't function in.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real, been a sneaky bugger, and I've been stalking Tangyun's OP.GG, but he's been playing a lot of Azir games, so this is going to be the natural lock-in as that response to the blind Ahri from Hada. 2 games in a row now, but I feel like when it comes to the individual matchup with the Azir slowly creeping back into the meta, is that he's able to match the wave control that Ahri is able to find herself in that mid lane. And of course, he is that extra bit of scaling that RNG can rely on. So AL, maybe lock in something like the Nautilus and really get your hands onto these long-range carries that RNG have been able to secure themselves.
Yeah, Jinx not at all surprising to see as a lock-in alongside the Azir, right? You're setting up for those really long-range team fights. If you can get like a Lulu or something alongside that Jinx, then you are absolutely laughing later on in the game. See what RNG can do. What's going to be banned away by AL as well. But Harder, happy with the Nocturne. It worked for them in game number 2. And short LP not on the Aphelios this time. In fact, on a champion that's even easier to dive.
Yeah, and a pick that we've been highlighting this series so far is that Rakan, and that could realistically be picked up by AL if let open by RNG, as we still have a lot of supports up and available for both the Jinx and Aphelios to be paired up with. I think the natural ones will of course be the Nautilus getting taken away by both sides, and the enchanters like the Lulu, but AL sticking with a very similar identity to that game too, because why fix something that's not broken?
Absolutely. The Ornn denied, which was a really good tool for kind of follow-up engage when Xiaohao blasted the ultimate out. ZDZ was there with the Call of the Forge God. So I don't dislike that ban from RNG. We'll see if they're going to go for another top lane, another sort of tank engage. Maybe something like a Malphite could be a good ban as well, if you're thinking that that's the kind of direction ZDZ will go in.
I'm gonna be real. I think I keep saying I'm a beer. Anyways, I feel like the priority on K'Sante has dropped so much, don't you think? We see in a lot of these drafts that K'Sante gets dropped to 4-5, not even copping a ban. And I'm not too sure why there's champions like the Malphite and the Gwen up and available to counter that, but I still feel like K'Sante is still a very good champion when it comes to these draws. He provides a lot of engage and side lane threat even in this early game as well, but we'll have to wait and see what AL decide to take themselves, because the Renekton is going to be up and available, and they're going to save the counter pick for Zora, which I want to see a Rakan out of this draw.
We'll see. I think this Renekton is the reason that the K'Sante is dropped in priority, right? I feel like Renekton has such a good matchup with the recent buffs. I can find that your K'Sante is bullied a bit in that top side. But ZDZ goes for the Renekton himself. Breathe. This would be a bit of a classic to see him back on the Gragas again.
I love Breathe on the Gragas because he is not afraid of going full AP Gragas, to the point where I think he has a relatively high damage share for RNG as well, as it is his most played, sitting on around 6 games. But no, RNG, they are going to deny this Rakan. I feel like Rakan, for at least the top teams in the standings right now, is the highest priority support out of the entire pool, and we see it out of both Missing and On utilizing this pick perfectly, playing alongside their junglers and closing the gaps. But AL, I mean, the Nautilus could perhaps just be the lock-in here and kind of match that engage with the lock-on for the Jinx and Izzy.
I feel like Nautilus must be one of, if not the most locked-in champion over the last like 5 years, right? I feel like Nautilus is just always in the meta permanently.
You know what is probably the most locked-in champion? I think Aphelios might be the most locked-in champion. He has been.
Yeah,
was
maybe.
it you that made the tweet? Someone made a tweet on Twitter, and they were just listing down the previous 5 years of AD carry meta, and I feel like ever since Aphelios got released, he's been relevant till this day.
I don't know if it was my tweet, but I definitely agree with the sentiment. As Aphelios, just since release, has been a top-tier AD carry. Even Zeri has fallen out of the meta, but Aphelios, no. See, the thing is with Zeri, only 150 years, whereas Aphelios, 200 of those years went into his development.
Design.
I don't know where the 150 came from. I'm assuming that they fired a developer before Zeri. I am just talking on my arse though, so who knows? Yeah, Aphelios, though, just so... It's the fact that you fulfill multiple roles with the different weapons, right? You're so flexible on that carry. And the combos at ridiculous range, just annihilating people. I mean, what can you do? Makes Azir look short-ranged.
Yeah. Especially when you have champions like Miller that exist that increase your range in those 5v5s. But once again, we're going to get the same matchup in the AD carry position, Jinx up against Aphelios. We have to remind the audience that LP, even in a huge disadvantage, he was still managing to win those team fights for RNG. So don't underestimate this Aphelios champion, as he is an absolute titan in the meta right now.
He really is. ZDZ moving into that top side. Do we have the third and final dance-off between our top laners here? Zora trying to get some deep vision here, but will be contested and forced back out of that bottom side. I want to look at the top laners. Show me the dance-off. Are they doing it again? Emotes are there. Not dancing this time, though. Oh, it's tense. Game 3. It's serious now.
They're not friends anymore. This is a life or death. This is going to be a best of one as ZDZ gonna kind of force breathe out of his own bush, but Wade does get that ward onto the rift, not the chickens. But I feel like this game, RNG, they're just waiting to scale for late. They have the Azir, they have the Jinx. I feel like Rakan is a very well-rounded champion where it acts relatively good as engage, as follow-up, and it also provides a lot of peel for this Jinx to kind of create space because you have to consider the fact that AL, they have so many melee champions that Lumao can act as that peel.
He definitely can, if he can find those right situations. Lumao is certainly a player that is willing to go in on that Rakan as well. I feel like Rakan is one of my favorite supports to watch in the LPL. I feel like we have so many high-quality Rakan players in this league that it's always going to be a higher priority in LPL than it is globally just because of the preference of the players. Zora taking some heavy hits. Good little trade from RNG as they'll force themselves the level 2 at this point as well. iBoy has to respect this.
RNG managed to secure the bush priority and they are going to get forced off this first wave. But like you said, I feel like Rakan and maybe Thresh will always be my favorite support champions to watch in competitive league just because of how high the skill ceiling is for both of these champions. Unfortunately, Thresh has finally fallen out of meta where it just doesn't really feel the same as something like the Blitzcrank or the Nautilus nowadays. But hopefully for a resurgence. We get the replay of what happened here. It was AL making their way, trying to force that bush party, but RNG got there first and Zora got forced off. And this is kind of just how bottom lane is. Whoever gets the middle bush will secure level 2 first.
They certainly will. Being able to play with vision and control the lane. And whoever has control of that first wave pretty much has control until wave 4 comes into the lane. So can be really influential. And you can see that an early recall's come through from LP. Wei has snuck past vision here. I don't know if EDG suspects something. It feels like he's playing a little cautious. Or
they didn't see Wei on the ward though.
He's going to be hit down. He's going to be knocked back. Has the flash available. Should have to use it here as Wei waiting for that Q cooldown, but it's still a couple of seconds on it. And yes, EDG will just walk out.
Surprisingly, not a kill going into RNG's pockets while Xiaohao is going to secure that subtle crab for himself in this bottom side, but once again, Wei continuing the trend of playing around vision perfectly, dodging out that ward that was placed outside of the bush. Hook lands onto Zora, from Zora.
Yeah, Lumao takes a bit of a hit. Not too much damage there. Xiaohao raining in the bottom side. Are they going to dive this one? This feels like quite a bold dive to go for. Level 4 Nocturne, not exactly a champion you think of for trying to make early dives happen, but decide against it in the end. The recall will come on through, and I feel like that's a good thing. If you're a fan of anyone's legend here, like as exciting as the dives are, I don't think that's one that goes well for them.
I feel like that's something BLG would do. They would just full send it and probably execute it perfectly, but I believe this ward did kind of splash Xiaohao, so RNG were aware of the Nocturne hovering with the Force Summoners up and available as well, but AL, they are just looking for those level 6 spikes and looking for that gap close to get their hands onto LP. Ideally, the Jinx wouldn't have her cleanse from a previous exchange. We'll have to wait and see how Zora kind of pilots this Nautilus, as you can't cleanse knockups.
You certainly can't. Well, you can, technically. You can cleanse flash, right? If you're knocked into the air. It cleanses, like, the essentially, like, applied stun with a knockup, and then you can flash. It's a bit weird, but does mean it's 2 summoner spells. So, generally speaking, no, you can't cleanse a knockup. But we'll see. We'll see how these interactions are going to go later on into the game as well. I'm looking towards Xiaohao as he heads towards that level 6 mark. Because Wei not able to have much of an impact on the Vi just yet, trying to make a play on the top side, but ZDZ not even having to flash. Now moving down to the bottom side of the map, but spotted out. I feel like AL doing a really good job with their vision this time around, but Zora might have stepped too far forward. Has the flash available. The Flame Chompers making him walk the whole way around. There we go. Flash comes through. It's a great hook onto the wall, though. Max range. Zora will just about get out.
Dragon is up and available, and it is going to force Zora to reset here. I feel like he could have just instantly committed the flash over the Chompers, and it would have saved AL a bit of tempo for this first major objective, but it is going to naturally fall into Wei's pockets. And a little bit of a mistake coming out of the support of AL, but I like how you were talking about just the overall AL identity, because I want to talk about how my biggest critique for this team is definitely surrounding ZDZ's problems, where he was the one giving a lot of opportunities to the enemy team through just solo kills, and through that first gank battle away, he was able to avoid danger, so it is a very good positive sign as his final game.
Certainly is. ZDZ certainly not getting caught out just yet in this one. Has those Merc Treads now as well, so he'll survive the top lane matchup a little bit better. And one thing that's worth pointing out, the grasp there for Breathe, as well as a Balmy Cinder now picked up as well. So he's going for that tank Gragas. Makes sense in the composition, but not going to be that AP Gragas that you alluded to during Champ Select. And we know Breathe does like to play for that.
They don't know
Spell Shield.
there. He's 6.
He used the Spell Shield, but they missed anyway. He's going to cancel the recall. He's sorry, he's going to commit to the recall and head on back anyway.
Yeah, it does seem like the Rift Herald is going to be the next objective for RNG to contest. Not too much of an exchange in this bottom side. I would love to see the support of AL resetting on this wave and then linking up with Xiaohe and trying to kind of secure this Rift Herald. A bit of a late back. Or at least he's not even going to back at all, while Ivoy is the one actually resetting first. So a bit of a weird exchange coming out of the two supports. You already see Luma channeling his back, so Zora is going to be very late to the play if he even wants to reset. Expecting a full-on 4v4. Oh, Dragon's still up, so that is going to be the up-and-coming one. I thought Wei took it, but he just left midway.
Seems like Zora is trying to make a play in the mid lane instead. That's why he's not reset here, but not level 6. It means Tangyuan can slide his way to safety. Good attempt here. I like the tempo play from Zora, seeing the resets coming through on the other side, sees an opportunity, but won't find the play in the end. And it does mean that Tangyuan and Harder, both their ults on cooldown.
Yep, we do see a exchange in objectives as AL. They're gonna secure this Rift Herald. I wouldn't be surprised if they just plop this top lane and force place into Iboy while he does have the chakrams as well. It's something very common that we see out of a lot of these LPL teams, especially when you are given a champion like Aphelios. You get those 5 plates early on when you place the bottom lane duo up against the top laner, where they aren't able to respond to that. But Harder now alone in this bottom lane. Wei wants to look for an engage.
That's a minion wave and a half right there, isn't it? Flame Chopper's underneath the play. That's going to be a kill into the pocket of LP. Wei walks out, and the reset for Jinx, the get excited, means he can just shred through this tower. He'll deny another wave on top of it as Iboy tries to get down there. But LP feeling real good off the back of that play.
And because Harder had to use his ultimate from that mid lane exchange, he didn't have that Spear Rush to escape from the dive, but I feel like we need to keep Harder away from a lot of minions because he seems to get really easily invested into it. We saw in game 2 where he had to burn 4 dashes for a wave, and now Walk of Shame back to mid lane, not receiving a single CS shown by the observers. I mean,
you can see as well, like in the scoreboard, it's a 20 CS lead, in fact, over that for Tangyuan on this Azir. You mentioned that he's been practicing the Azir in solo queue, looking good on it so far. And the thing is, like, it's not like that whole 20 CS lead came from that last little passage of play. Like, he already had a CS lead building up, and then that's just a bonus wave in his favor from Harder trying to rotate to the bottom side. So really, really well played by Tangyuan so far in this laning phase. And I feel like Tangyuan, across the course of not just today, but this split, has been just leveling up consistently, changing his style, showing that he's a multifaceted mid laner. He's definitely in the conversation for me of Rookie of the Split.
Yeah, he's stepping up as that carry of RNG and Wei, now defaulting to more of a utility, or at least setup for his identity. But now with the levels coming online for this Azir, he's going to find natural push up against Ahri, and that does give a lot of space for Luma and Wei to work off. However, we haven't seen too much out of the support and jungler of RNG just quite yet. Still a relatively slow early game considering that both sides have a lot of great scaling, but if it was me, I would be much more happier as RNG's draft in this game 3.
RNG feeling good if it goes to the late game. Xiaohao, though, has got the paranoia online, has yet to find an opportunity to really make that stick to anything. But with the Herald in pocket, it's about to time out. I feel like he needs to make something happen. And did he just slam it in the mid lane? No, still in his pocket. I feel like the timer on the Herald, though, is a bit bugged on the observer overlay.
Yeah, there's a couple things that are bugged right now.
Like, it just timed out, but obviously he's still got it. You can see it in his inventory, so I think the timer's just a little bit funky at the minute. As Tangyuan doing really well in these trades onto Harder.
Yeah, not a lot of charms connecting onto this Azir, while you see that Wei and Luma are utilizing, at least leaning towards his bottom side to act as that counter for the Rift Herald being placed for iBoy. However, like you said, it hasn't been placed just quite yet, so it is slowly ticking out of time, but it's so incredibly hard trying to walk into this bottom side. I mean, just look at the vision that Luma has been able to plant in the past few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely lit up the bottom side of the map. It is that first Drake, but next one up in a minute and a half here for the side of RNG. They're 1,000 gold up as Breathe will crash a massive wave and will be rewarded with a tower plate for his trouble as well. I don't think he'll get a second one here unless he can maybe get away with this. Trying to escape, the fear going to come on through, but he is tanky. Oh, but Zora's here too. There's no way he's getting out of this one. The knockups galore as iBoy even gets himself the minion wave before moving on over. Xiaohao happy to take the kill after iBoy is cast aside. And there we go, Herald finally coming down.
And it is going to be naturally placed towards the top side. 3 plays already secured for iBoy on this. I feel is maybe looking for a 4th as the chakrams come online. But no, RNG's bottom lane also responding to this rotation. But like you said, really good proactive play from AL and getting that kill onto Breathe. Zora on an engaged support is exactly what I like out of this AL roster. He just has so much follow-up to Xiaohao's aggressiveness, and it is what's working for them so far.
Well, it certainly is. AL get themselves on the board, even up the gold difference, and the plate for ZDZ in the bottom side as well. Feels fantastic. Especially with a lot of that gold going into the pocket of iBoy, you need to have this Aphelios online, as well as Xiaohao manages to get the kill credit. Does feel like they're ticking a lot of boxes. It's the Azir that I'm worried about for them. I feel like Tangyuan, for me, has been, like I said in the game 2, the main character of this series, trying to carry in game 2 on the Syndra. Had an amazing game number 1 of the series. Now on the Azir, a big old CS lead to work with, already finished his mythic. He really can be the driving force for RNG.
Most definitely, and RNG, although giving over that 1 kill in the top side, I feel like the main carries in this Jinx and Azir, they're more than happy with the current game state. Like you said, even the Shadow Crown getting picked up for Tangyuan right now, he is going to be under no threat whatsoever, having all summoners available as well. AL have to be the ones pulling the trigger. They have to be the ones proactive, and I feel like that has to be through Hada and Xiaohao, as they have to kind of start synergizing together and catch this Azir in the side lane, and he isn't able, well, he shouldn't be able to be alone and this pushed up.
No, it does need to be a little cautious. Fairly slow one so far, and you kind of anticipate this pace of game continuing for the foreseeable. Herald coming up in 10 seconds time, and it feels like RNG with control of the area. Although that said, Lumao actually resetting, as is LP, so perhaps not liking the idea of going for the Herald straight off of the bat here. Tada pushed in on the top side. Zora walks over a ward though, so won't find an opportunity onto Tangyuan.
Tangyuan playing very disciplined in the side lane, as there's a lot of great vision set up by RNG now. The pink ward is going to get cleared by Zora, but that does signify that they do have idea of where the support is at least. If RNG don't die in the side lane here, I feel like they do have the advantage when it comes to the 5v5 because of their front to back ability.
And Breathe taking some hits from ZDZ, but you know, on the Gragas, he's going to be fine. Built the Sunfire Cape, has a lot of sustain in his kit as well. iBoy, white and green weapons could be useful for the Herald. He's going to use the white weapon though, just to clear this wave as fast as possible. Can use the last bit of ammunition to place a turret to make sure that they can try and siege this tower as
Oh,
fast
but
as possible.
Zora.
Harder TP's in. LP is here alone. Is the TP going to come through from Tangyuan as well to try and defend? They've got to clear this wave. Zora caught out here as the zap goes over the wall, and Tangyuan will follow it through to finish the kill. It's a beautiful little kill for RNG as Zora way too far forwards.
Yeah, I saw way over the blue buff wall and just knew Zora was way too caught out of position. That is going to mean the Rift Herald now getting started by the side of RNG. There is an ultimate available.
Lumao really underestimating the presence there, but he gets out. And the Flame Trompers dropped there just in case Xiaohao follows up on a Paranoia diving underneath the tower. LP doing everything he can to keep his support alive, and now a TP coming through from Breathe. Behind enemy lines is Highboy and Harder with no ultimate. Highboy flashes though and keeps himself safe as Harder will now get out as well, and suddenly it's a little bit dodgy for Breathe. He's in the middle of 5 players. He's getting collapsed upon and taken down. LP doesn't have the damage to carry this fight just yet. But Tangyuan will dissuade the follow-up for now. As Highboy really wants a bit more. Gravitum on in. There's another Calibrum to follow it up as well. LP really bullied.
I mean, I'm so sorry, Breathe. That flash E was not it, but Zora, he's caught out of position again.
What is going on in the last couple of minutes to this game? Zora caught out now as Lumao turns it back around. Oh, he's on a ward. He's recalling a ward. Harder, no ultimate available for him. Waze is about to come off cooldown. No! There was a second on it, and the Everfrost gets Harder away.
You know, the highlight for me out of all of that was the MVP was Highboy. He spotted that Breathe had a TP flank angle, and he predicted that the Gragas was going to flash E, and he placed the blue ward onto this flank from the Gragas. But we'll get a replay from the very beginning where 2 ultimates committed onto this Rakan, and he got away scratch-free. So it kind of felt like RNG were the winners out of this as they secured the Rift Herald. Well, they kind of had to stop it for a bit, but I feel like they do get it eventually, while Breathe committing the TP, looking for Highboy here, but the blue wall getting placed meant he anticipated this engage out of the Gragas, and now without the flash available or the E, it was just bit of a sad situation to be Breathe, but I feel like RNG, they still managed to salvage it by finding those individual picks back onto Zora.
Take a look at Tangyuan's inventory though. 2 full items finished off. 185 CS as well at 18 minutes. He is feeling terrifying on that Azir, but ZDZ has had a lot of free time in these side lanes. He's getting pretty monstrous himself as he tries to finish this tower off, and will be able to do so. Gordrinker finished off. His farm is looking very healthy. Should be able to head back and pick up a second item fairly shortly. So very nice stuff in the side lane from ZDZ. And like you said, we're looking for consistency from this player.
Yeah, but something else that's also kind of being a sore thing to my eye is that this Ahri is now down 50 CS or so. And now the Rift Herald gonna get placed in the mid lane, and I feel like Tangyuan having a great game 3 as well, as Lumao trying to contest the vision towards his bottom side, but they're gonna lose all party in mid lane.
Herald used to find their way into this bottom river, and once again RNG have got those first 2 Drakes. Xiaohao has been spotted out. I don't think you get away with this one as Wei hunting him, but the rest of AL are moving over as well. Xiaohao trying to escape, but knocked back by the Empress Divine. The CC chain is just too much, but he's still alive. He's still escaping, and in the meantime, the rest of AL are winning out the rest of the fight. Xiaohao with some heroic zips out of the portal, and now the rest of the fight can kick off, but Harder's gone too deep, and LP survives somehow. Highboy has to be the carrier. ZDZ uses a stopwatch to buy time. Tangyuan still here. His Sand Soldiers hitting hard at this point. It's a 1-for-1. Harder for Wei. I feel like RNG, they still can't contest with no jungler.
Harder does have the TP available, so they're able to buy enough time. I mean, Baron spawning, good hook.
It's onto Lumao though. That Rakan's so slippery. Breathe won't be able to get in, and there we go. Drake taken by AL. I cannot believe Xiaohao managed to escape that play.
I mean, I can kind of expect it because Harder acted as decoy and ended up trading 1-for-1. We have, I mean, both teams resetting for this Baron now. Also that Dragon getting secured by Ale, so it does deny the soul point away from RNG quite a lot. I feel like the Observers is trying to tell us that LP didn't go pick up his red buff and went to top wave instead. Is that the message?
I don't know. I feel like that's reasonably standard. Like, we're probably not going to fight for the next few minutes anyway. The red buff is not that big of a deal comparatively to a minion wave. I feel like, you know, I vibe with that. I'm on board, LP. I respect it.
Yep, but something that I am not really on board is this Gragas. I feel like he has to play out of vision to find the successful engages onto AL. They're quite slippery, even iBoy having the Gale Force and flash up very soon. RNG, they have to play with their vision very nicely. Wei is charmed. I think it's going to result in anything, but oh, I have to hold my breath. This game is quite fun to watch, considering these mid-skirmishes. Look at what Xiaohao was doing here.
He's trying to find the flank as Wei hunting for him. Didn't expect him to move back upwards like that, but then after the Emperor's Divide, I was so sure it was done and dusted, but Wei.
I mean, Wei, yeah, he ulted onto an Ahri that was spirit rushing into 4 people, but Xiaohao used his ultimate to connect onto LP, and it went over the chompers and also took the Hex Gate to escape, but AL kind of biting off more they could chew and kind of overcommitting there, but wasn't too bad after all. I feel like ZDZ on this Renekton definitely still a bit of a threat in the side lane, as Breathe, he is looking for those 5v5s on this Gragas.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one from Wei there. Really picking the wrong target, and had he just used that ultimate onto Xiaohao, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill for his team. The jungler going down, and that would be sole point for RNG. So a bit of a whiff there from a player that, honestly, this split has looked absolutely fantastic. Bad games can happen to anyone, I suppose. 2 items, though, finished off for him. As we already mentioned, Tang Yuan already having his 2 for LP as well. But that's going to be matched on the other side as iBoy, you know, feeling strong in terms of the items, not feeling strong in terms of where he stood on the map. Caught out by Tang Yuan.
I'm assuming Wei was able to he managed to get his hands onto this Aphelios. I'm pretty surprised he didn't just go into his tower. He had the flash available, he had the Gale Force, but a really nice follow-up from Tang Yuan. They're gonna look to start the Baron and force the 4v5 here.
Imagine managing to steal away that previous Drake after a miraculous play and then getting caught mid and potentially losing Baron off of it. Drake still out. Baron still active. ZDZ's on the flank harder. Looking for more though. The charm going to be cleansed here. Keep your eyes on LPs in all kinds of trouble. Trying to escape on the backside of the play. But Xiaohao will go down before he finishes the kill. And in the meantime, Tang Yuan and Breathe are tearing them apart. They won't get a single kill. And it's a double, triple kill for Tang Yuan. They decimate AL.
And RNG's carries live on 1 HP. iBoy, he does have the Infernum. Can he make a miracle happen?
Gets one onto Lumao, but one just ain't enough here. iBoy, you got to be careful. It will back away, but the Baron taken by RNG.
I mean, it's so insane to me to think that LP managed to live that Baron fight, but we'll get a replay of how iBoy died. It was just the flash engage out of way and a really beautiful follow-up from Tang Yuan and pushing iBoy further away from the safety of his own tower, and the AD carry of AL just overstepping by himself in the mid lane. But all eyes onto LP. It literally was that one spell difference about this Jinx dying as the charm hits onto the Jinx. No summoners after this either. And everything committed but not dying. And she manages to get the reset from Xiaohao and continues to DPS.
Absolutely insane. The fact that LP survives at like sub 100 HP here. Like, I don't know how they got away with that one. Because it's not like this team is designed for protecting the AD carry necessarily. It's much more about diving onto iBoy, but they managed to make it work. There's a good little combo onto Lumao, but ultimately it's only that single play. I saw him walking towards the pit with Infernum available. I was like,
I've seen
is
this
he gonna
happen
get
before.
the big ulti? Yeah, but it doesn't happen for iBoy. So now with Baron in pocket to 4, well, actually no, only 3,000 gold lead in favor of RNG, but their 3rd Drake available on the map. If they can secure it, Xiaohao really wants a pick, but I don't think Breeze's going to walk into it.
You know what? I feel like if it was release failures, he would have gotten a pentakill there. But unfortunately, and also the Baron. But unfortunately, the 200 years has been nerfed to a bit of a 150 years, like you said from earlier. So not as broken as what it used to be. But AL now in the losers position with the Baron getting picked up with a scaling composition. 3 items for Tang Yuan now, and he has so much peel out of the Zhonya's and the Shattered Crown as well. So realistically, the only target you want to look for is LP in these team fights.
Oh, the hook's so close from Zora. ZDZ is behind enemy lines, flashing straight towards LP. The whole gang flashing at LP, and they will assassinate the AD carry. That's going to be Lumao gone as well. It's a huge fight here for AL. They find 3 out of nowhere.
Hey, they did it! They got their hands onto the AD carry of RNG, and they managed to just instantly delete them. I mean, Tangyun does have the Baron buff available and enough siege. He just has to survive for an extra 20 seconds. I don't know if AL can look for the mid inhibitor. We'll have to wait and see because they want to look for it.
I think they can get the inhib. I don't think they'll find anything more than that, though. Tangyun and Wei are here, and the respawn's coming through in 10 seconds' time. AL certainly can't end the game, but man, what a play. Hang on a second. This is a huge pick. Tangyun and Press Divide available. Instantly going to be used here as he dashes out to safety. Doesn't even need to flash. But AL, hey, mid-inhib taken. When you just lost Baron, you'll take that. Hang on. RNG don't want to let this play end just yet. Both solo laners behind enemy lines here. ZDZ tanking up for now as Breathe tries to find an entrance in, but just blown apart himself. Now the re-engage from AL. It's a front to back, which Azir loves, but are they going to be able to win it? LP untouched for now as he's getting the recess, and Tangyun escapes with his life. Eyeboy the next target as LP charges forward. Wants a bit more, but ZDZ's there to cut him down. No! LP had to be huge, replacing Gala, and makes it happen. Tangyun now alone in a 2v1 and doesn't have the damage. Xiao Hao with 1,000 gold.
They don't have a wave mid lane though. They have one super, so they can't look for the end as time is, I believe it's 20 seconds on Wei and Luma. So AL surprisingly coming out on top after a double TP flank out of RNG. But LP, I mean, he flashed forward and made it an even trade, surprisingly.
I don't know what on earth just happened in that fight. RNG pulled the trigger, but ZDZ doing such a good job of denying entrance to Breathe here.
Yeah, I feel like Breathe on the Scragger so far, it is his most played champion, but it's been a bit lackluster with his barrels and his casks, as it just sends the carries further away. But like you said, I mean, it's so hard to live once you're in this type of situation from Xiao Hao, but no one was contesting LP on these grounds as every resource was used onto the support and Tangyun, but the two carries of RNG lived on 1 HP, and they're going to go in. But I feel like ZDZ on this Renekton, an absolute monster so far, and definitely redeeming himself from the previous few series.
A hell of a play from LP, trying to carry it, but unfortunately not enough. Tangyun moves in a little too late. And I mean, with all of the ultimates on cooldown, it was a bold play from RNG. But look at their carries. 5, 1, and 6 for Tangyun. 5, 2, and 5 for LP. Both on 3 items as well. We were talking about the late game scaling. Well, we've got to that late game. Tangyun is almost 100 CS up. That is insane.
Yeah, soon to be Flame Horizon in this mid lane, but the dragon is going to be spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds. It is going to be Hex Soul for the side of RNG and also Baron in 30. I wouldn't be surprised if AL contests for both, as they are now moving their way towards this Baron, but you also have to consider the fact that they have 3 stopwatches and 2 GAs available, so they pretty much have to kill them twice. RNG, they need to tread very carefully and try to contest this Baron because they don't want to give away either.
It's a really tough one as well because, you know, the supers in mid lane, not necessarily the best at pressuring onto the map. With an Azir and a Jinx, you can easily deal with those super minions. So the pressure not really there from the lack of inhib. Actually, a minion wave being protected. Could try and threaten the tier 2 in the mid lane, but Baron started here by AL.
ZDZ, he does have a nice flank angle, but LP, he's very cautious around this. He's spotted.
Looking for a quickness from Lumao as Wei's going to be found. Baron's just going to be taken. AL have got the Baron, and now they look for a fight as well. Empress Divide to keep the carry safe here. Xiao Hao into GA as LP alive. Times the rocket wrong, though. Eyeboy popping off in this one. ZDZ looks for LP. Tangyun with the shutdowns. He needs to find Eyeboy. The soldier's over the wall, but he can't do it. And now ZDZ chasing onto LP. The Fame Chompers are huge, but it's Eyeboy with a triple kill as LP desperately tries to escape with his life.
Hada does have the TP though. I think AL, they're trying to look for the end here. Did they do it? The Baron secured. They have the minions now double TP out of the solo laners as well. It's looking like a 3-1.
LP, you've got to make a miracle happen here. QSS just purchased, needs to be able to survive this charm. QSS immediately is Captain Jack on the scene as the wave has to be cleared as fast as possible. ZDZ charging forward though, and there's another wave. LP can't do it. AL are going to make the magic happen. The upset comes on through. RNG taken down, and the Panda Warriors stand tall.
And AL break RNG's 2 series wins and continues their own. I mean, take the Baron, RNG, because we're gonna take this series win up against you guys. And I feel like just Xiaohao and Harder had such a beautiful synergy when it comes to Game 2 and Game 3, and definitely the highlight of this series so far, and a very well-deserved win up against RNG.
What a series from them, and I love the preference on this Nocturne and the way that they're playing with that jungler. Like we said, we wanted more carries out from Xiaohao after game number 1 went so sideways, and he's like, you know what? This is a Nocturne series. Locks it in for game 2 and game 3. Looks fantastic the whole time. And the whole gang on board, right? Harder with the Ari, able to follow up so well on these plays. And honestly, ZDZ in the team fights in the last couple of games of this series actually looked like the better top laner, which is not something I expected to say coming out of this series.
Yeah, he definitely was outperforming his opponent, which was Breathe on the Gragas. He had so much presence on the Renekton where he bought a lot of time to allow the carries of AL to do that DPS. But I do also want to credit LP on this Jinx. He was definitely making all those team fights super duper close and very clutch. I honestly feel like the team fight for the Baron could have gone either way. The difference really was the rocket or super mega death rocket from Jinx was 2 seconds late when it came to those GA timers, and that would have made the difference. But overall, AL, they had the better mid game and they were able to stop RNG from taking over the series.
Man, what a tense one though. Like, there's so many exciting team fights in game number 3, like the scaling on the side of RNG, but then can the scaling carries actually survive this dive composition coming out from AL? Absolute pleasure to watch. And Tang Yuan having a fantastic series for himself, but unfortunately not quite enough. I feel like Tang Yuan in the general plays very, very, very good, but when it came to those late game team fights, I'm not sure that clutch factor was quite there on the Azir. You saw LP like really trying to make the play while Tang Yuan was not on the same page, clearing the mid wave. So feels like still a couple of learning points available for RNG, which is a good thing. Moving towards playoffs, you just know that they're going to be combing this pod for mistakes and trying to fix things up. But still, very positive day for both of the carries on RNG.
Yeah, and I feel like RNG's takeaway from that final game was that I feel like RNG could have played those team fights a little slower, like you said, really utilize Tang Yuan's kind of kit, how he's able to have the disengage up against the Ari and the Nocturne in those major team fights, and just slow down the tempo a little bit to allow that space being created between the carries like the Jinx and the Azir, and of course the amount of full dive that AL locked in 2 games in a row. But obviously, great end for AL as we take a look at the damage share. I mean, iBoy on this Aphelios, realistically, another difference that did make or break that last team fight was the amount of stopwatches and GA picked up by AL, where RNG, they had to kill them twice.
I mean, just look how close this game was as well. Until like 22.5 minutes, it was dead even the entire time. Then, you know, RNG blowing the game open, and then losing a fight, and then losing another fight, and ending up losing the whole game off the back of it. AL, what a performance in iBoy in these team fights. Like when your whole team is diving like this, you can quite often find yourself isolated and alone, but it felt like he did a really good job of staying with his team, like diving alongside them.
Yeah, and my biggest question for iBoy is that we obviously see a clear preference towards Azaya, as we saw that one mistake in the mid lane wave where he was a little bit overstepped without something like the Featherstone from what Xayah provides. It does get easily punished, so hopefully as we approach the future series, that does get cleaned up by AL, because it wasn't a very clean game. It was a very fun game to spectate, but I feel like huge credits to the top side as well of AL, ZDZ stepping up on the Renekton, locking it in blind, and a lot of confidence in those side lane pushes as well, where I feel like RNG, they had to fasten up the tempo just a little bit with Wave, burning those flashes out early to deny Xiaohao from doing anything.
Yeah, absolutely mental game, honestly. So back and forth, lots of exciting fights towards the end of it. Like, if this series was going to end with an AL upset, I'm glad it happened the way that it happened. We're going to head over to the stage where we have a winners interview with one of our players from AL.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by ZDZ, the top laner for Annuals Legend. Congratulations on your win. It is a reverse sweep, and before this matchup, how did the guys prepare for this matchup against your opponent RNG? Because they ranked higher in standings than you. 欢迎 ZDZ 来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 AL 在这局比赛当中让1追2拿下了本局。今天对自己的表现还满意吗？对今天的赛果有没有什么感受呢？然后今天同样是对阵到在积分榜上比你们排名稍稍靠前的 RNG 战队，队伍又做了哪些特殊的准备吗？
今天我觉得，我的个人的团战发挥还可以吧。然后对线的话，就是前期有点没处理好。对，然后今天赢下 RNG，我只能说有点意料之外吧。对，因为我们觉得 RNG 挺强的，
So first of all, I didn't expect that we can take down RNG because they are a very strong team. It really catch me off guard. And in terms of my performance, I think I performed better in team fights, but maybe I didn't perform very well in laning phase. And coming to game 2, you just managed to snowball from the early game on bottom lane. And why did you guys target their bot lane around the Nocturne's ultimate so hard? 那么想问一下，在第2局的时候，也就是 AL 开始起势的时候，在前期的时候，为什么队伍会去着重的依靠 NOC 这个点从下路打开局面呢？是觉得对面下路可能会是你们的破局之点吗？
第2局的话，因为我们的上野组合是梦魇加奥温嘛，就是关灯放羊组合，是一个比较团战端的组合。对，然后既然我都是奥温了，那当然不会帮我了。对。
So because that in game 2 we got Ornn and Nocturne, this top jungle duo. Because that I play Ornn, so we just focus on the other lanes, you know, because I play the tank, so we just focus on the bottom lane from early game. And coming to the game 3, the situation was very back and forth. My question is, after they secured the Baron in 23 minutes, how did you guys prepare? How did you guys manage to bounce back in those mid-game team fights? What was your focus point and what was communication in very late game for us to take down this way? 那么想问一下，在第3局的时候，可能前中期的局势都比较焦灼吧，但是23分钟的那一波团战之后，对面 RNG 是拿下了大龙，但是之后你们在中路的几波团战都发挥得很好，可以跟我们说一下在大后期队伍的决策和心态是怎么样的吗？
因为当时我们打了一波，就是那一波翻盘的团战之前的上一波，那个对面 ADC 交了关键性的净化，对，然后正好中路有一个绕后眼，他们压中的时候我就踢过去，然后就找到机会了。
Okay, before the last decisive team fights, in the last team fight, their AD Karen doesn't have the cleanest, and we also find a good composition to teleport to here and to manage to fight back. You know this because of their summoner spell and our TP ward, which is really important for us to come back. And the final question for you: AL is a team who is very enthusiastic, and we can also feel your passion for League of Legends. So what do you think of your team's play style? And is there anything you want us to say to your fans there, especially our overseas fans? 最后一个问题，其实 AL 这支战队呢，总能在英雄联盟游戏中赛场上向我们展现出你们对于游戏的韧性、热血和激情。你觉得 AL 战队是一支怎样的战队？有没有什么想对我们海外粉丝支持你们战队的粉丝朋友们说的呢？
我觉得 AL 是一支非常努力的战队吧，然后想对海外的兄弟姐妹们说，非常感谢你们的支持，然后你们的支持就是我的动力。
So first of all, I think that we are a very, very working hard team. We are a very hard-working team, you know, Anyone's Legend. And I really want to say thank you so much for your support to our overseas fans. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 ZDD 的来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Oh, ZDZ being absolutely lovely there, giving his support to all the overseas fans as well. It warms the cockles, doesn't it?
The line that really hit me was, thank you for the support to the overseas fans because your support is my motivation. And that really means so much because EDG, obviously on stage, he is a very emotive player and enthusiastic about his competitive games. So I'm really glad that AL was able to kind of pick this upset win up against RNG. And I really hope that this trend does continue for the AL roster. And CDZ is slowly becoming a player to look out for, at least from me. He's such a sweetheart.
I mean, AL now 3-7 in the standings. Like, it's not over yet. They can still make it to playoffs. So we'll see how things finish out in the split for them. Let's take a look at our MVP for game number 3, though. It was Xiao Hao once again. Fantastic game from him on the Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, he just played back-to-back Nocturne games and did not fail to deliver. But I also feel like we have to give credits to Zora and Harder for bouncing off this Nocturne pick perfectly, because we saw a lot of those instances where we saw the follow-up from these players as well, and that's what made these team fights go so successfully. We have to also pause that Xiaohao got out of this team fight for ulting onto LP and dodging the chompers in that choke, and he hex skated out. The Great Escape somehow worked for this Nocturne, and that lives in my head rent-free. Anyways, but the amount of dive that AL drafted 2 games in a row, it really just felt like LP didn't really have the amount of peel that you would desire for. So RNG taking the series loss, maybe go back to the drawing board and really consider something else for that bottom side.
Yeah, I think RNG as well, like, coming out of game number 2, losing to the Nocturne and Ari combo with big front line in the top side and long range AD carry. I don't feel like this draft was that dramatically different from the side of AL. Like, it was clearly the Nocturne and the Ari were the main factors in making that happen, and just not having enough peel for their carries, not being able to keep LP and Tangyuan alive in those plays. Fair play for LP, like, try to make that play happen. You just saw the kind of flash forward onto iBoy to try to turn it around, but wasn't enough in the end. Tangyuan as well, having a great series, but again, just didn't quite feel like there was enough there for RNG. Didn't feel like the way that these drafts went, the carries could survive the fights.
I feel like, yes, RNG, they had the tools to have a slow fight, but fortunately for the side of AL, everything went right, and they managed to pick up that final huge team fight win at the Baron, and of course sealed the deal, and is going to take the series win.
They certainly did. Fantastic stuff coming out from AL. A massive upset over RNG and keeping their playoff stream alive. Now we're going to move into our third and final series of the day. It's Ultra Prime versus EDG. These two teams are tied in the standings, and you just know it's going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧。如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次。我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死，阿比打到第5个人头。
我最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人。
来 ，BRG， 谢谢快乐。
而是说，我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业，还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。J.K. Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 J.K. Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说经理我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，的一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来那应该没了 ，Q 3杀，我天哪，这个大面，1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了，哇，我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种紫菜啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。
很多上单的玩家偶像都是紫菜吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道紫菜这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到了5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！
恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，挺进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。
对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
3杀到了，还有了，接近了，又定住了，杀鬼皇帝就了，4杀5杀嘛，
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 RNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上单选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的，首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了。然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第1年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。
我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives. We waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight. Yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide. Yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping through. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us play. Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this?
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third and final series of the night. And my goodness, what a series we have to finish things up on. It's EDG versus Ultra Prime in 10th and 11th place, respectively, on almost tied scorelines. In fact, no, tied scorelines at least in terms of the series, just not quite in terms of the games. I'm joined by Kitty as we head into this one. And I mean, we've already been talking about the series, Kitty. And we're both pretty much on the page. This is probably going to 3.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, EDG and Ultra Prime in that 10th and 11th position, even in the scoreline as well. So wouldn't be surprised, like you said, if it goes the distance. But the difference between these two teams is, one, they have so much expectation to be met, while Ultra Prime, they're considered the underdogs. But realistically, they can take this win up against EDG with the current form that EDG has been showing us in recent weeks.
And honestly, we've talked about 1 billion times on the cast already, but EDG leaving a lot to be desired, and it's, you know, a lot of head scratching going on when watching this squad, because on paper this team should be absolutely insane, but not really been able to convert it as of late, but perhaps improving. They got their series over Rare Atom in their most recent series. It was a 3-game series, but they did manage to get that win on the board regardless, so we'll see if they can start converting a few more. I feel like this would be a quite important series for them in terms of like turning a corner. Like if they could beat Ultra Prime in a convincing way, because Ultra Prime have looked decent. Their most recent series, not so much, but earlier on in the split, I feel like people have been pleasantly impressed by Ultra Prime. Ning especially having a pretty good split for himself. We'll see if EDG can step up, find their moments here, and find themselves a win.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting comparison. Specifically for me, I would like to make a comparison between the top side of Ultra Prime to the top side of EDG, because it's very hard to pinpoint why EDG's kind of been struggling in their recent games. But like you said, Ning has had a fantastic recent few series for this team, and someone else that I think doesn't get highlighted enough is Harry in the top lane. I feel like his form right now, he can flex between either being the carry or a very reliable front line when it comes to those hard 5v5 forces, and I think Forge really enables that with his champion pool. You see the 7 games on the Annie, also Gragas second most played on the 6 games. He does provide a lot of setup, and that allows Dogger, who is the main carry of the team, to often pop off in those team fights. While on the other side, I mean, EDG, we always see, well, whatever team that has Uzi, they also play the exact same style where they all play for the AD carry. That's just what you expect when you have a guy called Uzi as your AD carry. But I feel like the difference is that Ala and Fofo, they're not really able to commit to this style of being a supporter carry. While Ala, we see a bit of a shaky performance from him, where he has been given the chance to pick a couple of Gwen games, but looking extremely shaky in both laning and team fights, to the point where I feel like EDG, they need to do an emergency meeting and just put Ala on maybe a blind Cassante, maybe a blind Ornn or Gragas, and allow Fofo to start shining on a carry, and Jiejo, of course, has to bounce off that perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a weird history Fofo's had, isn't it? Where he was on like BLG and Vici, which became RA, obviously. And I feel like consistently he's been with AD carries that have, like, the team has demanded that he becomes a supportive mid laner, and I feel like he's never actually wanted to be a supportive mid laner. The whole time he's been playing, he's always wanted to be lane dominant. He's always wanted to be the player that's carrying, and I feel like he never seems to be on a team that allows that to be his role, that allows him to be the superstar. And I feel like Uzi now joining EDG, maybe just exacerbating that age-old issue for Fofo, and kind of a similar story, like you say, for Ala. Whether or not that is the case, though, we'll have to see, because the way that the meta is going, I do feel like there is more space for carry tops and carry mid laners these days. I feel like, especially the Azir coming back in, I mean, that's a Fofo special. So maybe there is an angle where instead of focusing on Uzi, like you say, EDG can start to shift focus a little bit and try and have multiple carries in the team.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like EDG, they have to start cooking something this week, because looking at their upcoming matches, this is going to be a relatively long time for experimenting and for a bit of a breather. I believe that their upcoming series are up against relatively low tier teams, or at least bottom end of the standings. And then in their final week 7, it's up against OMG and Weibo Gaming. So they have to really start checking in right now. And like you said, Fofo, the champions are coming back for him, the Azir, but something else I wanted to highlight is Jie in his recent games, because I feel like with the current meta right now, it has loosened up quite a bit. It's not just Vi, Wukong, and Sejuani every single game now. I feel like if Jie is able to get his hands onto a bruiser type where he is able to be the engage and also have that bit of damage built into his kit, then he can start forcing a lot of those things early on, where I feel like Ultra Prime on the receiving end, that's where they also kind of bounce off, because I think Ultra Prime, they have a relatively fast game tempo when it comes to their plays around Ning.
Yeah, and honestly, it's so much fun to watch. I will say, Ultra Prime, their schedule ain't pretty. You were just talking about the EDG schedule and you know, the big games coming up at the end of the year. Uzi, big smile on his face as he steps out. One thing I will say for Uzi, as he's come back into the LPL, he's always grinning. I feel like no matter what is happening, even if his team has just been ace and they just lost the game, I feel like he's still got a big old smile on his face. Ultra Prime, though, coming out, they've still got, like, their next series after this one is going to be JDG, then OMG, then Weibo, then Top Esports, and then LGD and IG to round it out. But it's going to be a really tough remaining schedule for Ultra Prime, and with their position in the standings, they're currently 4 and 5. Like, they really are going to have to pull out some blinders if they want to make it to playoffs. So this series for Ultra Prime is crucially important with their remaining schedule. Every single win is going to count.
Yeah, looking to separate these two teams, especially for Ultra Prime, away from EDG. Like you said, their schedule is not going to be kind to them, as JDG for their next match is probably going to go as expected. But obviously for today, it's anyone's game, because Ultra Prime, they've been having a relatively decent form in these stage games, and that's all thanks to Ning and Doggo and how they've been able to introduce a very hard carry style. Specifically for Ning, and the game that stood out to me the most was his Kindred game in that series win up against RA during the week 4. So a lot of flexibility for this jungler, and I really want to hone in onto the jungle 2v2, or at least the mid lane and jungle together, because I feel like EDG have been notorious as that team fighting team, as their identity is all about those late game skirmishes. They're very quiet the early game, while Ultra Prime, they want to fasten up that tempo alongside what Ning's going to pull out of his pockets.
I feel like Ning is always a player to watch, right? Like you mentioned, you know, having a couple of pop-off games very recently, but even historically, like when you think back to that IG World Championship, he was the finals MVP with Camille Jungle being his skin, you know, like even back then, Camille Jungle wasn't exactly like a standard thing before the tournament. Ning making that his own. And I feel like he's always been a player that's always a lot of fun to watch. And that whole IG squad, right? It's just nothing but entertainment across the board. It's crazy to think that the whole gag is still in the LPL years and years later.
Yeah, I think I made a post. It's like IG won Worlds 5 years ago. How insane is that? I mean, to be fair, it's already been 2 years since EDG's won, and time goes by so fast, Munch, as we're already week 5 into the summer split. We have 3 more weeks left of the regular summer split. And I just feel like I blink and we're already there.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a long old time since EDG won Worlds. Well, it's not really, but it's a very different roster than when EDG won Worlds, that's for sure. As a lot has changed in Ultra Prime now. I really hope that this can be a competitive series from them. I really hope they come in with a clear game plan, bring it to EDG. I feel like if you can challenge them in the early stages of the game, honestly, this EDG roster is pretty susceptible to early pressure. Like, if you can snowball against them, EDG struggle until the later stages. So I feel like Ultra Prime, honestly, if they come in with a strong draft, like you say, play through Ning, they really can come out with a big advantage.
Yeah, and I feel like lane party for the mid lane in particular is going to be something to look out for, because we do a bit of a champion pool comparison where we highlighted that Forge is the player who is willing to kind of drop himself to play utility and set up with the Annie and the Gragas. If the Nico is let open, that could potentially be something that he considers as well, but he isn't showing us too many carry champions so far into the summer, while Fofa, on the other hand, I mean, I believe it was his Jace. He had a really good performance in recent weeks as well, but if we want to lean towards Fofa having a louder voice in these team compositions, that could be where EDG start to crack down on Ultra Prime, as Forge is a little bit of a struggler when it comes to the early game laning phase. So if EDG managed to get that priority in mid lane and allow Jie to kind of work alongside Maker and control that vision, it does stop Ning from doing whatever he wants in the early game.
It certainly does. See if they can control Ning. I feel like that the conclusion of the last 5 minutes of conversation is keep your eyes on Ning. Ning is going to be the center of everything, whether it's for Ultra Prime or for EDG. Ning is the centerpiece right here. So we'll see how Ning's going to do in the early game, but also what the drafts are going to look like when it comes to those junglers as well. Because I feel like we've seen a lot of like Vi and Wukong, but the more exciting games are when we see like the Kha'Zixes, the Nocturnes coming in. You already mentioned the Kindred that we've seen recently from Ning. And Vi taking off the board already could open up the pool a little bit and make things a bit more interesting.
I feel like a pick that we should look out for is the Wukong falling into Jie's hands, because that is a champion that he's been looking relatively good compared to others in recent weeks, and it does seem like his comfort for the time being. It is going to get taken away instantly by Ultra Prime, but that does leave a lot of mid lane champions up and available. Something like the Annie could be considered, but like we said, we probably want to see Fofa on a carry champion, especially given Ala's current form, where usually EDG find the most success when Ala is on a champion like Gwen, and he does have so much DPS offered to the table, and just getting those flank angles and making the teamfight so much easier to execute. But unfortunately, I think EDG, they have to introduce us to something new.
Well, the P1 Renekton going to come on through, which, you know, we've seen a fair bit of Renekton coming into the league. Ala, this will only be his second game, but there was a win when he played it previously. And Ultra Prime, what is your priority? Do you want to try and find an early jungle lock-in for Ning? Or instead maybe going towards that mid lane? Because the thing is with jungle lock-ins is you can often give away your entire game plan by locking your jungle early. So it can be a double-edged sword. If there's a priority pick that you really want, then it can be fantastic. But if not, it can just mean they can draft around you.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if JJ does lean towards something like the Sejuani or Maokai and let Fofo play Jace mid lane to really find that early bully that EDG so desperately rely on when it comes to how they approach these game ones. But it is going to be the Kha'Zix lock-in blind by Ning. I'm very surprised by this because there's still so many junglers up and available, where I feel like this is a very confident lock-in, to say the least.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Kha'Zix there, and he's got one game on it so far this split, and it was not a win, but clearly it's been working in scrims as EDG. They go for this Xayah Rakan combo for Uzi and Mako, so looking to spike really hard at level 3 and try and dominate that 2v2. What Ultra Prime want to go for is their third lock-in here, something for the top side. Harry, very comfortable on the K'Sante, as are pretty much all of our top laners in the LPL. This has kind of been the staple pickup here. Doesn't necessarily do as hot into the Renekton, though. We've seen Renekton starting to edge that matchup out.
Yeah, surprisingly that Harry is going to take this matchup up against the Renekton. I'm assuming Ala did expect Harry to also pick that, as it is his most played champion, tied alongside, I believe, the Gnar. However, I feel like if K'Sante is going to be able to find those short trades up against the Renekton where they often take Conqueror, that could be the way to go. And of course, you have amazing setup in frontline to kind of be able to enable Ning on this Kha'Zix pick. But once again, the mid and jungle are going to be left up and open for EDG, which is very surprising because you already see Ultra Prime taking the Annie away. So Ultra Prime is going to narrow down on the jungle pool, and that's something I'm very worried about because Jie, you look at his champion pool, you have something like the Scion and the Nocturne still available, and that could work with Mako locking in this Rakan.
Yeah, the Maokai taken off of the board. Sejuani would be open as well if he wants to go for that. That's kind of been one of the champs he's very happy to lean towards, but no, actually denying Fofo the Azir. We did talk about Fofo's Azir being comfort pick, and you could see actually Fofo reacting to that on camera. That was clearly something they were leaning towards. I mean, they've already got two birds in the composition. Why not a third?
Well, I think Sejuani would also work pretty well here, but that does mean you are lacking a bit of a peak. Depending on what Fofo wants to take in the mid lane, I wouldn't be surprised if he just defaults to something like the Jace. The Ashe did receive a slight buff in patch 13.12, but with the Xayah getting locked in, maybe it's the Kai'Sa for Doggo with Aphelios also getting taken off the board as well. But we haven't seen a single static Shiv yet. But we'll have to wait and see if EDG or Ultra Prime are gonna meet expectations with this current meta.
We're just in draft and Sword Art is already like shouting at his teammates. Like, for anyone that hasn't been in a room with Sword Art before, you can hear him over the crowd in the arena. He is one of the loudest dudes I've ever heard in my life. The vocal cords on that man are powerful, let me tell you. But the Nautilus going to be locked in. AD carry left for last pick. And leaving the Jinx open are EDG because Jinx can struggle a bit versus Xayah during the laning phase. Can be exposed a bit by the Lovers duo. We've got an Elise locked in for JJ. I can't remember the last time I saw an Elise. He's played it once, but...
Often, well... Yeah, okay. As expected, I wanted to elaborate on this, sorry, but you often see the Elise getting locked in once Maokai is taken off the board, but you desperately need AP on the team, so that does signify that Fofo is looking for a very powerful AD champion in the mid lane, and it is going to be the Tristana for this first game, and probably the Shiv, and it's gonna start really annoying how that lane party works in the mid lane's isolated matchup, as we highlighted that JJ has to have room to really look for angles and link up with Mako to secure that vision control around these major objectives. And EDG's composition for this game one, very aggressive early game, and they just want to look for picks.
I really like this from EDG. I feel like they pivoted. They really took their time the second half of this draft. When the Azir got banned, you could see Fofo visually react and be like, huh. I think that was their entire game plan, was go for the scale and go for teamfights late. And instead they go, okay, let's lock in an Elise, let's lock in a Tristana, let's play aggressive and try and dominate early on. Elise Renekton is like a classic combo. You have so much power in that top side. You've got a ton of power in the bottom side as well with the Xayah Rakan. And Tristana is more than happy to follow up on early skirmishes. So I actually really like this. EDG, it may not be a meta composition that they're bringing to the table, but with the strength of Tristana on this patch so far, I'm fully on board.
Yeah, really exciting draft to be introducing us to this Ultra Prime series. Like you said, the amount of dive potential is unlimited through this Elise and Renekton, but we also need to talk about Ultra Prime's draft. Relatively standard, we have the Jinx for the late game, we have Cassante and Annie for those huge team fights, but Ning on this Kha'Zix, both of these junglers are looking to shut each other down early on, but Kha'Zix in particular, he is trying to get that Umbral Glaive as fast as possible and link up with his support as well.
We'll see how this one's going to pan out. I'm excited for it, though. Both with a carry in the jungle. Ning versus JJ. It's kind of an old school matchup, honestly. Although JJ not been in the league quite as long as Ning. Ning kind of taking a break as JJ was beginning his career in the LPL. The Elise, though, against that Kha'Zix. Listen to those gyos. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. EDG, pretty significant fan favorite here today.
I'll be real, EDG fans and RNG fans always show up when it comes to these live crowd events, and their crowds never disappoint. the audience is sitting at home, but in this game one, we talked about how EDG, they're a very slow team and they struggle in that early game, but having such aggressive picks for this draft, the Elise, the Renekton, Tristana, they want to be forcing stuff early, but I feel like this comp overall is a bit of a feast or famine, and once you do reach over 30 minutes, it is looking a little bit scary for EDG to kind of continue that trend.
Yeah, I think the one thing that worries me as well for EDG is, like you say, it's a bit feast or famine, whereas Ultra Prime, they do have some early presence in their composition without it being so heavily, you know, early game favored that you worry about them late game. Like, they've still got the Jinx in the late game. You've still got Annie and Nautilus to start fights. You've still got the Cassante, which is always going to be a menace no matter when you are in the game. So we'll see how things are going to pan out across the course of this one. Looking towards this bottom lane as well, where EDG chose to leave this Jinx open to perhaps try and find presence during the laning phase down in that bottom lane. We'll see how they do with the Zyra Khan.
I'm honestly surprised that Ultra Prime didn't lean towards something like the Kai'Sa, where it's going to be able to match the early aggression, because locking in the Jinx up against EDG's composition, that does signify that you do lose a lot of those early one-item spikes, especially considering that you're up against the Shiv, Tristan, and Elise. So I'm not going to be surprised if Ultra Prime give away a few of these early objectives. The Chompers come out.
Good bit of damage here from Ultra Prime in the 2v2. Yeah, fantastic bit of work. Good hook from Sword Art. Great Chompers from Doggo. And I feel like this is a bottom lane of, like, Uzi and Meiko are pretty much the forerunner in the conversation for, like, GOATs in their roles within the LPL, with, you know, Ruler trying to contest that with Uzi. And Sword Art and Doggo, who are two players that realistically the expectations coming into the split were fairly low, and they're wanting to prove people wrong. It's a total kind of opposite in terms of, like, big picture expectations for the two bottom lanes. But in terms of the standings and in terms of performance so far, this split is fairly even between the two.
Yeah, I mean, these names on the EDG roster have so much history connected behind it, but something else that I wanted to kind of shine a light on is EDG, although you might criticize how the players have been performing in their recent games, I think another thing that hasn't really been working out for them is their draft. And you often see EDG in a bit of an awkward situation where they don't have a lot of lane party, but they play the complete opposite. However, this game, they fixed that. They have Tristan in mid lane, so hopefully Jie, with this amount of breathing space, he is able to make up for the previous weeks of performances.
Nice bit of play there. The hook coming out from Sword Art, but Uzi doing a really good job to punish. What you'll notice when Uzi's trading on the Xayah once he's hit level 3, look at the way that he saves his Q. He's like, press W, hitting Sword Art, getting damage down, but the second Doggo steps up to try and auto him, he throws his Q and an auto at Doggo to threaten the potential route. So really, really great play coming out from Uzi. Like, watching the micro out from him when you're looking at the Zyra Khan is always a pleasure to watch.
I'm surprised that E didn't root, but we do have the EDG bottom lane resetting, and Sword Art is trying to look for a slight freeze on this bottom side, so that does signify maybe a potential gank from Ning, but Jie, he's looking in top side.
He certainly is. We said the Elise and the Renekton are a killer combo. Flashes for the Cocoon, but it's completely whiffed. Harry trying to get out with his life and still has Flash. Ning arrives on the scene. And look, the combo's good if you can get the W into the Cocoon, but it was in a minion wave, so almost impossible for JJ to get it. And now isolated. Ning going forwards, looking for the kill. First blood for Harry, and now Ala in a 1v2. He wants to try and turn it around. Harry the target, but he goes down. It's disaster for EDG.
The worst possible way to start this game from the Elise, but EDG Fofa, he's going in, but he gets instantly hooked by Sword Art. He's dead.
It's going from bad to worse.
Well, he doesn't die, but he barely makes it out alive. A beautiful counter gank from Sword Art. Both supports roaming towards his mid lane. But we highlighted how EDG's composition, you need to be ahead early, but this Renekton and Elise both fall victim to Ultra Prime.
Here we go, JJ and Meiko not gonna give up just yet. It's Forge the target. One more also, but the Ignite's not enough. Oh no, sub 10 HP and Forge walks out with his life. EDG, so proactive, but everything they do is just bouncing off.
Look, an attempt was definitely made, but at the end of the day, execution is what makes the difference. And Jie flashing over, trying to look for the point-blank cocoon, so Harry couldn't react to it. Unfortunately, overshoots it and misses, while doesn't really respect where Ning potentially could be on the map. Gets half his health instantly deleted by the isolation, and that leaves Ala in a bit of an awkward position as well. A 2-for-0 for Ultra Prime. And EDG's composition, I mean, no flash available for Jie, or the entire top side is going to be a very difficult early game.
Look how far ahead Ning is as well. Like 10 CS up in the jungle, already has that serrated Dirk. And that's the, I mean, Doggo knocked up in the bottom side of Zuzi, gets a couple of feathers down, but they won't be able to follow up too much. Good route on Sword Art as well. But they're just going to be clearing the wave. Yeah, the top lane obviously massively ahead for Harry on that Cassante, but I feel like Ning is the one you got to worry about because he's on a carry. He's on that Kha'Zix. If he can get another kill early on in this game, it might be curtains for EDG.
Hold your horses. Jie is still cooking something up on this Elise. I feel like Elise, after you kind of hit the 25-minute mark, the champion does fall off the cliff. As Ning, he is now level 6 on the Kha'Zix, and you never want Kha'Zixes to be safely farming in their own jungle and getting that first item spike online. I feel like it could potentially be either the Duskblade or the Umbral Blade, depending on how he wants to approach his game 1. Either deny the vision or really make up for that lack of damage in the top side and be that difference maker when it comes to these early skirmishes. But JJ is now level 5 and looking to clear his own camp, but it's looking a little bit disastrous.
Yeah, Ning not sure where he wants to go here. Is JJ backing off there? Might go for a dive here. The knockback is there and the isolation damage is gone. See you later. Alan doesn't even get a chance to flash. He's just one shot.
Yeah, I mean, he also loses out on an entire wave as well. Fofo trying to look for something. Mako does have the E and W onto Doggo.
Oh, no. Flashed away from quickness. Not there for Mako just yet. He's still level 5. Fofo trying to make an attempt, and I feel like everything EDG have done in this early game has just gone dramatically wrong. At least they'll get a bit of zoning going. And Uzi gets a bit of solo time on the tower in the bottom side, but Doggo surviving. It really couldn't be going much worse for EDG right now.
That does deny a lot of the CS for this bottom side though, so Doggo losing out on 2 summoner spells. If Ala never died, this would have been a huge win for EDG to come back on, but because the Renekton fell, it is going to be a Rift Herald being traded over for this first dragon, putting this Jinx slightly behind. But I mean, I feel like Jie, he potentially could have been here for that counter dive, but unfortunately, both junglers are a little bit... I wouldn't say Ning is all over the place, because he still executed on it, but he did kind of like walk back and forth trying to spot out where Jie was, trying to look for that solo kill. It is going to be the Umbral Blade first. Jumping from Fofo.
Wait a second. Forge just missed his Tibbets, but then Fofo put the bomb on a minion. That was the worst 1v1 I have ever seen in the LPL.
Hey, one's an ultimate and one's an E, so it's not that bad for Fofo. He comes out on top. The Tibbers has been burnt. Fofo not low enough with that Vampiric Scepter in his pockets as well, so he's not going to get poked out or bullied out by the full combo of this Annie just quite yet. But yeah, let's just pretend that never happened and Forge accidentally ulted the minion wave or something.
Fofo looking for Forge again here. Is Tibbers getting some damage down onto Fofo? It's not going to be too much. Like you say, the Vamp Scepter doing a lot of work. Is Mako trying to get vision. Almost gets one shot by Ning. He's flashed on as well. Just gets 3 shot. Ning is taking over the game.
3 Qs and Mako's gone. Burns the flash as well. Mako is still sitting on level 5, so this flash is so crucial for EDG to work off. The Rift Herald is now going to get placed in mid lane. I mean... this is an excellent start for Ultra Prime, and Ning definitely stepping up as how much praise we've been kind of putting towards his name. Let's pretend Sora didn't just hook a spider lane. But yeah, this game very entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, this has been kind of a comedy of errors, to be quite honest, so far. You saw Forge trying to get this stun on JJ as he came down, but the W not quite in range, and then, like you say, the hook from Sword Art, bit of a whiff. It happens. It happens. But hey, Ultra Prime with the lead. Ning having a phenomenal game for himself.
I mean, Mako just solo warding out here as that support, no backup whatsoever, and like a little bit disrespectful as well. Yeah, disrespectful and a jump scare. Burning the flash as well. I believe he was probably 3 minions of 6, So imagine the amount of potential engage that this Rakan could have had, but unfortunately, this Kha'Zix picking up the Umbral Glaive, he just didn't expect the amount of damage, I suppose. As Ultra Prime, they're more than happy with the game state right now.
Oh, they really are. They really are. Fofo gonna be stunned up here. Tibbers comes out. He's trying to bait. He's trying to bait. It's here! And Forge actually survives that. I don't know how. By the skin of his teeth again. He's invincible.
Invincible's on another team, but he is very invincible on this Annie. I mean, man lived on 1 HP. Maybe it was the difference between the shield provided from her kit, but a really good bait from Forge and allows Ning to pick up his 3rd kill of the game. You never want Kha'Zixes to be this far ahead in the early game. And Fofo, I mean, yes, I know that you want to be going in after Forge uses his combo, but you also have to respect that JJ is now backing on the map and you have no people hovering you whatsoever. And it's just a really nice kind of exchange from Ultra Prime.
So close to Fofo getting that kill, but Forge barely get out. And again, Ning is just, hey man, look at the Ultra Prime coaching staff. They're over the moon. Oh, this one's going. Baolan taken down, or should I say Mako. Ning says, get your hands off a Baolan's champion. But JJ answers it, finds himself an opportunity. Can they find more though? Because the rocket's in from Doggo, and suddenly it's Fofo being chased down. He tries to turn around, but stunned up by Forge here. The autos are out from Doggo. It's gonna be another one. Double kill for Doggo, and Uzi's alone in the bottom side.
EDG is just getting picked apart one by one, and you see it. Mako dies alone once again, and Jie, at least he trades for the shutdown onto Ning, but Fofo W over the wall didn't have that way out. I mean, we get a replay. It was just the jungle and support synergy. But Kha'Zix is so much stronger than the Elise right now. At least he gets the return kill and secures that. So it does put EDG a little bit back into the game. Fofo jumps over the wall, but giving the reset over to Doggo and Forge having that stun available just meant 3 for 1 kills as a transaction. And Doggo has a double kill and a blue buff now.
Fofo is so tanky. Like, that took them so long to kill the Tristana there. I think Forge just everything on cooldown. Look at Ning's inventory. He's got a Mythic and an Umbral Glaive. We talked about the 1-item spike for Kha'Zix. He's on 2 items at 13 minutes. Like, this is a solo queue game for him at this point, as he is just taking over. And like you say, the double kill for Doggo, kind of mitigating a lot of the early lead that Uzi and Mako have managed to find in that bottom side. It's a 30, almost 40 CS lead for them down bot. And they will finish this tower off as well, getting that final plate within the last 15 seconds. But ultimately, Drake coming up on the board here. And EDG got the first one of the game. Perhaps this is their win con.
The rough thing is I don't know how EDG is going to be able to contest for any of these remaining dragons. Ning has an Umbral Glaive working alongside Sora as well. Very hard for Mako to plant any vision down. You don't even see the Rakan rotating towards the top side and trading vision for the setup for Rift Herald. Perhaps EDG could have traded and get their, well, the entire team rotates there first and then puts this Rift Herald down for Fofo and the Tristana, where they do look for the side lane win con. But unfortunately, I mean, it's very scary to be a lonely Tristana in the side lane, where she does have that shift picked up, but I don't know if you want to be pushing too far up against Ning in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a scary place to be as Uzi narrowly dodging away from that zap. If that zap hits, he might honestly go down. Swordart could definitely follow up on it. Perry now, pressuring in the top side as well. Gets his demolish proc. He'll be happy with that one, walks away. They can rinse and repeat that later on. Herald back on the map. An Ultra Prime full vision dominance, as you'd expect, with, like you say, that Umbral Glaive going into play.
The value on a 1-item spike from this Kha'Zix is through the roof, but you have to also consider the game perspective from Jie. No vision whatsoever, and you really need to rely on your flashes to really connect that cocoon onto the enemy team from a visionless play like this, but not onto the support of Ultra Prime, as they're going to place the Rift Herald down. Doggo can look for more after the reset here. EDG need to be careful.
Honestly, JJ does not know how valuable that cocoon was, because that was Swordart currently channeling a Hex Splash. Maybe could have looked for a hook into an ultimate off the back of it, but the cocoon stops the Hex Splash, saves the play. Tower still goes down to the Herald, not too surprising on that one. Harry actually should be able to finish off the tier 1 tower here, potentially. He's going to have a bit of solo time in that top side as Fofo went for the reset. Nobody's got a TP available on EDG right. Oh, no, Fofo does, actually. I don't know if Harry will be able to get there in time to finish the tower off. It was very low from the previous push.
Does seem like he is going to stay and finish off this Baron. Not Baron, the
There's
tower.
a lot of people around.
Maybe it just dies to minions if Fofo wasn't here, but static shift!
No.
Whoa, it
One
just cleared the
attack.
wave! That's so healthy for the game, right? But like we see for the rest of the team, Ultra Prime, they are hovering towards that bottom side, leaving Fofo isolated in that top side, and I feel like EDG's composition, the Elise is a bit of a peel pick now. You use the Cocoon to look for the singular picks or to just kind of play counter for Uzi. Realistically, you want to be hovering Fofo so he's able to step up in the side lane, but we don't see that so far. He is playing for the Zion Rakan.
Feels very difficult for EDG to contest space on the map right now. Ultra Prime, like you say, in control. Ning just blasted out those rockets to get a bit of first strike gold for himself. And Mako very confident walking forwards to get some vision here, but immediately will be cleared by Sword Art and Ning. Now Harry pressuring in the bottom side will be able to get a demolish proc off, and that's kind of the rinse and repeat strategy for Harry at this point. Just go forward, get a demolish proc, and then walk away. Do that enough times, he'll start to take these side lane towers. Forge gets the one up top. It's all feeling good for Ultra Primers. With that top tier 1 taken down now, they can advance that vision line a little bit deeper. Make it even harder for EDG to contest if Baron gets started.
This is what we were talking about, the hover from Jie, but the vision set up by Ultra Prime is going to spot this out. I mean, EDG, they have to just come back into this game from individual picks. I don't think they win straight up 5v5s because Harry, once again, an absolute fridge on this Cassante with the lead that he was given. So even Uzi might get soloed in those teamfights if he's not too careful with his positioning. But with the dragon spawning in 1 minute, EDG, they can just look for 2 towers in this top side.
I think that's the play, right? Fofo gonna get pushing already, and you can see Uzi's moved up to the top side as well. They're gonna steal away the red buff. What else can they find? Oh, but Ala has been left alone on the bottom side of the map. Ning charging forward, gets the slow down. In comes Sword Art. The knockup will come through, but the minion wave denies Ning's damage. And even with the rocket across the map from Doggo, Ala walks away with his life. So trade of towers in terms of the tier 1s. Drake not up for another 30 seconds just yet as EDG still trying to threaten in that top side. I don't think they'll be able to finish the tier 2, but I've been wrong before. Don't have a minion wave just yet. Nobody's actually responding yet from Ultra Prime. Harry now moving over.
A lot of engage committed towards Ala on that Renekton in the side lane, but like you said, EDG, they're going to commit to this tier 2 tower on the top side without any response. Ultra Prime a little late to the play, and I feel like this is an overall decent macro play from EDG and lets them come back into the game just a little bit as Ala wasn't caught out.
I feel like it's almost like EDG going, look, we have absolutely no world where we can contest this next Drake. Ning has to be on this bottom side to continue stacking the Drakes, so this is our window to find something, get a cross map going, and good call from EDG to get a bit of gold in their pockets. And when you look at the gold overall, it's 3,500 in favor of Ultra Prime, which is a sizable lead, but it's certainly not like the be-all and end-all. The one concern is you got like Renekton Elise, notorious for falling off later on into the game. I feel like if EDG do want to fight for this one, they've got to make it happen. And Forge is the target for now. He's going to be in trouble here. Ala uses the Dominus. Flash available if he wants it. He's going to have to back away now. It's Harry now behind enemy lines. JJ the targets. They flash on in. EDG need a miracle and Ning's down. It's a huge shutdown into the pocket of Mako with Sword Art flashing on out. Ala getting one as well as Harry pulls Ala out of the way to get himself to safety. But Mako follows up Uzi with one. Harry next on the chopping block. And suddenly EDG have made the miracle happen.
EDG somehow come back into this game by forcing that team fight in the bottom side. I mean, Doggo just wasn't there. The Shinx was in the mid lane. And with 4 people dead, they're going to be able to wrap up this Baron at 20 minutes.
Ultra Prime becoming sub-prime beyond the 20-minute mark. Unfortunately for them, a disastrous sequence of play. Forge overextending, and the rest of the team committing to try and protect him. And it means EDG's play pays dividends. Now with a Baron in pocket, they've evened the gold.
Yeah, you have to consider everyone's positioning for this fight. Jinx was just nowhere near, and that is one of your biggest damage sources, but focus in on Ning. I feel like EDG played this team fight really well with just instantly killing this Kha'Zix and deleting him from the fight. And without your Jinx anywhere nearby, then Ultra Prime, they're kind of just left with 3 fridges. And no one was dying, but a really good revival play from EDG, and the game is back in their hands.
Oh another pick. Doggo gets JJ. I'm not sure what on earth has just happened there, but Ultra Prime get themselves back on the board here. Gold is almost even in this one. Zuzi clearing vision alongside Maker, who does have to be a little careful. The Q3, a close one from Harry. And now the siege can begin. Doggo with Baron on his side on that Jinx is going to be difficult to deal with. But I will say, the static Shiv alongside Azaya, yeah, they got way clear.
They definitely have wave clear and a lot of siege alongside this Baron now, but Ala more than happy to kind of start pressuring the side lane where Ultra Prime, I mean, giving over this Baron buff over to EDG was such a big mistake. I feel like Ultra Prime is the type of team where they don't struggle in the early game. They often find really successful early games through Ning, but the macro play sometimes does pull them down just a little bit, and a lot of throws are often seen in their series. So have to wait and see, because they still have a lot of scaling ability alongside Doggo, but you need to play with your Jinx and not force a 4v5 yourselves.
I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, we talked about the Renekton Elite's not necessarily the greatest in the late game. Double AD carry is, and Renekton can still function as a big old frontline for you. So late game from EDG, while it's not the greatest composition for it, can't be completely counted out, especially with a Kha'Zix on the other side. It's not like Kha'Zix is known for being this insane late game carry, so definitely still avenues available for EDG to keep themselves in this series. 2 Drakes though for Ultra Prime in the next one in 90 seconds time. You know that they're going to be focused on that.
You see Ultra Prime securing this mid lane priority and kind of just playing ARAM, as you really don't want to be making those previous mistakes. But I feel like Ala, he desperately relies on that flash cooldown for this up-and-coming team fight. A reason why they found so much success from that previous team fight was because Ala instantly flashed onto Ning, and he wasn't able to find that poke from the evolved W. But EDG regaining that mid lane control and probably going to work towards that dragon and secure themselves a second.
Yeah. EDG, they were 5,000 gold down earlier on in this game. Now they are dead even on the scoreboard. Phenomenal comeback from them. And suddenly, it's the polar opposite of what we saw earlier in the game, right? It was Ultra Prime completely starving EDG of vision. Now they have no vision whatsoever around this Baron area. That ward going to push JJ and Fofo away as the recalls have come through from the EDG bot lane.
I think Ultra Prime, they need to play front to back for this upcoming team fight though. I'm expecting a 5v5. Ultra Prime don't want to give up this soul point, which is going to be Ocean for this game, but Ala does have that flash coming up in around 20 seconds or so. Doggo needs to be protected by Forge and Sora, while Harry looks for his hands onto Uzi for the Xayah.
Ala's trying to find a flank here. He's over the wall. Ning clears the vision though, and that's enough to dissuade the potential play. That static shift doing so much to buy priority in the mid lane for EDG, but Ultra Prime have control of the river for the time being. Ala moving into the rest of the team, and EDG, they're like, hey, let's just run down mid. We got a Tristana.
Yeah.
We can take these towers real quick, but Ultra Prime sticking to their guns, not committing, and the wave will die to tower.
They are going to just secure themselves that mid tower if I guess the minion wave died. They were a bit hesitant on the play, so they're not going to be able to secure the second tier tower. And Ultra Prime, they want to look to kind of cut them off.
Here we go, hook from Swordar as he starts the fight off. Forge just got someone on the top side of the play as well. It's Fofo just about getting out with his life as Ning looks for more. Weird flash from Ning, I have to say. Flash is just to get some rockets out. Doesn't do a whole lot of much as Forge now on the chase. He's getting so much damage out of this Tibbers, honestly. 50 gold to JJ, but now Ning on the chase looking for more. Forces a flash. Ala dicing out of the play, but the stun should come out from Forge now. There's one looking for JJ as well. That'll be 2 for Ultra Prime. It's a long old play, but they get the Drake and 2 bonus kills.
Ultra Prime, they get both the dragon and 2 kills into their pockets, while EDG, you see that hesitancy coming out of this team where they had the double AD carry composition. They had the mid wave pushing in towards that mid lane, but they were too scared to walk up because they didn't know if they wanted to contest for the dragon. Maker, you don't want to be there.
Good little sidestep from Doggo there. It's Mako. It's gone pretty low. You got to be careful because Doggo's ult's coming up against very shortly. Mako needs to get out of dodge. We'll be able to use the Zyracon recalls to get out of there. As Fofo leaving that wave for Uzi. He must be close to finishing an item. Let's take another look. As I thought it was a bit too much on the engage, but Forge saves the day.
Forge instantly pops Fofo and forces him out of the fight. Like you said, this Tibbers was getting so much value, just consistently burning down Jie. And one reset into another for Doggo to work off does mean both the top and jungle of EDG fall victim to this without gaining anything on the map. I really feel like EDG could have full centered on that mid tower and at least gain the vision control for this upcoming Baron, which is going to be in 5 seconds, but no flash available for your Elise is going to be a little bit tough. TP from Harry.
Oh, look at this. They really want the fight. It's Harry trying to find his target. They'll at very least brute force EDG out of this portion of the jungle. Forge is waiting in the wings though, and Mako walks straight into the trap. He wants a little bit more onto Ala too. Forge is doing mega damage this game on the Annie. And that is Baron open wide for Ultra Prime. What a game from Ultra Prime so far.
Jie is still alive though.
Another hook, another find, another pick. Fofo gets out with his life as Uzi tries to make the heroics happen. Featherstorm cannot save him here, but the flash can. Over the wall. Ultra Prime somehow, Uzi and Fofo get out of their grasp, but the Baron is still taken.
I mean, once again, I think Ala is going to be able to pick up this second tier tower. Never mind, he isn't. So we see the same thing happen to EDG twice where they're giving over. Oh, it finally falls down. Sorry, I'm gonna stop molding, but Uzi, not having that cleanse available. Really nice stun from Forge once again. And there's a reason why Ultra Prime have found their identity. It is through Forge on this Annie. Really nice rocket to spot out where Uzi is.
Oh, I thought Ning was going to find him then. Decides not to go for the solo chase. Doesn't want to overstep himself, and rightly so. I mean, Ultra Prime, if you're in this position, remember, this is a crucial series for playoffs. Sword Art doesn't go for it. The rest of their schedule is tough. They need every win they can get, and now against EDG, they've got them on the ropes. It's only a 3k gold lead, but with Baron in pocket for 2 more minutes, you should believe that Ultra Prime can make it work with Doggo on the Jinx. They need to finish this one off, so playing cautiously is definitely the correct play.
You see, Ultra Prime, they're forcing EDG to kind of respond to these side lane plays, but realistically, you want Fofo to be putting that pressure in the side lane where it attracts 2 people of Ultra Prime, but unfortunately, I think at this point in the game, Doggo can just get a tower and start running down and force a numbers advantage fight when it does come to the side lane, with the Dragon also spawning in 1 minute. Ocean Soul. EDG, they don't really have the circumstances to contest because Jie, no vision to work of whatsoever.
Good respect from Ultra Prime as well. They take the tier 2s in mid and bot and they go, okay, time to reset. Drake's up in a minute. That's the real objective here. And head back to base. But I love the attempt here. I love the TPs, the rockets, everything to try and find EDG. But then Mako obviously only thought it was a singular TP. Has no idea that Forge is hidden here.
I think Forge really is the man of the hour, as we do have people contesting for this mid wave, but Flash is up and available for this Annie. Once again, we don't have cleanses or QSSs, and Mako is working towards that Mikhail, but unfortunately not enough gold just quite yet before the Dragon fight, so Uzi has to play very carefully with the space. Potentially through picks, but Harry, is he gonna get picked? No way.
I'm not sure what the G2 flare is from Sword Art there. Is Harry caught out before Forge goes in, turns it around as Fofo the target, and Harry surviving for the time being. Ala gets into the play, but Dragon's already taken, and Doggo's untouched. Ala into his GA, and this might just be more than a pick here. This might be the end of the game as Doggo takes a bit of damage, but Ala falls.
Yeah, but wait, bottom.
Ocean Soul.
It does seem like Ultra Prime, they're gonna work towards that bottom side with the Baron buff as well. Flash hook.
Oh, what a hook. What a hook from Sword Art. It's another one for Doggo, and he can chase for a little bit more as well. Uzi and Mako still there. Fofo alongside him. I feel like the rocket just being used for vision at this point as they look for Mako, and he'll go down. Uzi over the wall, but no flash available for Doggo as Fofo does answer with 1. Ning grabbing that 4th kill of the fight. And now into the base go Ultra Prime and Sword Art, looking for a contract in Europe next. He went and got the American money. He's looking for the European cash next, flashing up the G2 emotes. Mid lane tower goes down, and with the wave there, Fofo has the static shiv, but I think they'll just clear the game anyway. I think they'll just end this.
They're gonna
one.
just take
Cannon
it.
still there. Fofo forced away. That's one tower down. Second one, the cannon goes down, and Ala charges in. Can they actually end the game here? They've only got a few
Jizz is back
seconds on
alive.
Uzi as well. Ala trying to tank up as the wave gets underneath the tower here. Doggo one more auto to finish the tower, but he can't step up. And EDG have somehow held on.
JJ does have the flash available. Can he look for the pick onto Forge? He doesn't have the flash himself, but he isn't going to pull the trigger. This is where you look for the comeback, EDG. But unfortunately, Ultra Prime, they get both the mid inhibitor and the Nexus Tower scratch-free.
Just about surviving, or EDG. And like you say, JJ almost has the opportunity to flash in, dodging away from the hook from Sword Art as well. That hook hits onto JJ and the game ends. Like, all of that for nothing. Is Ning sneaking through, but spotted out. JJ hiding in this brush. Had the Night Harvester available, but look at this. Ultra Prime moving as a unit, rightly so. They don't want to give any opportunities to EDG.
You also have that wave slowly pushing in, and EDG, someone has to respond to that. But Baron is going to be spawning in 1 minute. No flashes for the carries of Ultra Prime. They can look for a flash cocoon here.
Harry buffers a lot of that CC. I mean, he's still 2/3 of his health. He's bloody invincible at this point as the TP coming on through. Forge gets onto the backline, but Fofo will just take him down. Fofo survives, and maybe a chance for EDG. A pick at very least. Still 5 strong. Quickness already used by Mako as Ala looks for a way into the fight, but no flash available for him either. The wave clear is certainly there for Doggo. I don't know if EDG will find much off of this one. 40 seconds on that Baron.
Does allow EDG to find a bit of space to breathe. Look for the vision control on this Baron. 30 seconds for Forge. No TP available whatsoever either. But JJ still is holding on to that flash. And Doggo, he doesn't have his own. So maybe they can get their hands onto the carries of Ultra Prime here.
I love how confidently Ultra Prime still push forwards. I've just noticed that Sword Art is like really on brand. He's sponsored by UPS and Microsoft Word Art. Like, that's kind of insane. UPS Word Art moving forwards here as he's getting his bag. 4K on the Baron. They're just going to burn through this one. It's just going to be taken before Ultra Prime even get onto the scene. This is a 4v5 still. Forge is not in the play just yet. Harry in the middle of the pit here. JJ kind of abandoned by his team. Has to flash over. Featherstorm out from Uzi. Early on in the fight as Harry looks for the all-out. Tries to find the carries here. Ultra Prime might just have done it. Sword Art there as Doggo jumps back into the play towards the Crocodile, though. This is dangerous. JJ trying to get the damage, but Doggo survives. And Ultra Prime have done it. It felt a little dicey, but the ace is there. TP's into the base. And Ultra Prime, they'll take game 1.
And Harry destroys the backline of EDG, occupying both Uzi and Mako instantly TPs towards this base, and is going to secure this 1-0 lead up against EDG. And overall, what a convincing win from Ultra Prime.
Absolutely fantastic from Ultra Prime. Ning on the car. Zix just dominated the early game. He got such a huge lead for his team. And sure, it wasn't a perfect win. It wasn't the cleanest win, but a win is a win at the end of the day. And Ultra Prime, they need this one on the board. And so far, so good. They need a second win. They need to convert it. But it's a fantastic way to start a series, which is against a team that, again, pound for pound, on paper, should be dominant. But Ultra Prime showing up better so far today.
I mean, props to EDG to at least stall the game, considering that the composition they locked in, it was the Elise, it was the Renekton, obviously didn't go their way in the early game, and we really thought it was going to be a very quick 1-0 zip for Ultra Prime, but very lucky picks allowed them to come back into the game. And I feel like by the end of the team fights, we kind of highlighted how Uzi is going to be a very big DPS factor, but Harry, given the Cassante in this game 1, you saw him in that Baron fight. Yeah, take the Baron, because Harry, he has the amount of gap close to get onto Uzi. It doesn't matter that you have the Featherstorm, because the amount of lockdown is insane. And Ultra Prime, I mean, they just played to their win con. It was just forcing 5v5s and look for those team fights, but EDG on the other hand, you lock in double AD carries, you're trying to look for the side lanes, but unfortunately with the early game, just not the way to go.
Yeah, really tough. I like the EDG have tried to change their tack coming in, like, you know, going for this really aggressive early game composition. I liked the way that in the draft the Azir was banned and they pivoted. They went for a different way to try and find a win. Like, I do like what EDG brought to the table, but unfortunately, when you fall that far behind the Kha'Zix in the first 2 minutes of the game, like, you're probably not winning the early game. That's just how League of Legends works. So, a bit of a tough one for them. Hey, like, coming back in the late game, we already know that their late game is pretty damn good, ultimately. It's just getting to the late game seems to be their issue.
Yeah, and something else that is just kind of bugging me as well is Mako's performance in this game 1. There were multiple instances of this Rakan just getting caught by himself, not really respecting the lead that Ning had on this Kha'Zix, and it kind of just snowballed out of control where he got double items at around like 15 or 17 minutes where JJ wasn't able to kind of handle the pressure. And we just see a huge disconnect from Maker and Jie coming into this series. That's definitely something that they need to start working on ASAP, because they just looked a little bit lost in that early game.
I mean, it's just insane, isn't it? When you consider that Mako and JJ, like, they were the ones that everyone was singing the praises of when EDG won the World Championship. That duo, the amount of control they managed to find around the map is always praised. Now, feels like it's sort of fallen apart a little bit. Hopefully they can regain some of that synergy that we all know and love from times past. I will say Forge having a fantastic game on the Annie. Like, we've seen a lot of lackluster Annies recently in the LPL. Forge, not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Forge did have a bit of a hiccup when it comes to what came to some of the execution, but like you said, at the late game, he delivered. He instantly deleted Fofo from a lot of those team fights where it did force the 4v5, and this Tristana, I mean, I don't think EDG found a lot of value out of the Shiv Tristana tech, and that's exactly what Ultra Prime kind of thrived off. But something else I wanted to highlight is that EDG, they prioritized the Xayah and Rakan lock-in for the first ban phase, and I feel like we didn't really see the Rakan kind of looking for those engage angles onto the Jinx, denying her from any scaling potential. We'll have to wait and see what EDG has for us in game 2, because I feel like it wasn't just a one-man era, as the early game was definitely the biggest part of this kind of result.
Yeah, Doggo having a fantastic game as well. I feel like there was quite a bit of threat on him during these fights. A whole team working together to protect him. 6-0-5 to finish the game. Not too shabby at all. And exciting to see what Ultra Prime are going to bring for round 2 of this bout. This is why I love the LPL. The fact that we get best of 3s, the fact that we get to see these teams go at it again. It was a damn close game, honestly. EDG almost pulling it back, but then another pick for Ultra Prime, another window for them to take over the game. The soul goes their way, and then the rest of the fights are too easy for them. I have no idea what EDG are going to draft for this next one, whether they stick to this early game, whether they try and find a way to get that Azir. Who knows? We're going to find out right after the break.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's looking for something now. With the flash available to him, they can see they're trying to corral everyone around here, and they will be able to get something going, and I think WE recognize something is in the air. Nice ultimate, good flash.
Not going to come and steal plate gold. Just going to keep on mentioning that. Lien is Fofo. He's found Baolan, and we know he's going down. Fofo grabs a kill as Lien re-engages it. Mako has to flash away, stride with the chain as well. Fofo the target for now. As Uzi is kind of alone on the top side, but they don't really focus him, and Strive's in trouble instead. Uzi's just charging at them, and Strive forced away. Assume now under the tower on his own. Root goes wide, but the minion wave is moving on in, and Uzi's behind him. Featherstorm comes out, and the pull's gonna be good. Uzi is surfing on RA. It is brutal.
4 versus 4. Jin's in a trouble. There's the flash. Oh my god! A level 2 solo kill. Scout does it again.
3K gold lead for FPX. They've had full map control for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, hang on. Wise Cam. What? Just solo kill Jojo in front of the team and he's out.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what the LG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Blast is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I had for the job, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hasty. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge.
Welcome back, everybody. It's EDG versus Ultra Prime here in the LPL for our third series of the day. And so far, so good for Ultra Prime, managing to clinch that first game. And after what looked like a massive comeback from EDG, they still managed to finish things off. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Kitty as we head towards game number 2. My goodness, EDG, they've got some work to do.
They got some redeeming to do, especially in this game too, because I feel like although EDG managed to find angles to come back into the game, it was always Ultra Prime's game to take away, especially how the early game played out for specifically Ning, who is going to be our Game 1 MVP on this Kha'Zix. I mean, we kind of told everyone this is his second game on Kha'Zix so far in the LPL, but when you're given such a convincing 2-0 start, he managed to snowball this champion out of control, consistently picking Mako and Jieje off where's the play to go, and I feel like Ning, once again, on the carry, does deliver.
He looks like such a chill dude as well. Look at that picture. Like, who doesn't want to hang out with this guy? I want to, like...
Time for game 2.
I want to get a pizza and a beer with this guy and, like, watch some games or something. I feel like he'd be just great vibes, you know? And to be honest, from interviews and stuff, I already know he's great vibes. But yeah, fantastic start. Him and Harry both in the 2v2. Looking fantastic.
I mean, I highlighted that Ultra Prime, two of the players that stand out to me the most is Harry and Ning, and they definitely kind of showed us the difference between this top side where a lot of our worries was from Jieje and Ala, and they continue this trend while multiple instances in this replay package of just Mako consistently getting caught. Well, I mean, it came to the state where everyone pretty much just had to focus down Uzi while Forge instantly busted out the Tristana Fofo, and the team fight became very clear to execute. And at the end, I feel like execution was a difference. You saw EDG desperately making panic plays. I mean, you saw Jieje flashing in, trying to land the cocoon. It didn't work, it overshot. You see Fofo Wing in, trying to look for the solo kill, but 1 HP. I mean, execution at the end truly did matter. Going into game 2, we saw a huge preference on the Xayah and Rakan for Uzi and Mako. Perhaps that could be dropped. I believe the sides are still the same. EDG on the blue and with Ultra Prime on the red, but EDG, they really need to, you know, put that jungle pick a lot higher in priority.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Honestly, I have no idea what's going to happen in this next draft because, you know, Ning doing so well on the Kha'Zix, I don't think that's like a guaranteed. Like you say, the 2-0 start for the game definitely changed things for the side of Ultra Prime. But EDG, you know, their initial plan today was clearly not to go for this level of early pressure with the Elise and whatnot. Like, you could see them pivot in the draft in the second half. So I wonder if we'll go towards the more expected EDG late game composition with like an Azir in the mid lane, scaling AD carry and front line up top.
Yeah, I mean, we keep mentioning how EDG, they do look a little bit weak in their early game, so they decided to pivot into a specifically early game team composition where they are just forcing with the amount of pure damage that these champions have inbuilt into their kits through the Elise, through the Renekton. Unfortunately, some of the things just, I feel like at the end didn't go their way, but I feel like I want to see more synergy out of Mako and Jieje. It was something we saw out of Sora and Ning in a lot of those jungle skirmishes where the Nautilus was setting up the vision and it allowed a lot of great flank TP wards for Forge and Harry to work off, and that truly made the difference at the end of the day, while Fofo and Ala weren't able to have the same luxury.
They certainly weren't. I feel like Chichi and Mako as well, just so much to be done in this second one. Like, when it came to control of vision, like, I know that they had a Kha'Zix, so Umbral Glaive is a huge factor in that one, but Sword Art and Ning did such a better job of controlling space on the map. Need to see a little bit more from EDG in that regard, because when you think back to the roster that won the World Championship, vision control was like, that was their bread and butter. That was their #1 strength, was controlling the map, that and team fighting.
Yeah, EDG and Ultra Prime, they definitely do both shine in those team fights, but I feel like EDG, the question is do you default back to comfort and kind of set yourself up to be vulnerable in the early game once again, or do you double down and do the exact same thing 2 games in a row, but this time obviously kind of execute correctly? We also need to highlight that I would love for Jieje to pod towards the bottom side. I feel like we didn't see enough jungle presence around Uzi. Ala, with his current state, I don't think we should be prioritizing the top side win con over the bottom side.
Harsh words towards Allah here from the caster desk there, but I completely agree. I do agree. I feel like Uzi mechanically is firing on all cylinders. It's just the team in general. I mean, we were talking in the break. It feels like maybe different players on this team have different ideas of how League of Legends should be played out, because so many situations it doesn't feel like the team is on the same page. We'll see if that can change here for game number 2. But spirits don't seem particularly high with an EDG, do they? The faces not particularly smiley coming into game number 2. Hopefully momentum isn't too low for them, as the Nocturne going to be banned away here. Surprised to see the Virus banned both games today.
That does signify something like a hyper carry for Uzi in this game too. Perhaps the affiliates will be taking over for the side of EDG in this first half, as it does provide a lot more early to mid-game security when it comes to setup, and that's definitely something that EDG was missing in that game 1. But my question is I mean, a lot of jungle champions are getting snipped out of the pool right now, so does EDG just default to something like the Maokai and allow Fofo to play that Jace in this game too, which has been historically successful in their recent weeks?
See what they're going to go for. Looks like the B1 Renekton they're deciding was not the issue, which I can get behind, to be honest. I feel like Renekton's in an insanely strong spot right now. What did Ultra Prime want to prioritize in answer to that? They've taken away Uzi's Zaya. It does mean the Nico is wide open. And instantly that's going to be locked in. And Ning gets the Kha'Zix as well.
I mean, red side Nico is quite illegal in patch 13.12. We all know that you shouldn't be giving over this champion in the first banning phase. But of course, the Nocturne and the Vi both taken off. Also, the Varus, a very direct ban towards Doggo. But I feel like Nico is quite literally a better version of Annie, and I'm expecting Ultra Prime to have the same game plan going into this one. But the Shiv, I mean, I wouldn't say Shiv LeBlanc straight away. Definitely another option that Fofo can default to. But depending on his build, I mean, I do like this champion for both Jiejian and Fofo. It does look a lot better compared to game 1.
Yeah, I have to say, I am curious to watch Fofo and Forge go at it here with the Nico versus LeBlanc matchup. I want to see how Fofo approaches it. Like you say, does he go for the shift build? Does he go... We've seen things like Hail of Blades from LeBlanc across the course of this split, and to try and bully lane a little bit harder. Or whether he just goes for the standard AP build to go with that electrocute and try and find good trades. Aphelios banned away from Uzi here. The Zaya's gone as well. It feels like Ultra Prime trying to ban away any of the weak side AD carries, perhaps going to be focusing trying to get underneath that tower.
I would love to see a Kai'Sa just double Shiv for EDG, and how do you out macro that, because you have so much lane control when it comes to those first item spikes. We'll have to wait and see, because it is going to be Fofo's first game in the summer on this LeBlanc, so we don't know what type of LeBlanc he is going to give us. Something that does leave a very significant impression in my mind was Scout's LeBlanc. While Shiv was meta, he decided to go the AP build anyways. I believe it was the game up against BLG where he was able to like clutch, instantly one-shot someone and then do a double ultimate R onto the entire roster of BLG and pretty much come back into that game. But of course, Bin on the Renekton, I think it's in the highlight reels that we have in LPL, managed to close the deal. But at the end, game 2 draft, we still have a lot of bottom laners up and available. I mean, the Rakan is something that Sword can deny away from Maker, but Maker can pick the Braum to deny the amount of engage that Ultra Prime had so far.
See what he's going to go for. The Ashe going to be banned away again. We've yet to see it locked in, but we've seen a couple of bans now. I mean, I've been abusing the Triforce Ashe in solo queue, and it is really, really strong. I'm kind of surprised we've not seen more presence of it, to be honest, in the LPL. But Draven is a champion that we've seen a reasonable amount of presence on. And look, we said that they've been banning away the weak side AD carries and locking in that for Doggo. No, in fact, going for the Kai'Sa instead. So a bit more denial towards Uzi, because remember, that is a signature Uzi pick.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what EDG's approach is as a response to the Kai'Sa. Do you fight fire with something even more aggressive? Like you said, the Lucian and Nami is still up and available. I wouldn't like that, because I believe Lucian did receive a slight nerf in terms of his damage, and Nami just is a bit of a goofy champion right now. So Ezreal is going to get locked in for Uzi in this game too much. I'm excited.
Okay, this is exciting because it's Uzi's Ezreal. I will just say, Kai'Sa could solo kill Ezreal. As soon as you hit level 6, you hit a W, and Ezreal doesn't have a minion wave there. Like, you're 100-0 the guy. Like, this is not actually a fun matchup for Ezreal at all. You can win it, obviously, earlier on, and you know, you could also just not get hit by the W and not be isolated without a minion wave. But Kai'Sa generally pretty good into the Ezreal matchup, so you do have to be a little worried for the laning phase here for Uzi. But later on, I mean, Uzi's team fighting Ezreal is something else.
Yeah, you do have that extra bit of mobility to get away from Ultra Prime's engages. I mean, Sora, if you want to lock that in, buddy, be more than happy. You force the E out of the Ezreal and you instantly dunk him with your ultimate. No, it's just a little bit of a cheeky hover with the Rel getting locked in as the final counter to this Alistar. But like you said, I'm gonna be kind of surprised if Uzi doesn't take exhaust into this game. There's so much engage from the side of Ultra Prime, especially like you said, the 1v1 matchup for the AD carry is going to be so potent for Uzi to survive. But a very different approach into game 2 from the side of EDG. Fofo playing the LeBlanc. Ezreal can also give it the shift, so it is going to potentially be that for this game 2. But Jie, I like the Sejuani on him. He has a lot of CC and he's going to be relatively strong from early to mid.
See how this one's going to go down. A very different composition, like you say. EDG clearly willing to try something different, and Ultra Prime just banning away the comfort, banning away the champions that they know EDG would like to be playing, like the Aphelios, like the Xayah. Let's see if it's enough. Let's see if they can shut down Uzi's Ezreal, because honestly, Ezreal is not in that bad of a spot right now. Like, if you play it a bit in solo queue, it certainly does a lot of damage in the current state of the game. We'll see what build he's going to go for. A lot of questions coming into this one for EDG, as they are 1-0 down. And Ultra Prime, they need this win. Remember what we mentioned before, still a lot of top teams in their schedule, so every win is going to count when it comes to the race for playoffs. Whereas EDG, they're here for redemption.
Looking to stall this series out to a 1-1, but my concern for this EDG draft is that we had the Ezreal and the LeBlanc getting locked in as the main carries of this game too, but you have to consider that these two champions have relatively low damage depending on how Uzi's going to be able to land those Qs in these fights. It's not consistent damage like a Kraken Slayer on the Aphelios or something like that, so EDG execution once again is going to be key. As Fofo, he is going to go the Shiv build.
He certainly is. That longsword first means you can get back early on, get the Kira Chase shard. You get first blood when you're playing the longsword start. You can literally just recall and get Kira Chase shard. Right? Is it Kira Chase? Kira Chase? I'm never sure.
I just call it orange carrot.
The little lightning dagger. You can grab it very early on. It's such a powerful laning item if you use that auto onto your lane opponent. Get the bonus zap on it. It's going for the fleet footwork as well, rather than going for the Hail of Blades.
Yeah, a bit of sustain when it comes to the laning phase, and just a bit of extra damage when you do W in and look for that single order poke onto the enemy team. But we saw a very easy way to counter this kind of tech coming into the competitive scene. It's that, I believe it was the JDG series up against Top Esports where Rookie blinded the LeBlanc, and Kanavi pretty much lived in the LeBlanc's lane, consistently diving, consistently denying gold from this LeBlanc to the point where she wasn't able to find that Shiv very early on the game, and the champion kind of fell flat. So I feel like this LeBlanc champion, once again, does need to look for that early game kind of lead that EDG needs to secure.
It's going to be a Shiv race across the map, because Doggo can go for the Shiv, Uzi can go for the Shiv, Fofo can go for the Shiv. I mean, Ning can go for the Shiv. JJ, Mako,
Oh, hell nah, Ning's not gonna go for the Shiv. Don't say that.
Swordart getting a little knockback onto Mako, but the level 2 hit, and now Ultra Prime hit 2 as well. But Swordart's already going to go down. His first blood for EDG's bottom lane. Swordart, what happened?
I think they caught Swordart from a bit of a surprise with the flash available as well. No spells used at all from the bottom lane of Ultra Prime, and that's going to be first blood going to Uzi on this Ezreal. I think Swordart was trying to find the level 2 to match this Alistar and Ezreal, but by then Mako's already kind of engaged in. He was in a bit of an awkward state where he kind of just died.
Yeah, that is That's really not good, honestly, from Sword Art. Kind of just walks forward here. Doesn't realize Doggo's backing away. They're not on the same page. And level 2 hit for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, Sora also goes in, so his W is on a bit of a cooldown, but that one minion difference, Doggo wasn't able to secure that third melee minion from dying, and EDG taking advantage of this great start for the bottom lane and does set this static shift Kai'Sa a little bit behind.
Yeah, that is really rough for Doggo. Really rough indeed. As he's going to be gutted with the way that this lane has started. Uzi's Ezreal. It's a classic. It's back. And it's looking good to start us off with a kill very early on into the game. Ning looking for the Rift Scuttler. Mako could be in trouble here, but no. Just bops Ning away. Despite the 2-level advantage Ning has, he can't get close to the cow.
It's stressing me out to think again that Mako is once again being by himself in the jungle while Jie is securing that top scuttle. I mean, I kind of get the idea of him trying to spot out where Ning is as he trades scuttle for scuttle, but if he wasn't too careful, perhaps a flash burn out of this Alistar. But like you said, the deep vision from Ultra Prime into the bottom side jungle is going to be key, as they're going to be able to kind of predict where Jie is pathing.
Uzi positioning to try and get some poke off during this lane, as Mako's actually going to go in on this one. Tier picked up for Uzi, and typically with the Ezreal lanes, you know, yes, he got that kill early on, but he has to buy a tier, so you don't necessarily get that instant power spike when you're playing the Ezreal. It does take a little bit longer to come online, because you do have to... Oh no, Fofo. It's the cannon. Probably shouldn't have pointed that out, but it happens. It's like, it's instinct, isn't it? I don't know what it is, but when you're watching League and someone misses a cannon, it's all I can think about.
I mean, fair enough. Cannon is the most important element of League of Legends. I don't really care about anything else, but yeah, something really interesting about Ezreal right now is that even if you do go the Shiv, we have seen a couple of mid Ezreals being played in solo queue. I think it's Korean solo queue, and they just full send it on AP, and they play for that static Shiv spike. But this game, Uzi gonna go for the Mana Immune. I don't think he's gonna go Gwynsus or Dark Harvester, so should be relatively standard. But we'll have to wait and see.
It's Night Harvester, not Dark Harvester. That's the
Not-
rune.
oh.
I always get those two mixed up as well. It's there's only one Harvest allowed, and that's Fiddlesticks, okay? Yeah, the AP Ezreal build, honestly, as well, it's literally the same build as LeBlanc, where you go for the Shiv, you go for the Night Harvester, you go for Lich Bane, and it's kind of not far off the classic AP Ezreal build, honestly, where Lich Bane really is the crux of the build, but using that Shiv to find the poke. Uzi gonna have his E available, so Sword Art really can't make much happen there. We'll just take a bit of damage.
I'm gonna be real, I'm pretty surprised that Sword Art has decided to lean towards the Rel as that final pick to round off Ultra Prime's draft. I feel like the Bard would have made a little bit more sense. I know Bard isn't often seen in competitive play, but it is a traditional counter to Ezreal because you force the Ezreal E from pressing your own Q, and then you follow it up with your ultimate, and you are able to kind of immobilize this AD carry who has 2 free dashes pretty much. But it is going to be about how Ultra Prime going to play around that vision and how Forge and Sword Art can stack those wombo combos together.
I will say Sword Art, decent on the Bard as well. Like, his peak was 2020, back when that Bard was kind of meta for a little while. Lumao being the biggest proponent of it, but Sword Art had a fair few games from my memory on the pick as well. But not going to be the pick for today, as Mako actually going underneath the tower here. Takes a shot, and not a great trade for EDG.
Does take a tower shot as well, so it's going to be pretty hard for EDG to look for a rigging. But JJ is level 6, so they can potentially pressure this side. But Ning has already set up the vision. I believe he didn't get the Scuttle Crab, but a lot of wards placed down for Ultra Prime to rotate first. And especially when you consider that Fofo isn't able to get that static shift just quite yet. I think the Nico does find wave priority when it comes to the early levels before that first item spike.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you just mash your abilities onto the wave. Nico clears wave so fast. It's horrendous to try and play against Ning. Going to evolve his claws here. And suddenly this Karzik starts to come online. You can see this Rate Dirk already in pocket there.
Oh my god. Munch, there's a 30 CS difference in this top lane in an isolated 1v1 matchup. That's pretty impressive considering how Ala
Yeah, what the hell?
wasn't a great start for the game one, but obviously the Renekton is going to be able to find that early advantage up against Cassante. Bit of a lane bully as he is able to kind of stack up that Conqueror and look for consistent trades, but Ultra Prime giving up this Rift Herald. They're not going to be able to find anything on the other side of the map, but Ning more than happy to kind of just keep farming on this Kha'Zix.
Level 6 just hit for Doggo as well. Big spike on the Kai'Sa. If Sword Art could find a combo... I mean, the thing is, Ezreal, very difficult to lock down individually, but Mako isn't. And that's the thing. Once Alistair comes in, if he uses the Rel ultimate, kind of pull him in, combo on top of him, can still be taken down. He's tanky, but he's not invincible. We'll see if Ning decides to move into this lane at all. Ning's been very quiet so far in this one. A much slower early game from Ultra Prime.
I think we're going to look for a 1v1 in the top side. The Q3 hits, it isn't going to result into anything, but I would love to see some action happening towards this bottom side. We have all the ultimates coming online. Sora is still level 5 though, so have to wait and see. But no cleanse available for both AD carries, and Ning's in the bush.
I don't think he was spotted. There were no pings on him when he went past that control ward, so I think he just about got past without being seen. He's made it into Tribrush. What can he get away with? Because JJ is moving over as well. Doggo has his killer instinct, but JJ not spotted yet. Doggo's the target instead. Has to use the killer instinct just to try and escape. Uzi now jumped on as he uses his E. Still has the flash available and has to be used. Now Ning, the target is JJ, enters the play. Flash comes out, but Mako with the double knockup. Pulverizes Ultra Prime. Sword Art, no flash, but I don't think there's any CC left. But Fofo behind enemy lines here. He'll find the combo, and it's a kill for Uzi.
Beautiful follow-up from Mako. It's gonna hit, but it's not going to be enough damage for that third kill into EDG's pockets. But Ultra Prime, they are looking a little bit all over the place with that bottom lane 3v3. Sword Art missed everything.
Yeah, a bit of a rough one for Sword Art, but a huge play for the side of EDG. Uzi on his Ezreal, 2-0-1 here. He's feeling fantastic. And I mean, what more of a start could you really ask for EDG?
Yeah, as you see, EDG, they catch Doggo by himself as JJ was wrapping around, but such chunk onto this Kai'Sa just meant that I don't even want to comment on this. I mean, Sora was trying to get his pockets onto Uzi. Uzi didn't have the E, had the flash although, but this flash Q out of Mako did make the difference as it lands onto both Ning and Doggo. And of course, 2 for 0. Fofo was also around here, a bit late to the play. I think it would have been a 3 for 0 if Fofo was a bit early, but still great start for this bottom lane. And Ezreal, I mean, if you get ahead early enough, the Kai'Sa can't solo you, right?
I mean, yeah, literally. She's not going to win if she doesn't outdamage you. Ezreal certainly can do a lot of single target damage. He's going for the Triforce, which, you know, it's quite an expensive build, but my god, do you hit hard. And it's so good for team fighting. If you can weave the autos in, Triforce is an insanely strong item, and if there's one Ezreal I trust to be able to weave those autos in, it's Uzi.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of items coming online for the side of EDG. The Sunfire and the Static Shift for both the mid and jungle. Mako looking for the flank.
Double pulverize.
Oh, it missed.
Bit of damage onto Doggo. And not actually going to be able to find it, though. Now JJ coming in. It's a snipe for Uzi. It's even more onto Uzi's Ezreal. It's just too good for EDG.
Ning Ning, close your eyes. Don't look towards this bottom side because Doggo and Sora respawn. And unfortunately, another 2 kills going over to EDG, looking for that 4th play as well now. I mean, 4-0. What else can you ask for as this Ezreal?
This is absolutely insane from EDG. We said we wanted a better performance, and well, we've certainly found it. Turns out you just got to put Uzi on a pick that he's played for years and years and let him take over the game, play for him. Uzi's so far ahead at this point. Now, where is this EDG bit all split? If they can do this now, why couldn't they do this before?
Yeah, and you also have to consider the fact that flank from Mako getting his CC onto the bottom lane duo, it was Uzi not hitting his ultimate either, so that's a huge chunk of damage lacking, and they were still able to finish off the bottom lane of Ultra Prime cleanly as they secured the second dragon as well before that. But Kaisa and Rel can't be this far behind. You always expect Kaisa to be the ones being the initiative, but I feel like Ning obviously still consistently trying to farm, but not finding that lead on the other side of the map.
I gotta say, I feel like Uzi's had a stern talking to the rest of the team during the break between these games and said, look, I know we can get Renekton for Ala, but it doesn't matter. That's not how you win right now. Play for me, play for the bottom lane. JJ has been on the bottom side of the map for pretty much the majority of this game, and it's made such a difference. If you remember the plays towards the top side in the previous game, that's how Ning got a massive lead to kick himself off. And they have that same pair of carries up top for Ultra Prime. So JJ changing tact, sticking around the bottom side, and once again they go for yet another dive. Doggo the target here, but the ult goes wide from JJ. Mako can tank for so long, it's actually insane. 2 more for Uzi, and whoever's TP that was got cancelled.
Yeah, Forge's TP got cancelled in the mid lane by Foe for solo kill, perhaps in this top side by Alua.
Or by Harry, depending how it goes. Both gonna back away in the end.
It is going to just die down, but this is the classic situation of your bottom lane. Just play safe, lol. I'm working towards that Duskblade on the Kha'Zix, but the bottom lane of Ultra Prime really taking a smacking when it comes to how Jieji is just living in this bottom side. You see Mako, this is the initial flank onto the bottom lane carry of Ultra Prime, and getting that double CC onto both the Kaisa and Rel. Unfortunately, Uzi ult not gonna land, but the Rift Herald dropped 3 plates into Ezreal's pockets, and no reassurance whatsoever from the side of Ultra Prime.
I mean, Uzi's just so fed in this one, and now the follow-up play, Mako on this Alistair. I mean, I feel like EDG have just gone to classics here. They've gone, look, whatever we're doing is not working. Let's go to classic picks like JJ on the Sejuani. This is one of the picks he's played most in his career. Uzi's Ezreal. Mako on Alistair. It's not been meta for a while, but certainly something Mako's got plenty of games on. Ning with an attempt onto Ala here, but EDG, this is a bit more like it. It's Uzi going to ult the wave in the bottom lane to make sure Ala can just clear this one up and protect that tower.
We talked about setting the Kaisa behind from her first item spike with the Shiv in Doggo's pockets now, but looking on the other side, Uzi has both the Manamune and the Triforce at 15 minutes.
Do you know,
JJ looking for more.
Oh wow, that was a kind of cool animation there. Got frozen in midair. As oh no, here we go. Forge behind enemy lines, finds the double pop blossom. That's all he'll find. Ala in with the dominance. Dominus, sorry. As Drake's coming up in 35 seconds. And EDG trying to fight for mid prio. It's Uzi going for the kill onto Doggo. That matchup's meant to go the other way around.
And Uzi defies the expectations of this ADC matchup in Game 2. Getting that kill onto Doggo does allow them to work even further to prioritize this third dragon now. Soul point for EDG, and this is the EDG that everyone has been expecting going into Week 5. And it's great to see them kind of reviving back from the dead from that Game 1 performance. And it really is through Uzi on the 7-0 Ezreal.
I mean, this is a monumental performance from Uzi, but from the whole team playing around Uzi. But the thing is, this composition, in theory, should be worse early on than the composition they had in the previous game. And yet their early game is so much better this time around.
I mean, Doggo is so overstepped here in the mid lane, trying to clear out the wave, using every single spell to wave clear as Uzi catches this and kind of calls his bluff. Pretty much his ease into Kaisa's face, while Mako obviously follows up with a really nice combo. But Ultra Prime, they're kind of slowly running out of choices here. Ning on the Kha'Zix. I mean, you can eventually get to the 3-item stage, but I feel like you don't offer as much compared to the Sejuani in Game 2.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, JJ's already got a Mythic plus a Sunfire Cape. He's doing all right. And Uzi has now stacked his Mura mana at 17 minutes into the game. He's got a 700 gold bounty. What more is there to say? This is vintage Uzi Ezreal. I'm absolutely loving witnessing this. This is the first time he's playing it since coming back. And Ultra Prime asked for this. They banned him out. They made him play the Ezreal. They brought this on themselves.
Yeah, and questions go back to ban pick phase because you have to look at how this Rel is going to be able to get her hands onto the enemy team, but everyone on EDG has a dash. LeBlanc has her W, Ezreal has the arcane shift. It's going to be really hard to be in Sword Art shoes trying to find that perfect force and allow Forge, of course, to follow up with that Blossom as well. But I don't know, because you kind of look at the map say right now, you have a 1-3-1 happening for the side of EDG, while Ultra Prime, they're not pulling the trigger anywhere.
Uzi pushes the wave in mid now, rotates to try and make a play. Sword Art and Harry on the retreat. They move down to the bottom side, but JJ wants this one. Won't commit the ultimate for now, but Ala's here and Mako goes in. There are the ultimates stacked on top of Sword Art. Harry a bit tankier than Sword Art was as Uzi actually gets caught by the Q3 and the Pop Blossom's in as well. It's huge! What a play from Ultra Prime! They find the carry and Doggo making it happen with the ultimate as well. Forge with the biggest Pop Blossom of his career as Harry jumps on forward. The Q3 to find a bit more. And finally, Ultra Prime come online.
I mean, this is why you don't give Nico over to red side. Forge coming in as that caster creep, catches EDG off guard, flashes in onto 3 people, and allows Doggo to free hit in this team fight. Although not receiving a single kill, that does bring so much gold and tempo back into Ultra Prime's pockets, and it does give the shutdown over to Forge.
Absolutely massive moment for Ultra Prime. And like you say, I thought Doggo was going to sweep up there. I thought he got the shutdown onto Uzi. I think it was Forge that did get the gold. So you can see 2 items plus boots there in the mid lane for Forge. So still a good target to have that gold on. And it looked so good for EDG to start with.
Yeah, Mako had a really good cancel onto Sword Art's dash, and that is going to be the initial pick. Even the Sejuani ult committed as well, but look at Forge turning into a minion as the Q3 hits onto Uzi. I don't think this matters too much. Yeah, he did dash into it, but Forge once again coming in with the flash ultimate as that follow-up after the Q3 hit from the Cassante really sealed the deal as Fofo trying to make something happen in the mid lane wasn't enough.
Baron attempt now. Sword Art loses half of his health, chained up, and Mako buying space as True Shot Barrage mostly just going to hit the shield. Mako trying to bully them away. Ning is over the wall if we're 50-50. This one, Harry the target, locked up and taken down. Baron resets, but look at this, EDG just bullying Ultra Prime out of the play.
We still have the Kha'Zix up and available. I'm assuming EDG want to just dance with the idea of this Baron. They want to look for pick after pick. As Fofo is a bit of a nuisance with that static shift available, but you never want to be finishing this Baron up against Kha'Zix, who does have that execution.
Mako, Forge with the Pop Blossom though to answer it as the root comes out across the team. It doesn't matter. Uzi with the double kill. Sword Art wants Mako, but he's not going to find it. Flashes for it and flubs it. And Fofo will shock him to death with a static shift. Ultimate comes out, trying to deny recall, but Doggo gets out with his life. Baron taken at 21 minutes, and EDG, if they could look like this consistently, they'd be a top team again.
I mean, very convincing team fights coming out of the EDG squad, but you see the initial engage onto Harry as he was just isolated. Sword Art so low, but they do focus down on the isolated Cassante in here where Ala and Didi just dash over the Baron pit and obviously finish off the front line of Ultra Prime away. But I really like the idea that EDG kind of baited this idea and shut down Ning instantly with the Baron recalls as well, resetting for this final Dragon Soul point for Ultra Prime. Forge doesn't have the flash available just quite yet, so don't know how he's going to get his hands onto Uzi.
Another attempt here. Ultra Prime almost 10,000 gold down at this point. And like Ning on a Kha'Zix, this is not the kind of game where you can really function much. You can't do anything. Scryers Bloom over. This is all for EDG as Mako finds engage onto Harry, but they don't commit for the time being. On the front line, though, Sword Art is shredded again. And a great ulti out from JJ. Forge trying to find his targets, but Uzi's untouched. No, caught by the root, and suddenly it's chaos, but Doggo alone. Harry takes Mako over the wall, but finds himself in a 1v1, and Ala now jumping into the play as well. Doggo, can he jump back into this one? Killer Instinct on cooldown. JJ's just looking for the Drake. EDG have done it. It's close, but they get themselves the soul.
And EDG get everything on the map. Now Baron and Ocean Soul. Great side lane wave states as well for Fofo and Ala to kind of work off with this Baron. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to do the 1-3-1, but that dragon fight Sora got instantly melted, and I really feel like this rel for this game too isn't working.
Yeah, Sora is just going to go down again. JJ gets the kill this time, happy to tank the tower. Sora is having a tough old game, but hey, if there's one thing you can say for him, he ain't afraid to go in. No matter what happens, he will go in. 1-8 now, as we see attempt number 17 from Sora.
I mean, Sora had the ultimate as well, but unfortunately so squishy on this rel, being set very far behind from how the early game went for the bottom side. But the Sejuani ult connects onto Doggo as well, so EDG kind of just playing this teamfight really well, but Forge trying his damn hardest to bring Ultra back into this game with that triple E onto the carries, but it wasn't enough. And I feel like this game state now, it's so rough because you don't really have an answer to the side lane push out of the LeBlanc, and it's going to be really hard trying to force in mid lane as well, because you realistically want Forge to be the one looking for that engage, but I feel like EDG way too much disengage.
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
16-1 on the Ezreal for Uzi in this game 2, and they're gonna bring this series up against Ultra Prime to game 3, and this is the EDG that we expected, and they're finally showing up, Munch.
Give us more of this, EDG. Forget the bans, just lock in Ezreal anyway. This looked phenomenal. 16-1 and 7 for Uzi, and what a way to make it happen. EDG, I think maybe learning something in this one. Play for Uzi, play for that bottom side, forget top lane. Top lane ain't worth it.
I mean, top lane, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but when you play for Uzi, it will always work. And someone that I do also want to highlight is Mako on that Alistar.
Yeah.
Man was finding so many beautiful engages onto the bottom lane of Ultra Prime, to the point where Sora, you obviously see that this rel was definitely not the final pick for this draft, and we see that Ultra Prime, they double down, they continue the trend of playing for Ning, but this time around EDG cleaning up their early game and not giving those early kills to this Kha'Zix meant that he just didn't have enough damage to burst down the Ezreal. I remember in the last team fight, it was Ning on the flank going for Uzi, but he had the Ocean Soul. He had like 10 billion dashes, where it really made the difference between just how Uzi was able to impact the team fight.
I mean, the fact that you can't just one-shot the enemy AD carry when you're playing Kha'Zix and you have him isolated, that says how far behind Ultra Prime were in that one. Like, just the lifesteal from the Ravenous Hydra was enough, as well as that Ocean Soul, to keep Uzi alive, and he just almost out DPS'd. And in the meantime, got 2 more kills. While all of that was going on, managed to turn it into a triple kill. Absolutely phenomenal fight there from Uzi and the whole of EDG. Like, Fofo do really well in these team fights. Fair play to Forge. A couple of those Pop Blossoms really did almost turn the game around, but just felt like the team was too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy the fact that Forge was stepping up as that initial carry, but Ultra Prime's bottom lane way too far behind, considering that it's a Kai'Sa, it's a Rel. It isn't really the best when it comes to the late game stages, especially without that lead. And I feel like the difference really was just JJ consistently living in the walls of bottom lane, while Ning was just like, just play safe. And I'm gonna hit my first item spike on this Kha'Zix in the top side, but it never worked out by the end. And of course, very convincing performance on this Ezreal, and a bit of a redemption game for EDG.
Uzi with almost 1,000 damage a minute there over a 25-minute game. That's kind of insane. And on top of that, you know, almost a kill a minute as well. 23 kills on the board at 25 minutes. This was a totally different game from EDG to what we've been seeing so far this split. And God, I just hope that they can recreate it. I really hope this isn't a flash in the pan. We keep on saying it. I feel like a broken record, but like, this team should be really good. This should be a team that's contesting for the bloody title. And the performance we've seen so far this split outside of this game has been lackluster at best. But now, maybe they found the solution. Just put Uzi on Ezreal and play for bot lane. Maybe that's the answer. I mean, 100% kill participation from Uzi. 23 KDA.
I mean, my only message to EDG is wake up! Because you have so much talent on this roster, but unfortunately sometimes they just fall short when it comes to their drafts. But of course, having the ADC pool pinched to so narrow, I mean, it is going to be the Ezreal for this game too, and it did stand out fantastically. I feel like it could have been another champion like the Kai'Sa if it was traded, and bouncing off Mako and JJ's synergy in this game too, it would have been the same result. Another 16 kills for Uzi potentially could have been the way. And we see Ala and Fufu having a much more stable game in their individual matchups for this game too, is also helping them in their case.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal stuff out from EDG. Ultra Prime, they won game 1. Can they come back in this series, though? We're going to 3 games. That's, what, 8 games across the whole day. A fantastic day of League of Legends. Don't go anywhere, because it ain't done yet.
A Minin, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio el sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento de Horus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está el Magna gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what the LG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow, but Bin turns him into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
Đó là vị trí của Binjay, và Binjay đã phải nằm xuống mất luôn cả tốc biến. Người tới ở phía sau là Cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai, và xả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấm máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogen cộng với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được Rory. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt ở phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill. Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết lòng double kill, và đây sẽ là nó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt well.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Huhi might lose it. Boogie goes to the back with the twisted advance, and Liquor swings away to get a lock on the time. Who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage Licorice coming out. Stixay manages to blast one down. No turtle here for no more damage. Stixay one into lock eyes with Gory. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixay with the quadro. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill!
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, round ultimate.
Meu Deus!
O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill!
Que iniciante maravilhosa do Aus! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo, logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate, triple kill pro Brains, que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps. Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it just stands there hitting them. Look at him go. What the hell, Caps? Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
for the motherland. Be all I could or would, make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for. And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our 8th game of the day. And what a day it has been. EDG coming back strong with Uzi bringing out the Ezreal. Bit of vintage, his most played of his career with 81, now 82 games on that champion. And I think it's fair to say he's going to get MVP in this one.
If you're not giving the 16-1 AD carry of Game 2 the MVP, then I'm not going to be too sure who I believe in the esports scene anymore, because obviously it's going to be Uzi picking up the MVP with 100% KP on the Ezreal, and it was just lovely setup through Dizia, through Mako on the Alistar and Sejuani, where it really did set up Uzi for success. And when you do give him a game like this, he is more than happy to deliver. And it's really nice to see EDG kind of giving us a sign of life after how Game 1 went. But I feel like Ultra Prime, once again, this draft was a bit questionable to say the least, because I feel like this rel, it really struggles when laning up against the Alistar, because your combo kind of just gets countered. And you also have to consider the fact that you're up against Ezreal and LeBlanc, where the mobility is insane, and it's going to be really hard trying to stick your CC onto the enemy team. But even so, we don't see Ning here for any of the counter engages or counter ganks, and it kind of just left Doggo and Sorta in an island, and obviously the immense bleeding got way out of control.
Yeah, it certainly did. Forge managing to protect Doggo in that fight, but Doggo not able to get the damage out onto Uzi, who almost gets caught, but almost just ain't enough. Forge with some good pop blossoms. This one, where Ning can't finish Uzi off, is just insane. And then Uzi grabs himself the triple kill. Phenomenal stuff. I thought this was going to be a penta. I was so sure this is going to be a penta for Uzi. Bringing back the Ezreal. This is his first time this year that he plays the Ezreal on stage. So close to getting the pentakill as well. What a game from him. And now, here we go. Game 3, EDG on blue once again. Please, just be one Ezreal. I think that's the answer. I think we figured it out. Just be one Ezreal, guys.
I don't know if Ezreal's going to get such high priority just quite yet when Xayah and Aphelios are up and available for these teams, but naturally the same bans coming out of EDG compared to game 1, where it was the Nocturne in that game 2, and this Nico was given over to Forge, where he was able to find a lot of those engages that did give EDG a bit of a sweat when it came to those 5v5s, but Forge on the Annie once again, we saw him find great angles onto the enemy team when set up, so I'm gonna be surprised if Ning's he does lock in the Kha'Zix 3 games in a row for tonight, but we saw that this Kha'Zix up against something like the Sejuani, it's not going to find so much success unless Sora is right on top of his game.
Yeah, EDG playing for the late game here. Fofo goes for that Azir that he was denied in previous games of the series. LeBlanc take it off the board this time. Be curious if something else comes out, but the K'Sante is going to come on through here. So solo lane is locked in, jungle's locked in. EDG actually drafting in order so far. Everyone locking in their own champion. As Ultra Prime now, they can ban away some bot laners. I mean, Aphelios is open, Xayah is open. Obviously, the Ezreal from the previous game is open, whether or not they believe that'll be locked in again.
Yeah, and something interesting that is a common trend for the side of EDG is that they've been consistently taking the Ashe off the board as that final pick, so we'll have to wait and see what their approach is for this final game. The Xayah, most played for Uzi, is also going to get denied. I'm assuming the Aphelios is also going to get taken off the board, so that does bring something fresh for both of these bottom laners. We saw the Kai'Sa out of Doggo in that game 2, going the Shiv build as well, but you really need some reassurance from your jungler for that Kai'Sa to pop off in those skirmishes, but I feel like this counter is going to be safe for Sword Art once again. I would really like to see something with a little bit more oomph compared to the Rel.
There we go, the Ezreal banned away. What a statement game from Uzi.
Wow.
And now that has to be banned in this meta. When's the last time you saw an Ezreal banned? Quite a while ago, I'd wager. Surely Aphelios to be banned here from EDG. You don't want to let that go over to Ultra Prime, but no. Nautilus taken off the board, so you'd expect Doggo to get the Aphelios.
I mean, that does allow the Ashe to be left up and open, so perhaps Ultra Prime do bring in a relatively special pick going into patch 13.12, where she did receive a slight buff to her damages in laning phase. So Aphelios is going to be the natural lock-in. Never mind, it's Aphelios versus Kai'Sa, but I can only pray as a caster, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're just getting all of the vintage Uzi picks, right? He's got 50 games on Kai'Sa, almost 47, with a 66% win rate across his career, 6 KDA on the pick. And Mako, go for the Alistar. I absolutely love it. It looked so good in the previous game. There you have to go for that one again. Looking for those tower dives once more. And we'll see. With the Nautilus off of the table, with Alistar locked in, what do you go for? Leona, maybe?
You can go for either the Leona or the Braum, depending on how you want to play this lane. As Sora, 2 games in a row now, counter saved for this support of Ultra Prime, so he really needs to utilize and look for a winning 2v2, or at least something that neutralizes the kill threat out of this Kai'Sa. Yeah, Thresh could also work really well with the amount of gap close that EDG have, but it is going to be fighting fire with fire, and the Leona gets locked in for this final game.
I would have loved to see a Thresh, actually, because you can flay the headbutt, right, from Alistar, stop some of the pressure on that bottom side, but Leona going to come on through. It's probably Sword Art's most played off the top of my head, at very least. Certainly in 2020. It was just Leona and Nautilus. Those were the 2 champs that the guy played, really. We'll see. EDG, a lot of scaling this time around, looking towards those team fights based on the composition here. And Ultra Prime still with this Kha'Zix in the jungle, wanting some early presence and early vision control.
Yeah, and we see the exact same mid-jungle duo coming out of Ultra Prime from game 1, where they were able to find so much success in that early game through Ning, through Forge's flash engages on this Annie, going the full burst with the Ludens and Shadowflame, of course, but this time around Fofo finally gets to play the Azir in this final matchup, where they do have a lot of that late game scaling ability, but once again, Jieje, you want to be playing towards this bottom side. You have amazing setup provided by Mako once again, but the question is Ning gonna be there for Doggo this time around?
That's going to be the question as we head into game number 3, and many questions being asked of both organizations here in 10th and 11th place, both at 4 and 5, both desperate to get another win on the board. Every single game counts when it comes to the race for playoffs. And both organizations wanting this to be their season. Let's see what EDG are bringing to the table here with Uzi on the Kai'Sa, but Ultra Prime not going to give up yet. Let's see how we go. With Doggo on the Aphelios, it's certainly a comfortable pick for him. I'm looking at Forge and Ning, though. I feel like they have been the standout players for Ultra Prime across the course of this series so far. They have been the ones that have been able to be the difference makers. I mean, Ning and Harry in game number 1, winning that 2v2 and then Ning snowballing off it. But Forge definitely having some big moments on the ante as well.
Yeah, a lot of playmaking potential once those level 6s come online for the side of Ultra Prime, but something that was lacking in that game too, which unfortunately fell to Ultra Prime's demise, was the lack of jungle support synergy out of these two players. And I feel like Sora locking in the Leona as the final response, not something common we see alongside the Aphelios, because you see often the Threshes, the Tahm Kenches, or even something like the Braum to provide the extra bit of protection in those team fights is ideal. So Ultra Prime, very aggressive final pick for Sora, but hopefully this time around he's able to execute.
Hopefully so. As we begin very quietly in this one, and EDG, I think, likely to go back to their very slow style of play that we've seen over the last few weeks. They have generally been an incredibly slow to start team. That said, though, JJ and Mako, very tanky champions. We saw in the previous game they were more than happy to go for tower dives and things. Now, granted, a lot of that was off the back of the hard work Sword Art did at level 1 in the lane, giving over first blood to Uzi. We'll see if they are willing to try and be aggressive onto this Aphelios.
The biggest difference, if you look at both of these two team compositions on paper, is that Uzi, he has the cleanse to kind of escape, and he has a bit of extra mobility as well built into his kit, while on the other hand, Doggo on the Aphelios, this champion is already notoriously known to be extremely vulnerable when it comes to these team fights, considering the amount of gap close that EDG has decided to lock in through the Renekton, the Sejuani, and the Alistar, but no cleanse available for Doggo. So his positioning quite literally needs to be perfect if Ultra Prime want to come out on top in these 5v5s.
Yeah, massive wave crash for Doggo here. I'm kind of surprised not to see a cheater recall here. Could have gone back and got a cull very early on with a wave crash like that, but gonna stick around in lane for now, wanting to keep the pressure on, gets himself a tower plate instead. So good little cash in for him. And again, very slow start to this one. I'm keeping my eyes on Ning, though. I feel like Ning is going to be the one that we need to see that level 1, that game 1 performance from, as opposed to game number 2, where against this Sejuani, it can be quite difficult to have an impact once a bit of armor is picked up. Sejuani is really difficult for you to find advantages on.
Yeah, we are going to get a Scuttle Crab trade for the bottom and top side of both junglers, but I was just kind of skimming at the skin that an engage from Sora, as Ning is around the corner, but it isn't going to result into anything. Anyways, back to my topic. So I skimmed that Uzi's using the new Kai'Sa skin. I think it's called Ink Shadow Kai'Sa, and the effects are relatively nice. I feel like there's a lot of Kai'Sa skins, and I know you're an AD carry player, so what do you think is the best Kai'Sa skin?
I don't know what the best one is. I use the KDA one because I got it in a box.
Thank you for the loot box system, Riot.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't actually think Kai'Sa has that many incredible skins. I don't feel like Kai'Sa's one of the... I feel like Tristana's got better skins than Kai'Sa does. Tristana's got some sick skins. Like, there are so many to choose from. Well, there's a firefighter. There's a cute little happy elf for Christmas. There's the Omega Squad. Omega Squad is probably the best skin line ever. And Tristana, you know, she's got one of those. The Dragon Trainer Tristana, like, man, Tristana has all of the best skins in the game. I think just Yordles in general, they've all got amazing skins.
Yeah, the Dragon
Yordles
Trainer one's
as
really
much as
cute.
the next guy, but like, aesthetically, they're adorable.
The one thing I hate about the Dragon Trainer skin is that once Tristana dies, the dragon is very depressed, and it kind of just crawls alongside Tristana as she falls down to the floor. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Nunu and Willem one as well. It's like, I'll save you. Oh, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. Unfortunately, I wish I could be sad about that, but usually when you see a Nunu die, it's for the 11th time and he's got Ghost and Cleanse. So, you know, it's less sad in that situation.
Hey, I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta make sacrifices in these solo queue games, but I think Forge, he's out of position here.
Fofo, nice bit of play to start the game. First blood on the Azir. We said it's a good pick for him, making it known.
Yeah, great engage from Fofo, flash ulting Forge into the palms of Jie. And like you said, first blood going towards EDG. I think Ultra Prime, they're gonna respond with starting that dragon up. They don't really have the tempo to contest for this, but this Azir pick was something that we've been highlighting for the past 3 games, and I feel like Fofo, he's always wanted to kind of step up as that carry player. Well, he's given the opportunity with this Azir pick, and he has such great setup if JJ is going to be able to kind of loop around again and look for something onto Forge.
Do they really just rinse and repeat onto Forge? It would be so funny. This time, though, no flash, no ultimate for Fofo. I wouldn't expect them to be able to just make that stick, especially with JJ not being level 6. And Forge hovering on the bottom side of the lane. I feel like he's going to be fairly safe on this one. He's going to have to walk up to try and CS, though. And JJ looks like he really wants it. Mako's moving over,
Mako
too.
has the flash.
This is going to be dicey for Forge. Flash available for him. He's going to be knocked up here. The stuns are going to come on through as well. The Sand Soldiers are there, but they can't quite get the follow-up stun from JJ.
Forces Forge out of the lane. No TP available whatsoever, so Fofo is going to get this wave in, and huge proactive plays for the side of EDG, but we get a replay of the really sick combo out of Fofo, while Forge on the other receiving end misses the Tibbers onto nothing. But to be fair, really instant engage from this Azir. No one really could have expected it, as Ning, he's back in top lane.
Ning's up top and wants to try and find that miraculous 2v2 that they had in the first game of the series. Harry charges on forward, all out available, and pulls him to dangerous territory. Ala in the 2v1 and will be taken down. Nicely done here by Harry and Ning to answer what happened in the mid lane.
Oh, didn't expect Ning to be around the corner, but a really good engage from Harry, and I keep highlighting Harry for the side of Ultra Prime. Definitely a standout player so far in recent weeks, where he's very stable when it comes to laning phase. And hopefully EDG, they don't really continue this trend with the solo kill going into Harry's pockets, but this time around, relatively even lane state, but Fofo getting those plates into this Azir's pockets is going to be quite the problem for Ultra Prime to deal with, because other than Doggo, who can't really walk up in these team fights, they can't match Fofo's DPS when it comes to straight up 5v5.
Look at this full swap up to the top side as well. Uzi and Mako hiding on the side of mid lane. Forge still has that flash, has managed to save it through both of the plays towards the mid lane. Mako and Uzi happy to show now. They're going to go for the Herald, make their presence known, make sure that they can get that objective for the team. In the meantime, Doggo pushing the bottom side, red and white available. This is going to be at least a couple of plays.
I've seen this happen before. At least 2 plays going into this Aphelios' pocket is going to be quite the decision,
no.
but Fofo's here.
He's been baited. He's been absolutely baited. Good flash from Doggo, though. Keeps himself safe. And they won't be able to punish it. 1 plate goes the way of Doggo. Costs him both of his summoners. And it also crucially costs the Herald. So 1 plate for a Herald, probably a trade that you take as EDG.
Now the question is, Munch, that EDG were obviously starting the Rift Herald. As Ultra Prime, they were looking more towards the bottom side with Doggo so far up, pushed up. But where was his support and his jungler? Because I feel like if the Aphelios wants to be that far up, a little bit greedy, then you need to have people hovering. But EDG are the ones getting both the Rift Herald and the Flash, or double summoners, out of Doggo. So a very nice overall win for EDG.
Yeah, it feels like Ultra Prime had considered contesting the Drake, or considered contesting the Herald, sorry. But obviously their AD carry was on the bottom side of the map, so they really couldn't, but just not really in the right position around the map. And EDG punishing A bit of a macro misplay from Ultra Prime. Not the end of the world. Gold's still relatively even at this point, but bit of a CS lead building up in that bottom lane. Not too crazy, though. I feel like this is the most even early game we've had. So I feel like it is the most even early game we've had in this series so far.
Yeah, but to be fair, back to game 1, this was the way that Ultra Prime found their initial 1-0 lead up against EDG. It was just through the 5v5 skirmishes and through Forge's really nice flash engages from this Annie, but this time around, you have to consider the fact that EDG have quite a few tools to disengage with the Azir, with even Mako on this Alistar, so they have to take their chances very carefully. JJ is a little bit in the middle of everything here, though.
JJ trying to get a bit of damage on Sword Art. Here comes Mako. Ning realizes that he's got to get out of here. This is not a fight he wants anymore. Harry looking for Allah here. Will find the all-out dominance to answer. As Allah gets a bit of sustain from the minion wave, but Harry chasing for more, forces the flash out from Allah. And now Allah on the chase instead. He's got cooldowns. He's got the opportunity and gets a flash out of his opponent. We are neck and neck in the top lane between Allah and Harry here.
Harry does have the TP for that reset though, so like you said, flash for flash in the top side, but I feel like if the Q3 connected from Harry would have been a very scary situation to be Allah, but Sorta, you don't want to be there.
Yeah, Sword Art will walk away with his life, but only just. Fofo moves over to the play, but Mako and JJ playing bodyguard, Dragon up on the map, but Uzi was in base at the time, so he's just moving back towards that bottom lane. Mako walks over the ward. In fact, no, it was control warded. And Uzi returning to that bottom lane. Static shift now picked up. It's a big old spike for the Kai'Sa. They should be able to use that priority in the bottom side to leverage into a Drake.
You also have to consider the fact that being Doggo in this game, you can't just note the fact that Mako is alone in this bottom side, because if he does get his CC onto you, Uzi can fly across the map and connect to that ultimate with that CC onto Doggo. But like you said, 2 dragons now for both sides of the team, but Sword Art once again a bit of a sticky situation, and Ning is making his way down towards here, but they don't have any prio.
Great knock up onto Doggo here. He's already going to go down. Uzi dives out the back side of the play. It's a 5-man play in the bottom lane from EDG. This is what we've been wanting to see. A kill for Fofo, a kill for Allah, a kill for Uzi. It's sharing the wealth on the side of EDG.
And you get a kill, and you get a kill, but I don't think Ning has what it takes to kill off Fofo here. As we get a repeat of game 2, Harry desperately trying to crawl back the amount of gold by making it through those tower plays in the top lane. But like you said, 2 kills into this Azir's pockets now, and a great start for EDG as we get a replay of how this all happened. I mean, Ning and Forge just weren't here for the counter dive. Both TPs committed from the mid laners of both teams, but the difference at the end was that we also had a TP coming out of Allah on this Renekton, and it, like you said, was a 5-man dive in the bottom side, and there was just such a numbers disadvantage while we didn't really get anything done on the other side of the map.
You can see the fans so excited to see it. Uzi 1-0-2, Fofo 2-0-1. The carry's feeling real strong in this game for EDG. And that dive has led to 1,500 gold lead. Drake's even on the map right now. Nobody actually managing to finish off a tower just yet, as Uzi literally one-shots the wave. That is... I just can't get used to it, you know? I feel like it's one of those things where until that just gets nerfed into the ground, basically, it's just going to feel so oppressive. Like, the old Static Shiv didn't one-shot waves, you know? And I feel like it was a great item.
Old Static Shiv. Why fix something that's not broken, right? I mean, maybe it was just falling out of relevancy compared to all the mythic items that they introduced with the recent changes to AD.
But it's not a mythic item. So what's
I
the
mean, just
problem
the
with that?
recent items, I suppose. But we also have to talk about how, I mean, in that dive, I truly feel like if Ultra Prime had a bit of extra disengage from Sword Art, the Leona pick, it could have made that difference. But Ultra Prime obviously having a bit of an idea themselves, looking for the aggressive plays alongside Forge and Sword Art to allow Ning to be that carry player once again compared to game 1, but failing to be the proactive ones out of the 2 teams.
So the vision fight begins.
Do you hear the pings on the map?
I do, yeah. Look at them. Look at the mini-map. You can't see players for the amount of pings going on right here. There's a wave crashing in the bottom side as well. Might actually finish that tower off. There's a cannon working away on it. This Herald will be started by EDG. Don't know how confident Ultra Prime are to contest, but it looks like they are going to try and move in. Fofo with a bit of early damage. Solar Flare comes on out. Here they go, diving onto the backline. Sword Art turns gold as the Empress Divide splits the team fight. Sword Art's go down. Harry trying to protect him though. Dives deep into play, but Uzi's on the backline instead. But look at this. Ultra Prime, 3 strong. Clustered up as a death ball, but Uzi's clearing house. Doggo with the shurikens. Can he make it happen? Red and white, time to fight. It's a raid boss of Felios, but he just can't make the distance. Alan now closing the gap with the slice and dice and cuts him through. The Emperor of Shurima reigns supreme.
And a clean ace for EDG at 15 minutes as they secure this mid lane tower now, working their way back up to this Rift Herald. Ali's just gonna start it himself, but I truly felt like Doggo was cooking something up with the amount of chakrams that he had, but it just wasn't enough at the end. You see Sorda being that initial engage of this team by landing his spells onto Fofo, but there just wasn't any follow-up. Forge on the Annie misses the Tibbers on everyone for EDG, and that truly would have been the difference for that Tibbers damage onto the carries. But you see that Uzi flies over the wall, and Ultra Prime, they're in a bit of a sandwiched situation, but no carries are getting threatened whatsoever in this team fight. And I just feel like Doggo, I mean, there's a reason why Felix is most played champion, but he needs someone else to step up as well.
Look at those chakrams. That is maybe the most I've ever seen. It's at least on par for Ala, using that minion wave to close the gap. And Fofo finishes the job from a million miles away. It was close to beautiful from Doggo, but close ain't close enough as Ala finds himself a solo kill onto Forge. Will be finished off by Harry, but I mean, it's too little too late.
Flash for flash trade though, so overall I still feel like EDG are in the winner's position with the dragon spawning in 1 minute. No control whatsoever. Fofo has so much presence in this final game on this Azir. 4-0, I mean, you have to throw it back to the fact that you know that Ultra Prime, especially Sorda, they want to be looking for that engage, but onto someone like the Azir, near impossible unless you're looking for those flank angles, and we haven't really seen that out of the Ultra Prime roster. And I feel like this Kha'Zix's 3rd game in a row, I mean, yes, we saw amazing damage out of him in game 1, giving that lead over Tuning as he was able to snowball with that, but not for the past 2 games. I mean, we get a replay of what happened to Forge. Both flashes were committed. I feel like Forge could have just held on to his flash here because the Annie flash is such a crucial tool of engage for the side of Ultra Prime to bounce off. Unfortunately, trading 1-for-1, EDG are more than happy to take that.
Forge just overstepping a little bit there, which is, it's tough to see because Forge had such a good first game of the series, but and then Nico as well, having some really great moments in game 2, but unfortunately, game 3 having a really hard time of it. And a lot of that is just down to EDG being so proactive compared to the rest of the series. Hang on a second. Harry is in trouble as Ala is looking for a solo kill. Fofo trying to get involved as well as Ala.
Has the flash.
The tower, they're charging forwards and Harry forced to flash away. As Forge now arrives on the play. Won't be able to dive him again, I don't think. Herald going to come down. JJ and Mako trying to bully everyone away. JJ actually goes in. There's 4 players there. I don't think he realized quite how strong Ultra Prime were, but he's invincible. He just doesn't go down. And now, bodying them
Uzi's got out.
Found Uzi, but Uzi's fighting! What? How does Kai'Sa 1v1 Kha'Zix at 18 minutes? That's just insane.
Kai'Sa, the Void Slayer, just kills Ning off screen with the fadeaway W as well. Mako looking for more.
Looking for more on the top side. Forge is gone. And EDG, where has this been for the whole year? Where has this been for the whole split? Like, they are back on form, it feels like. Game number 1 was not pretty, but game number 2, game number 3, it feels like something has clicked. And honestly, in a way that I've not really seen from them in summer. I can finally start to get excited about this team again with performances like this.
A great early to mid game from the side of EDG, and it was the same formula that has been working for them, and it is through JJ and Mako consistently forcing those dives onto the bottom lane of Ultra Prime, and you see it in the Kai'Sa now, sitting on 2 items, Nash's 2 Shiv. Also, Fofo getting that early kill onto Forge. I mean, the difference between the opponent laner is a little bit prominent when it comes to these 5v5 team fights, especially when especially in Forge, he has gone with the Haunting guys instead of the Luden, so he's offering a bit more utility. But it's gonna be a very hard game to come back on, especially with the Baron up and available with no vision to work off whatsoever.
Ala has absolutely no fear, just runs Ultra Prime, Sword Art forced to flash away, and is Dominus on cooldown, but to be honest, I don't think he minds that much. Look at the vision control from EDG now. There is no way in for Ultra Prime. They're just going to start the Baron.
It's not going to be as fast though. Uzi is that Shiv Kai'Sa, so it is very reliant on Fofo. Forge does have that flash available now, but we've seen EDG bait this Baron before. They're going to do it again. Ning's in the pit.
Fofo's doing so much damage here. Solar Flare onto the Azir. Oh, he hits it! Doggo's doomed! Uzi's on the back line. What a shot with the W. That is just nuts. Maximum range on the AP Kai'Sa. See you later, Ultra Prime. EDG are back.
And wrap it up, boys. 4 people are dead for the side of Ultra Prime. Baron in hand of EDG. They have the wave. They're going to look for that series win up against Ultra Prime. And honestly, a fantastic redemption for the jungler and support of Mako. And exactly what the fans are expecting out of this super roster.
EDG have never been more back than this. They're going to look for the towers. Can they actually end here? Doggo with a Moonlight Vigil. No way are they actually going to stop them and walk away. EDG keep themselves alive as Uzi trying to snipe. It's like playing ARAM, isn't it? The AP guys are just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Guinsoo also picked up as that 3rd item. Both carriers of EDG are so incredibly fed, playing front to back. But that engage from Fofo hitting the Emperor's Divide onto Doggo to allow Uzi to connect with his ultimate, was quite the highlight for that team fight. But now, Mountain Soul Point, I don't think EDG even care about this dragon. They're just going to force a team fight and end the game.
I mean, who even needs a team fight? If Ultra Prime don't show up, there are no Nexus towers.
They're gonna just walk
literally just walk at the Nexus here and hit it a few times. Ultra Prime, you've got to start a fight before they get to the Nexus, or you'll just lose the game. Here we go, Mako on the backline, protecting Uzi as Harry on the front line. Doggo getting annihilated by Ala, and Uzi flies in to finish the job. Harry next on the chopping block as the Void Seeker does go slightly wide, but Sword Art goes down. In fact, that's Forge going down instead of Sword Art gets onto the fountain. EDG wants some bonus kills. The Nexus is wide open, but they're here for the victory lap. They want a kill a minute in the game. They're at 19 on 23, whereas Uzi is looking to finish things off. He's got a stopwatch. Ning probably kills him here, but no, turns invisible. Keeps himself alive, and he kills Ning instead. Another solo kill over Ning for Uzi. What a performance from EDG.
And finally, at 23 minutes, EDG are going to be able to wrap this series up 2-1 fashion. I mean, talk about flashy, because Uzi and Fofo definitely delivered with their performance to seal the deal for tonight.
And look, ultimately, Ultra Prime, not exactly a top team. This is not EDG managing to become a top team again, but that 2nd and 3rd game looks so much more confident from EDG than I feel like we've been able to see from them. We are starting to see glimmers of what this team is capable of. We just need to see them replicate that now against bigger names, against top teams. They've got WE on the roster next, NTT, LGD, FPX. Those are your warm-up series, although I say that FPX have been looking kind of good recently.
Yep.
But then the final week, that's where it all kicks off for them. OMG and Weibo are the last 2 opponents for EDG. They've got 4 series to train up, and then it's time for the big dogs.
Kind of feels like 2 final bosses awaiting them in that week 7. But like you said, this win up against Ultra Prime is still middle tier of the table, so taking them 2-3 series, I mean, there is still a lot of things to clean up on for EDG, especially with how the game 1 went. but they found a clear solution going into game 2. It was just full sending it on the bottom lane of Ultra Prime and consistently finding kills and setting Doggo behind on champions like Kai'Sa and the Aphelios. But I feel like not only did EDG have a very clear identity, or at least idea, going into game 3 and game 2, but Ultra Prime's draft was a little bit off in my opinion. You see the support getting counterpick saved for 2 games in a row. It was the Rel, it was the Leona, but unfortunately, I feel like if we had a bit of a different champion like a Disengage, like in the Braum and the Tahm Kench, the game could have gone very differently.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more defensive when it felt clear to me in the draft that they were going to focus on towards Uzi, especially after how game 2 went in the series as well. Ning as well, like the Kha'Zix, an amazing game in number 1. Hang on, I can't talk. An amazing game number 1 for Ning on the Kha'Zix. Yeah, he certainly was gaming. So, I mean, the whole of Edward were gaming, but Ning, great game 1, 2 and 3. The Kha'Zix just didn't seem to be finding much opportunities. I feel like the fact that Mako was going for this Alistar kind of ruined Ning's game plan. Like, you just can't assassinate the Alistar.
I mean, who's Edward and why is he gaming is the question as the follow-up to your joke. But it's been a really fun cast to say the least much. I mean, these 2 series have been all over the place and they're definitely delivering. But like you said, this series for EDG was very important. They were tied alongside Ultra Prime, sitting in that 10th position, and now they separate themselves away from the middle tier of the pack and do kind of push themselves further into the standings. But obviously, looking at the damage share as well, everyone kind of stood up on EDG, and it really did feel like for the first 5 minutes, ever since the first 5 minutes, when they got 3 kills into Fofo, it was pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, Fofo and JJ starting the game off with like a really nice play onto Forge as well. Like, I think that's the big difference. It's not about, you know, Uzi getting some of his signature picks and this kind of thing. Like, that is very exciting, but the fact that we saw JJ on Sejuani, Fofo on Azir, and yet they still make an early play in the mid lane. Like, I feel like EDG have been asleep for most of the early games in this split. Today, we saw them actually being proactive. We saw them draft a composition that was all about the early game, which, sure, that one went sideways, but still, early proactivity is so good to see from this team, considering what we've seen across this split.
Most definitely, and very convincing carry performance from both Fofo and Uzi, and this is exactly the early game stabilization that we wanted out of this EDG roster, where we keep kind of poking at how EDG, they look a little bit on and off when it comes to the first 15 minutes of their play, but obviously having a very clear voice in the team when it comes to those bottom lane dives, executing pretty much every single time with no kills being traded over for the side of Ultra Prime, and starving their bottom lane was the way to go. But I also want to kind of just highlight that Harry had a pretty decent performance throughout this entire series, but definitely with the draft, it is a little bit rougher to execute, especially when you have Ning on the Kha'Zix, where he is set up to be the person to carry, but unfortunately sometimes not given over those advantages.
Yeah, honestly, Ala looked really good today, like very Giga Chad energy from Ala, but Harry was going toe-to-toe with him. Like, props to Harry in the top lane. That was a really fun matchup to watch between the two of them. But we've got Mako standing by on the stage with Christina, so let's head over and hear what he has to say.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Mako, the support for EDG. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. It is a reverse sweep. So first question for you, how did you guys manage to adjust your form in such a short time after losing game 1? Because you have shown a totally different momentum in game 2 and game 3. 欢迎 Mako 选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 EDG 今天2比1拿下了这场比赛。同样这是一个让1追2嘛，想问一下队伍在第1局小失利之后，如何在快速的时间内很厉害的调整了你们的状态，在2、3局展现了非常不一样的状态和势头。
我觉得第1局的阵容首先是有一点，前面虽然比较强势吧，但是由于就是选手有一些失误嘛，所以说我们迅速的调整了阵容的选择，然后包括在游戏里面的打法也做了改变，所以说后面会打的就是轻松一点。
So first of all, we just adjust our draft. Maybe we got a very early game draft, early game aggressive draft in game 1, but maybe we players maybe have a little bit issues, and we made some errors here. So we just adjust our draft and some in-game plans after losing game 1. And coming to game 2 and game 3, you got Israel and Alistar, also Kaisa and Alistar. Why you guys pick these two compositions as a body? Because I think these two compositions are so classic compositions, especially in LPL. 那么想问一下，确实也是 Miko 提到了有关于阵容上面有调整嘛？问一下为什么会在2、3局的时候，下路这边分别选出了 EZ 牛头、卡莎牛头这2个组合？因为看起来这2个组合确实是有一点点文艺复兴的感觉，也是很经典的阵容嘛。选出这2个组合的契机是什么呢？
首先是我们下路组下去选的话，看他们上中野的一个阵容嘛，然后优哉选手觉得他什么英雄比较好发挥，然后我再去配合他去搭配一个比较好的辅助，就是这样选的。
So first, we will adjust our form according to our opponent's draft, and also we will just to consider which champion Uzi can play, and he just pick the champion. I will pick a very suitable support to match him as a body. And coming to this new meta patch 13.12, I know there are various body on bot lane, and some teams also play very creatively. So what's your take on this meta, especially as a body? 那么想问一下，我们继续聊到下路的选项。其实来到13.12版本之后，我们发现很多队伍都在积极的创新和探索，所以 Miko 选手会觉得现在的这个下路的生态环境会是怎么样的呢？
来到13.12版本，我觉得就是有一些辅助英雄做了削弱嘛，像优米和米利欧，然后所以说现在其实很多辅助都能选出来吧，所以还是看各种情况，就是每个队伍喜欢的一些辅助吧。
So first of all, like Emilio and Yumi are also nerfed in this new meta. So it just depends on each team. Maybe they have their own understandings and insight into this point at the new meta. And final question for you: our regular season is becoming more and more intense. You still have 6 games to play. So how will you prepare for upcoming matchups? And what was your mentality, especially at this time, because you got 5 wins here? 那么最后一个问题，现在我们的常规赛的节奏也是越来越的紧凑了嘛？我们的其实队伍呢还有6场常规赛要打。想问一下，在这个时间节点上，队伍会以怎样的心态、状态以及对于竞技状态面对以下剩余的6场比赛呢？
我觉得首先是可能这个赛季刚开始出师不利吧，然后现在我觉得在优哉加入之后，我们慢慢的步入正轨吧。我觉得大家的状态都是在慢慢提升的。然后我觉得打到季后赛之前，然后我们能够越打越好，我觉得后面的比赛会发挥得更好吧。
So first of all, maybe as you can see, we maybe have experienced a little bit of issues at the beginning of the split. But since Uzi has joined us, we are still trying to explore our playstyle. As you can see, maybe our form is ramping up. I do hope before the playoffs, we can try our best and try to get more wins, try to fight our form back to play very smoothly in upcoming matchups. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢 Miko 选手来到我们的赛后采访，也期待队伍之后精彩的表现。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina. Great to hear from Mako, as always. I love the logic on the draft there. They're like, why did you pick Alistar today? Well, we waited to see what Uzi wanted, and then I picked a support that would suit it. Like, all right, okay.
I mean,
so no personal influence on any of this. Then it's just whatever Uzi wants.
Do you really see Ezreal and Alistar being a common pairing in the bottom side? I don't think so. I still feel like Mako had an excellent performance on the Alistar, obviously. 2 games in a row, great setup for that bottom side. But Kaisa was also a very flashy champion when it came to that final game to seal the deal. But something I wanted to highlight for EDG is that obviously Christina was like, with the recent performance of EDG, can you kind of reflect on that? And I want to just give EDG a bit of breathing room. Yes, they have a super roster, but obviously they've made changes in the middle of the split. So not everything's going to click straight away, but now taking the series win up against Ultra Prime, and we keep highlighting how they have a relatively swift schedule until week 7 that should give them a lot of more time to kind of mold together, and hopefully we will see the true potential of EDG for playoffs.
Yep, they've got until playoffs, and I believe they've got 6 series remaining off the top of my head. So we'll see how they do. Uzi Gonna grab himself another MVP, 9-0 and 7. I've got to be honest, I feel like this one was maybe a Fofo MVP. I feel like maybe the Uzi effect kicking in. Although, not to say Uzi didn't have an amazing game. Like, those Void Seekers, absolutely fantastic. Diving into the backline to play Assassin, which something I feel like a lot of the professional Kaisers don't do enough of is realizing you're not just playing front to back necessarily on Kaiser.
Yeah, I mean, the MVP could have gone to either Fofo or Uzi, but the people determining this probably saw the solo kill onto Ning and they're like, that's the play, that's the one. And yeah, I mean, I'm not really mad about this either, because it kind of just felt like EDG, they had a clear game plan going to game 3, just ruined Doggo's night. I mean, we saw the Cephalius doing a lot of damage when it came to these important 5v5s, but unfortunately not having any teammates kind of playing towards this fact. And once again, I want to kind of just focus in on how Ultra Prime, I feel like their drafts have been a little bit weird going into game 2 and game 3, especially support and jungle, where we didn't really see that same kind of synergy coming out of them compared to game 1.
No, the draft's definitely a little strange, a little out of left field, but Ning obviously loving the Kha'Zix. He's vibing with Kha'Zix right now, just instantly willing to lock in Kha'Zix no matter what. But not quite working out in games 2 and 3. EDG, though, can take a bow on this one. Very confident series. Like you say, they've got time to keep on improving. Ultra Prime, you know, I think a bit of an easier schedule, if I remember correctly. No, I take that back. Ultra Prime's schedule is terrible. They've got JDG, OMG, Weibo, Top Esports. They've got a terrible schedule. Rest in peace, boys. Ultra Prime's doomed. Maybe not doomed. It's not over yet, but
well,
it's going to be tough.
The ray of hope, I guess, is to consider the fact how convincing Ultra Prime looked in that game 1. There were a little bit of a few hiccups coming out of Forge, but they're able to take away EDG in that individual win. I mean, there is still a chance. JDG obviously shown that they're not completely invulnerable to early game weaknesses, as I believe AL, LGD, they did prove us just that. So have to wait and see. It's not all doom and gloom, but Ultra Prime, I mean, if they fix up their approach to the BP phase, I feel like it could be a great start.
Yeah, there's definitely potential in that roster. And we'll see how they can finish out their split. 4 and 6 now in the standings, whereas EDG managing to now go even in the standings at 5 and 5. They'll be on still a -1 game difference, which means that they are completely tied now with Ninjas in Pajamas in 9th and 10th place.
Yeah, and honestly, shout out to NIP for having a relatively decent start to the summer split as well. I feel like the difference between summer and spring has been quite jarring, especially when it comes to the middle tier of the table. But obviously, we still have 3 weeks left of the regular split, and I'm really excited to see what these teams have installed for us. EDG, great kind of game 2, game 3. This trend is going to be something that the fans are relying on. So maybe this is going to be the way to victory and secure that spot in the playoffs. But the problem is that EDG, they've shown us a very successful playstyle, but it's only one type of playstyle. And I feel like this wouldn't really work up against better teams because they are so adaptable, especially when you bring in the best of 3 series. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. Today's results, though, 8-game day here as RA 2-0 TT, who, I mean, TT look kind of lost at this point in the split. Really rough performance from them this morning. AL, though, a 2-1 upset over RNG. Massive, massive win for AL, and RNG leaving something to be desired. Than EDG outdoing the boys in gold after losing to them earlier in the split, managing to beat a tougher opponent than they could in a 2-1 over Ultra Prime. That's where it puts us in the standings. You can see RNG, NIP, and EDG now all tied at 5 and 5 in the standings, which is, you know, same amount of wins as Weibo, which when you consider a couple of weeks ago where Weibo were versus the rest of the gang, that certainly says a lot.
Yeah, huge shakeup compared to where we were during this time for the spring split. WE sitting comfortably in that 6th position. I feel like hope is definitely one of my favorite ADCs to watch when it comes to the current meta, but we also have to highlight how, like you said, TT definitely struggling to fit into the current meta right now, losing that series up against RA. But on the other side, RA picking up that series win, I feel like they've always been an underrated team, especially Xiaoxu. I really like what Xiaoxu's been able to kind of provide to us. Kind of just enjoying K'Sante gameplay, but in the top side. We have tomorrow's matches, Munch. I need to shut up. We've been talking for way too long, especially me.
No, not at all. Not at all. Tomorrow's matches, though, LGD vs BLG to kick us off. It's that's going to be a toughie for LGD, that's for sure. Then the second series, I think, will be an absolute banger. OMG versus FPX. OMG have been on an absolute tear, but FPX, they managed to beat Weibo very recently. I think this could be a much closer matchup than the standings would allude to. And then finally, we have LNG, who are on a bit of a loss streak up against WE, or a team looking to prove themselves. 5th and 6th in the standings right now. Definitely could be a close one. I'm excited for all 3 series tomorrow. I feel like we've got a lot to look forward to. But that is going to round us out here today. We've had 8 games of action, and we have had some quality League of Legends. We've also had some absolute fiestas. We've had a bit of a mixed bag here today, Kitty.
Definitely very fun.
Yeah, it's been a fun old day. It's been a fun old day. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you there tomorrow for those matchups. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.